Others began the walk to their flight. They would have been entering here in Terminal B behind me, where it's now an express deli. It has been changed, but that used to be the entrance where you would go through and enter into security to head to that flight. They would be joined by 3 others and eventually board American Airlines Flight 11. And then across from me, the terminal across from me where United is based, that is where 5 other terrorists were getting onto United Flight 175. Of course, both of those planes went into the Twin Towers. Miles?
Thank you very much, Dan. And let's go to Jonathan Freed now, who is at Peterson Air Force Base, not far away from Cheyenne Mountain, where NORAD was based 5 years ago. Jonathan.
Good morning, Miles. That's right. And 5 years ago at this time, in that mountain, just a few miles away from here, a crew not unlike this one was busy dealing with an exercise. But it was a particular type of exercise because it was aimed at sending a message to the Russians. At this time, 5 years ago, the mission of NORAD still decidedly outward looking. Whereas today, since 9/11, with the addition of NORTHCOM, it also has to be inward looking as well. What was going on, Miles, is the Russians had moved some bombers to a more forward base in the Arctic. And around this time of the year, it was not uncommon for our forces to engage in a particular type of exercise. And what we were doing was moving our fighters closer to those bombers in order to send Russia a message. And that's when people looked up and saw what was happening in New York. Miles?
Jonathan Freed of Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado. Thank you. CNN's coverage of the timeline of events of September 11th, 2001 continues to the 7 o'clock Eastern hour. Stay with us. Good morning. Welcome to a special edition of American Morning. I'm Miles O'Brien.
And I'm Soledad O'Brien. On this 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, all morning we'll take a look back at the events of that morning and how those events changed our world 5 years later.
We're walking through the timeline of that morning, shedding light on the events we did not know about 5 years ago this time, as well as those that are seared in our memory from that day. Right now, 5 years ago at Logan Airport, we didn't know it, but 2 teams of 5 men armed with box cutters or knives and mace or pepper spray were making their way to the business and first class seats on American Airlines Flight 11 and United Flight 175, both bound for Los Angeles.
Neither flight would ever arrive. By the end of this hour, American Airlines Flight 11 would be in the air. There would be no turning back. And at this hour also, the hijackers in Newark, New Jersey, who would take over United Flight 93, were just checking in. At Dulles Airport near Washington, D.C., another group of hijackers making their way toward American Flight 77.
We have correspondents positioned across the country this morning. Alina Cho live at Ground Zero to bring us the memorial events from there. Barbara Starr live at the Pentagon. She'll tell us how they're remembering the dead there this morning.
Bob Franken's in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the site of the crash of United Flight 93, the plane that was brought down by its passengers. There are memorials planned there as well this morning. And John Zarella live for us in Sarasota, Florida. That's where President Bush was on September 11th, 2001. He was visiting an elementary school when he was told of the attack.
And Dan Lothian is live in Boston, the point of origin for the planes that brought down the Twin Towers. Now 7:02. And at this moment, 5 years ago, the terminals at Boston's Logan International Airport were jammed with some of the 100,000 or so passengers who travel through there every day. They were on their way to business meetings or to visit relatives or to take kids to Orlando. Among them, 10 men with a murderous mission on their minds, making their way to their first class and business class seats on two 767 airliners. American Morning's Dan Lothian live at Logan this morning. Dan.
Good morning, Miles, and I must point out again that we are going live this morning via broadband. Ever since 9/11, the airport restricted where you could set up live equipment, and that usually means outside. So this gives us an inside look for the first time live of this terminal where the terrorists were checking in on September 11th, 5 years ago. The American Airlines counter behind me is where they would have checked in after arriving at the airport on a U.S. Air, at least two of them on a U.S. Air flight from Portland, Maine. And then to my left is where they would have began the long walk to board that flight. As you were pointing out, unsuspecting passengers, some of them technology CEOs, going about their day, getting ready to go on a flight on a beautiful morning here in Boston. Miles.
Dan Lothian at Logan Airport. The first inkling there was going to be any trouble that day happened about an hour and 15 minutes from this moment, when American Airlines 11 stopped talking to air traffic controllers and started making a beeline for New York City and the World Trade Center. Today, on the sacred ground where those towers fell 5 years ago this morning, they are pausing to remember the people who died. You see their names on the screen below you. They died simply because they came to work. American Morning's Alina Cho live now from Ground Zero. Alina?
Miles, good morning to you. As you mentioned, today is a day for the nation to remember what happened 5 years ago, but it is an especially sad and especially painful day for the families of the victims. Those families have begun to arrive here at Ground Zero. The ceremony will begin at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. There will be 4 moments of silence, twice to mark the time that each tower was struck, twice to mark the time that each tower fell. There, of course, will be the reading of the names, all 2,749 World Trade Center victims. And this year, it will be the spouses, partners, and significant others who will read the names. Now, all throughout the morning, the families will be able to descend the ramp to the lowest point at Ground Zero, to the so-called footprints of the towers. There are 2 small temporary reflecting pools there. The families will be able to lay flowers and pay their respects. The ceremony is expected to conclude at about 12:30 p.m., but Miles, the site will remain open until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Alina Cho at Ground Zero. Thank you. Soledad.
The timeline of the terror attacks now. At this time, 5 years ago, the 4th team of hijackers was getting into place at Newark's airport. Between 7:03 a.m. and 7:39 a.m., 4 terrorists check in for United Flight 93. They're bound for San Francisco. 3 hours later, after a heroic struggle by the passengers on board, Flight 93 would crash in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We'll continue our special coverage of the 5th year anniversary of 9/11 in just a moment. First, though, a look at some of the other stories that are making news right now. Carol Costello is live for us in the newsroom. Hey, Carol, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad, and good morning to all of you. Maybe we should have expected this. There is a new warning from Osama bin Laden's top deputy. In a videotaped statement on an Islamist website, Ayman al-Zawahiri warns that, quote, new events are on the way. The tape appears to be recent, with references to the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Afghan President Hamid Karzai is paying tribute to the United States. He shared a message of solidarity today and spoke of America's sacrifices in liberating and rebuilding Afghanistan. Karzai says it's regrettable that it took 9/11 for the world to recognize the threat posed by terrorism. The former president of Iran is condemning Osama bin Laden. In a speech last night at Harvard University, Mohammad Khatami described the 9/11 attacks as barbaric. But he defended Hezbollah, describing the group's actions as resistance against Israeli colonialism. In Iraq today, a suicide bomber wearing a vest with explosives detonated a bomb on board a bus in northern Baghdad. At least 10 Iraqi army recruits are dead, 3 civilians wounded. The attack took place just outside of an Iraqi army recruiting center. Saddam Hussein back in court this morning for the first time in almost 3 weeks. It's still his second trial. In this one, he's charged in connection with the deaths of tens of thousands of Kurds in the 1980s. Some of the first images of the space shuttle Atlantis to show you this morning. It docked at the International Space Station just about 20 minutes ago. I know this is a confusing picture, but what the shuttle is doing, it's flipping over on its backside, attaching itself to the International Space Station, and then those aboard the space station will take pictures of the underbelly to see if everything's okay and if the shuttle was damaged during liftoff. The Atlantis crew also is delivering equipment to help complete construction of the space station. After many delays, Atlantis lifted off Saturday from the Kennedy Space Center. Bit of relief for drivers, and I'm sure you've noticed this. Gas prices are going down. According to the Lundberg survey, the national average is now $2.66 a gallon for self-serve regular. That's 21 cents less than 2 weeks ago, and a 35-cent drop over the past year. Lower demand and a drop in crude oil prices are helping. Hurricane Florence weakening a bit as it heads for Bermuda. Severe weather expert Chad Myers is here to tell us more. Good morning.
Hi, Carol. Winds are down a little bit, especially the flight level winds where the planes have been flying down to in the 86 mile per hour category, but winds are still 80, gusts to 100 miles per hour there. The storm is still very significant, not quite getting at eye wall. The center about 60 miles missing Bermuda, and that's great news because it didn't make a run right over the top of it. A cold morning, Montreal, Toronto, and Albany. Temperatures up here across the Northeast in the 40s. Soledad.
Chad, thanks. American Morning's coverage of the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
The hijackers knew their plan would succeed only if it was carefully synchronized. The 4 flights they selected were supposed to take off between 7:45 and 8:10 that morning. 3 of them took off within 15 minutes of their scheduled departure time. But 5 years ago at Newark, United Flight 93 was running much later, delayed by traffic, and that set the stage for a mid-air struggle that ended in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And that's where we find American Morning's Bob Franken this morning. Bob.
And Miles, it ended at the site you can see over my left shoulder, marked by the American flag. That is where United Flight 93 crashed into the earth and nearly vaporized after a heroic flight on board. Now, there were witnesses to this tragedy. As it was happening, Rick King, a volunteer fireman, had gotten a call from his sister. She heard an airplane. So what he witnessed next, he will never forget.
I walked out onto my front porch, and as soon as I walked out, I could hear the plane. I could hear the engine screaming, the whining noise. Seconds later, it hit. This huge fireball just went up into the sky, just right here above the church. A big black mushroom cloud of smoke. My whole porch, the house just rumbled, just shook. And she said to me, "Oh my God, Rick, it crashed." And I said, "I know, I gotta go."
So what happened next made Shanksville, so far out of the way, have its place in history. Miles?
Bob Franken in Shanksville, thank you very much. Soledad.
While the terrorists were carrying out their plans, President Bush on this day was headed to an elementary school classroom in Sarasota, Florida. CNN's John Zarella is live for us in Sarasota this morning. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Soledad. That's right. The president was coming here to Emma E. Booker Elementary School to deliver and address a speech on education, the importance of education. He was actually sitting right over there, just in front of that dry erase board, and it was about 9 a.m. He already knew at that point that the first plane had hit the towers. At about 9:05 a.m., 9:06 a.m., just before the students were to read, his chief of staff, Andrew Card, came over to him and whispered in his ear that a second plane had hit. The president's demeanor immediately changed. At that point, the students picked up this book. This is the storybook #1 reader, and they began to read a story called The Pet Goat. It took a couple of moments before the president picked up the book and began to read himself. Within 20 minutes, the president excused himself from the classroom and went to an area that was already set up for him to deliver a message about education. Of course, that's not the message that he delivered. This morning, these students will hear the message, a taped message from the president that will address education, finally. Soledad?
John Zarilla for us in Sarasota, Florida this morning. Thanks, John. Miles?
Now, almost 7:15, 5 years ago today at Washington's Dulles Airport, a team of 5 hijackers led by Hani Hanjour checked in at the American Airlines ticket counter for Flight 77, bound for Los Angeles. Now, the agent was suspicious because one of the men did not have a photo ID, and 3 of them were flagged by a computerized screening system. The only consequence of this, their bags were held off the plane until they took their seats. The first 2 would check in at about this time. 3 more would follow in the next 20 minutes. And just about 1 hour after that, this flight would crash into the Pentagon. And that is where we find our Barbara Starr this morning. Barbara?
Good morning to you, Miles. It was a beautiful day in Washington, D.C. 5 years ago, a morning of spectacular weather at this hour at the Pentagon 5 years ago. It was just another workday. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld already was in his first round of morning meetings. The Pentagon was up and running. Of course, for the Pentagon press corps, we were inside the building. We were at work as well, watching and stunned, of course, like the country, when the World Trade Center was attacked, and beginning to cover that story very rapidly. But then within minutes, of course, Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon wall that you see behind me, and everything changed at that point. 25,000 people immediately evacuating the building, coming out of all doors, all exits in the building. And it was very clear at that point, Miles, the country was at war.
Barbara Starr at the Pentagon, thank you very much. Soledad.
Ahead this morning, as the world remembers 9/11, we're going to take you live to the New York Stock Exchange to take a look at the impact that terror attacks had on the financial world. First, though, listen to Pat Lipinski. Her husband, Robert, was working in the Pentagon. Their last conversation was at this hour 5 years ago, right after the World Trade Center was hit.
On this day 5 years ago, the New York City Fire Department lost 343 firefighters at what became Ground Zero. The fire commissioner at the time, Thomas Van Essen, describes the chaos and heroism on that day in an autobiography entitled Strong of Heart. Mr. Van Essen joins us now from Ground Zero. Good to have you with us, sir. Thank you for being with us on this day. What are your thoughts at this moment?
Oh, it just brings back so many memories, sitting up here and looking at this site, and I think of the chaos that day and the heartache that came that morning and for months and months and still today. It's horrible memories for an awful lot of people.
All right, it's 7:20 in the morning now. 5 years ago, where were you? And how'd you find out about everything?
I live in a city, so I was still asleep, actually. I get up late, or I was on my way to work, and on my way to go across the Brooklyn Bridge, just as the as the plane crashed into the building, and I got there in about a couple minutes right after the crash.
And at that point, what was going through your mind? I mean, obviously, you knew this was a significant event. You had a plane crash into the tower, but you had no idea what lie ahead.
No, you're right. It was significant. We knew we'd have a tremendous fire. The chiefs in the lobby had reports of a small plane hitting. And then they had reports of an awful lot of fire and communication breakdowns and system breakdowns with sprinklers and everything else on the upper floors. So it grew very quickly into a tremendous operation. And then we heard an explosion. We thought it was up on the upper floors, but it was the south tower being hit. That changed everything. They called the second, fifth alarm. We split our top people. Units came from everywhere, not knowing which building even to go into. A lot of firefighters had never been to the Trade Center, didn't know which building was north or south, 1 or 2. So we had some mess all that day, that's for sure.
In a sense, was there too much of a response? In other words, all these people, all these firefighters who wanted to do well came out of the woodwork, made it difficult to marshal the forces?
Well, you're right. In some ways it was. But you don't know that. When you set up these plans and these procedures in place, you might need all those people to put smaller fires out, to be able to get firefighters upstairs so they can move doors that have shifted because of the impact, and now people are trapped behind them because smaller fires might have opened up or began on a lot of the other floors. So you don't know that. If the stairways were wider, it would have helped an evacuation. Could we have sent less people up? Probably. But, you know, we had 100 guys that weren't even working that we lost that day. The dedication, that type of dedication, I mean, every employee would want that type of person working for them. These guys just couldn't do enough to help and paid the price.
They did. They paid a terrible price. The 9/11 Commission report goes on and on about communication and the radio system and the inability, particularly after the South Tower fell, to get word to your people in the North Tower that it was time to get out quickly. What do you say about that today, and what has changed today for FDNY?
Well, not that much as far as radios. They've improved the radios. They made some improvements. The chiefs have bigger, more powerful radios to use amongst themselves. There are more repeaters that should hopefully work if we had anything of that magnitude. But you will always have radio problems with an operation like that. The debris fields, the interference, the operational discipline problems that you'll have with everybody trying to talk on the radio. The tapes have shown that the radios worked that day. They didn't work as well as you would want them to work, and there were people that didn't get the word. But there was an awful lot of people that did get the word, but were so busy trying to help others, trying to rescue, that they didn't make it out in time.
Well, so basically, though, you have basically the same old system, the same old analog 6-channel system that you've always had, beefed up in some ways. Do you think that in the 21st century, perhaps the FDNY, particularly given the environment they fight fires in, should have something better?
Oh, I think so. But, you know, that comes with a whole new package. We had brought digital radios in, 6 months coincidentally before September 11. We had a lot of problems with them. We were picking up, they were great in a high-rise building, but they were picking up signals from across the river in a different borough because they were so strong. It's hard to find a perfect radio that'll function for you in a 2-story wooden building in Queens and in a sub-basement, in a warehouse, in a factory at the airport on the river. So it's hard to find a perfect radio. It takes a lot of training, get maybe different equipment, more training using different channels. It's just complicated.
Thomas Van Essen is the former FDNY commissioner, was there on that day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Miles.
The 9/11 attacks shook the business world, of course. Andy Serwer is on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange now with more. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Miles. Good morning to you. Trading begins here in a little bit over 2 hours. It certainly will be an emotional morning. With me right now is Ted Weisberg, who is the CEO of Seaport Securities and a veteran of the New York Stock Exchange, been down here for more than 30 years. And Ted, I'm sure you remember very, very clearly that day 5 years ago. What was your morning like? Can you tell us?
Well, absolutely. I was, our offices are at 60 Broad Street, just a block down from the Exchange. And I was in we have this beautiful view of Lower Manhattan. It was a crystal clear day, one of the prettiest days I can remember since then, having never seen. And I was on the phone talking with friends in Europe, and they were watching TV. I didn't have the TV on, and they said a plane had just hit the World Trade Center. And I said, you're kidding. And then, of course, it all unfolded from there. And I work with my son and daughter. My son was on the trading floor, and we went downstairs, and the sky was just raining paper. People were running around, really sort of hysterical. Nobody really knew what was going on. And then eventually, when the World Trade Centers collapsed, this giant dust cloud came through the canyons of Wall Street and engulfed everybody, including most of the members of my firm. We were luckily all safe, but on the street. And then we just proceeded to find our way out of Lower Manhattan up to Midtown Manhattan.
Right. Okay. Well, Ted, it must bring back a lot of memories standing here today, and we're going to have to see how trading goes. Miles, back to you.
Andy Serwer on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Thank you. This special edition of American Morning. Back in a moment.
September 11th, 5 years later. As the sun came up on the East Coast, a daring plot against America was already well underway. In Boston, in Newark, New Jersey, and in Washington, D.C. Jetliners loaded with fuel were ready for takeoff, and our world was about to change forever.
Good morning again, everyone. Welcome back to a special edition of American Morning. Today we mark the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. We're walking through that morning for you, marking the milestones of that day, those we remember from 5 years ago and those we learned much later.
Before the end of this hour, I'll highlight one of the most important points in the timeline, the point really of no return. Within 30 minutes from now, on September 11th, 2001, American Airlines Flight 11 was in the air, left Boston at 7:59 a.m. It was bound for Los Angeles. Our special coverage is going to continue in just a moment. First, though, we want to take a look at some of the stories that are making news right now. Carol's got that. She's live in the newsroom. Hey, Carol.
Morning, Soledad. Good morning to all of you. President Bush will address the nation tonight from the White House. Right now, though, he's in Lower Manhattan for a prayer breakfast at a local fire station. CNN's Suzanne Malveaux is traveling with the president. Suzanne, what's on the president's agenda today?
Well, good morning, Carol. Of course, the president is going to be spending the morning at the firehouse, Fort Pitt Firehouse, Ladder 18, with the brave men and women who immediately responded after the September 11th attacks. He is going to be sharing a breakfast as well as marking those moments of silence at 8:46 and 9:03 when the planes hit the towers. Then the president will be traveling to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and the Pentagon for wreath-laying ceremonies before he addresses the nation at 9 o'clock this evening from the Oval Office. Now, it's just yesterday that President Bush and the First Lady were here at Ground Zero. This is where they laid the wreaths at what are called the footprints of the North and South Towers, the reflecting pools where those buildings once stood. He also attended a very emotional prayer service at St. Paul's Chapel, a very important place for many New Yorkers, policemen, firefighters, volunteers who used that church as a place of refuge in the days and the months immediately following those September 11th attacks. Now, the White House and the administration, of course, is engaged in a very delicate balancing act here. They say it is a time of reflection, remembrance, that this is not an occasion to be politicized. President Bush making comments yesterday.
Laura and I approach tomorrow with a heavy heart. It's hard not to think about the people who lost their lives on September the 11th, 2001. You know, you see the relatives of those who still grieve, and just wish there was some way we could make them whole.
Again, administration officials really emphasizing here now is not the time to politicize these events, but of course, with midterm elections just 2 months away, there has been political undertones. The president, the White House engaged in an aggressive public relations campaign to try to convince Americans that they are safer 5 years after that tragic event. Carol?
All right, Suzanne Malveaux reporting live from Ground Zero this morning. Of course, CNN will have live coverage of the president's address that begins tonight at 9 Eastern. On this 5th anniversary, a new warning from Osama bin Laden's top deputy in a videotaped statement on an Islamist website. Ayman al-Zawahiri warns that, quote, new events are on the way. The tape appears to be recent, with references to fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. In Iraq today, a suicide bomber wearing a vest with explosives detonated a bomb on board a bus in northern Baghdad. At least 13 Iraqi army recruits are dead. The attack took place just outside of an Iraqi army recruiting center. The UN's nuclear watchdog agency is again considering what to do about Iran's nuclear program. That's because Iran is now hinting that it may suspend uranium enrichment for 2 months. Iran faces possible sanctions because it failed to meet a UN deadline to freeze the program. Pope Benedict in his native Germany today offering prayers for the victims of the September 11th attacks. As many as 70,000 people crowded into the small Bavarian chapel to hear the special mass. The Pope used to visit the chapel as a boy. Hundreds of people felt the earth move under their feet, that due to an unusual earthquake measuring 6.0. The quake was centered 6 miles underneath the Gulf, about 250 miles west of Tampa, Florida. No damage or injuries reported, but lots of surprised people. Hurricane Florence bearing down on Bermuda right now. Bermuda's airport now closed. All ferry and boat service to the island has been suspended. So let's bring in Chad now to tell us more. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. Wind, the highest gust so far, 66 miles per hour. The storm, the center of the eye, did move west of Bermuda, but that's actually also a problem because if your eye moves to the west, that means that the eye wall, the worst part of the storm, is going to get very close to the island of Bermuda. We are right in the peak of hurricane season, September 10th. the most days on record with hurricanes on the ground or being reported. And we also have another storm, another tropical depression that's forming down to the south of that storm that will become Gordon probably later today. Rain in Chicago, significant airport delays there. We're looking at Midway and O'Hare. 2 hours and 10 minutes at O'Hare already. Midway, 30 minutes. It's going to be an ugly day across parts of the Midwest, but a beautiful day in New York City. High today, 68. Soledad.
All right, Chad, thanks. Remember what a beautiful day it was on September 11th, 2001? It was a beautiful day. Everyone who was in New York City that day remembers just what a perfect, clear day it was. Today, our special edition of American Morning is going to continue as the world remembers the attacks of September 11th, 5 years ago today. Welcome back, everybody. At this time, 5 years ago, Mohammed Atta and his 4 accomplices were in their seats in the first class and business sections of American Airlines Flight 11. They'd be airborne in about 30 minutes and headed for the North Tower of the World Trade Center. New York Governor George Pataki was in New York City that morning. He's at Ground Zero this morning. Nice to see you, Governor. Thanks for talking with us.
Good morning, Soledad. Nice being on with you.
Thank you very much. What were you doing in New York City that morning? Where were you?
Well, I happened to be in my office, and my daughter called me and said, Dad, turn on the TV. A plane just had hit one of the towers. And so I turned on the television, and it was an unbelievably beautiful day, and it was incomprehensible how that could have happened. And then I saw, as so many others did, the second plane hit the second tower and knew right away that we were under attack.
At that point, you realized it was a terror attack. What did you do?
Well, first I mobilized our National Guard. I called them, created a 24-hour emergency command center, moved National Guard units into New York City, activated our emergency health response system across the state. Then I spoke with Mayor Giuliani and asked him if there were additional support I could do to help him. And then I called President Bush in Florida. He was at the Education Summit and asked him to shut down the airspace over New York because, as you might recall, no one knew what might happen next. We knew the 2 towers had been hit. We knew that the plane in Shanksville had gone down, and later on the Pentagon was hit. And there were a lot of concerns that there would be follow-up attacks, but thank God that didn't happen.
Yeah, I remember it was like waiting for the other shoe to fall, just sort of all of us sitting and waiting. Let me ask you a question about Ground Zero, which is really very much where you are this morning. It would be such a nice memorial to the people who lost their lives, and nearly 3,000 people who lost their lives, to have something in that big hole that's Ground Zero. Why has the progress not been fast there? Who do you blame for that?
Well, Soledad, some say we should be going much faster. There are others who are saying we're going too fast. And to me, all of that site is sacred ground. It honors the memory of the almost 3,000 heroes who died. So the most important thing is to do it right, and not do it right for today, but do it right for future decades and future generations, and that is what's happening. We've had a very broad public process. Instead of building a building here or a building there, we wanted to have a master site plan so we could have a coordinated development of the entire site. And we had a public process, architects from around the globe, and 10 million people hit on the internet sites that laid out those plans. And once that brilliant Libeskind master site plan was picked, we knew the cornerstone, the centerpiece, had to be a memorial. We weren't going to build on the footprints of the towers. We were going to keep them as voids, and now there'll be reflecting pools with the names of every hero around them. But we had a public process for that as well, more than 5,000 entries into the memorial design competition, because what we want is something that future generations look here and come here, and they're going to say that they did it right. They did it respectfully, with a memorial telling the story of the heroes who died. But then at the same time, you're going to see new offices rising and culminating in the Freedom Tower, 1,776 feet high, which will symbolize our freedom, symbolize the year of our independence. And I'm just very excited about what this site will mean to not just to those of us who are here today, but to future generations.
New York Governor George Pataki joining us this morning. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Soledad.
Short break. We're back in a moment.
5 years later, CNN Pipeline presents CNN's original coverage of 9/11 in real time as it happened that day, all day. Go to CNN.
Now about 7:45, only 14 minutes until American Flight 11 would be airborne 5 years ago. 28 minutes until United 175 would take off. Those planes, loaded with fuel for a transcontinental journey, would be commandeered quickly and head straight for New York, where it was primary day. And our next guest was probably thinking more about politics than anything else at this hour. What a difference an hour can make. Former Mayor Rudy Giuliani from St. Paul's Chapel here in New York City. Mr. Mayor, good to have you back with us.
How are you, Miles?
I'm fine. Where were you that morning? About this time?
The morning that, at this time, I was probably on my way to the Peninsula Hotel to have breakfast with two friends of mine, Bill Simon and Denny Young. And you're right, we were going to talk about politics that morning. Bill was considering running for governor of California. We had a discussion about old times, about politics. It was primary day. I expected it to be kind of a quiet day until the late afternoon and early evening. And then we were interrupted and told that a twin-engine plane had hit the North Tower and that there was a terrible fire down at the World Trade Center. And we rushed down here, and of course, you know, it was much worse than that. It was the worst attack in the history of our country that was going on.
So when you first looked up at that tower and saw it in smoke, what went through your mind?
The first thing I thought, as I was about 4 miles away at that point, maybe 3 miles away, looking up in my car, and I could see that the fire was much worse than a twin-engine plane. So right away, the process began that this is much worse than it was originally described. And then it was about a mile away. The second plane hit. We saw that explosion. And we rushed here, walked about 2 blocks from here, right below the North Tower. And that's when I saw the tremendous flames, and I saw people throwing themselves out of buildings, a man throwing himself out the 101st, 102nd floor, and it was way beyond anything we had ever had. We'd had all kinds of emergencies in New York, but we had never had one at this dimension, at this scope.
Yeah, and when you see something like that, I mean, you almost can't even process it in real time, can you?
No, you can't. Actually, that's exactly correct. You can't process it in real time. So what you do is you try to focus on what is it that I can do to deal with it. What are the immediate decisions? Closing the bridges and tunnels so that no more terrorists can get in, evacuating a couple of 100,000 people, moving them north and off the island as much as possible, trying to cover. We thought we were going to get attacked 7-8 times that day. We had gotten information from the White House that there were 7 to 10 planes that were unaccounted for. So we tried to immediately cover what we thought the other targets would be: the Empire State Building, Pennsylvania Station, Grand Central Station. We had to triage the hospitals to move people out of it. So you just go into the process of making decisions. Then we got trapped in a building here for about 15 minutes, which is basically right over my shoulder to the left here. And then we got out of there. We had to communicate with the public, set up a new command center. Governor Pataki and I put a joint command center together. So you get yourself into the decisions that have to be made. And then every once in a while, as you're watching it and seeing it, you say to yourself, I can't believe this is really going on. This is something that is, this is like a worse than a battle. It's a, horrific attack during a battle, I guess.
Just a final quick question. The 9/11 Commission report, which delves into how the response on all levels, from all levels of government, only half of the 41 recommendations have been implemented. Is that a disappointment to you?
Well, I think I thought the recommendations, almost all of them, I can't say I agree with every single one, but I thought almost all of them were good ones and needed to be responded to. Sure, you'd like to see more progress. I think the best answer you can give quickly is that we're safer than we were before September 11 or on September 11, but we're not as safe as we could be, and nobody's satisfied with the progress. You'd like to see even more, but we've done a lot. I mean, the airports are safer. Look at what happened in London a couple of weeks ago. Intelligence services, including our own, have picked up a lot of these plots. We've made progress in creating governments in Iraq and Afghanistan, even though there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. So a lot of things have been accomplished, and there's a tremendous amount that remains to be done. And we have to remind ourselves the attacks are not over. These people that attacked us on September 11 want to come here and attack us again. So this is an ongoing struggle, and there'll always be a lot more to be done.
We'll leave it at that. Thank you, Rudy Giuliani.
Thank you very much.
Soledad.
5 years ago today, Diane DeFontis was a receptionist for a law firm on the 89th floor of the North Tower of the World Trade Center. After the tower was struck, Diane began her long journey to safety, walking down all 89 flights of steps. She's with us this morning. It's nice to see you. Thanks for talking. I noticed you watching very intently and nodding your head while you were looking at some of the pictures that were rolling as the former mayor, Rudy Giuliani, was talking.
Yes.
Is today very painful for you? Is this a day you just like to pass by?
No, it's not, and it's not something that I can pass by, because this day, I relive it every day, and I remember most of the things that happened to me that day every day.
At the time, the World Trade Centers were first about to be struck. You were in the office doing what you always do, making coffee, getting everything ready for some of your bosses and some of the employees to come in.
It was a beautiful day.
It was a gorgeous day. Remember that? It was just the
very
perfect,
much.
crystal clear fall morning. What did the impact feel like?
I had never felt anything like that before, and I know that when the plane hit, I was knocked out of my chair, and the conference room that is next to my desk, the ceiling collapsed. And I wondered what could possibly be happening, and how did they get a bomb up this high?
So you automatically thought someone had planted a bomb?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
How did you get out?
Well, I didn't know it at the time, but the exit to the floor that we were on was closed by the impact of the plane.
Slammed shut.
Yes, stuck. And two people had to come and break down that door in order for us to get off that floor.
A number of people started coming into your area, and what they had seen, I guess from their faces, you could tell just how bad it was.
Their faces were black, and they told me that they had seen a plane hit the building and that their office had been set on fire. And it was so unbelievable, because I felt the impact, but our office, no windows were broken.
Was fine.
It looked, except for this fallen ceiling, everything was, and the doorway, the front doorway, everything seemed like nothing had happened.
You started the walk down the flight of stairs, and it took a long time to make it all the way down.
I couldn't tell you exactly how much time, but it took a long time.
There's a point when the South Tower collapses. What did that feel like?
I remember there were lots of people in the stairway. We were walking down, and we were talking to each other. It wasn't
panic and pandemonium.
No, there was no panic. And then the stairs rumbled, the lights flickered, and the floor and the stairway shook. And no one moved, and it was silent until the rumbling stopped. And then from then on, no one said anything. It was quiet.
So you got down to the bottom. There was a point where the stairs sort of collapsed around you, and you were alone on the stairs. What happened?
I could not believe that happened to me. We're all going down the stairs. I hear someone say, "The ceiling's collapsing, the ceiling's collapsing." The people in front of me went down the stairs immediately. The people in back of me went up the stairs. And for a few seconds, I was on the stairway by myself, and I didn't know if I should go down or if I should go up. And then finally someone who was above me called to me and said, "Come this way."
In some ways, maybe that person saved your life. Do you ever want to go back and find the people who every step of the way sort of guided you?
There were so many people that I wish that I knew every one of them, and I know that some of them didn't live, but the ones that are alive, I'd love to give them a great big hug and say thank you.
Diane DeFontis, it's nice to talk to you. Thanks for talking with us this morning. We appreciate it. Got a short break. We're back in a moment.
It's now about 7:59, a little before that, but 5 years ago, just about this moment, American Airlines Flight 11, 81 passengers, 5 of them hijackers, and 11 crew aboard, rolled down the runway at Boston's Logan Airport and became airborne. The final stage of the plan was now in motion. The last routine radio communication from the cockpit would come in about 15 minutes. Mohammed Atta and the others wasted no time getting to work and turning the plane into a guided missile aimed at the World Trade Center.
The first attack certainly got the attention of Melody Homer. Her husband, Leroy Homer, was the co-pilot of United Flight 93, the plane that would crash in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. A wife and mother of a small child, her day on September 11th, 2001 began as any other day would. She said goodbye to Leroy as he headed to the airport to begin work. It's been 5 years since September 11th. Does it feel like 5 years, or does it feel like yesterday?
It feels like, you know, how could I have survived 5 whole years, because I didn't think I could survive day one.
Melody Homer began that day by taking her 10-month-old daughter, Laurel, to daycare. She came home, put on the TV, and then watched, confused, as news of the airplane hijackings appeared on the screen.
And immediately I thought about Leroy.
She knew her husband, Leroy Homer, a United Airlines pilot, was flying that day. But based on the flight schedule, she was sure his plane was far from the New York and D.C. areas. It wasn't.
People were calling back and forth, but then my friend from California called. He said, I think that was Leroy's flight. I saw it on CNN. And I, you know, immediately, I just remember yelling at him to take it back and hitting the kitchen window and just yelling at him to take it back. And it came across the screen.
I'm now told that United Airlines is now saying that flight, can you tell me the number of the flight, 93, has crashed in Pennsylvania.
Leroy was the co-pilot of United Flight 93. The airplane had been hijacked. It was believed to be headed for the Capitol or the White House. The hijackers were defeated by unarmed passengers and crew members who'd been alerted about the other attacks. The plane crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and left no survivors.
We had it all figured out, you know. We had it all figured out. And then it was like somebody took a big eraser and just erased everything.
In his memory, Melody's created a fund, the Leroy W. Homer Foundation, where young people can learn to fly. You can find it at LeroyHomerJr.org. Our timeline continues now. It's 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center.
5 years ago this morning, we first heard the news, and stunning as it was to hear of a plane crashing into the World Trade Center, it was just the beginning of a nightmare that would not end.
And while police and firefighters were rushing to Lower Manhattan to help, we could never have imagined what was going to happen next. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. You're watching a special edition of American Morning. I'm Soledad O'Brien.
And I'm Miles O'Brien. It was 5 years ago this morning. The first team of hijackers was already in the air. It would be 45 minutes before any of us had any idea how much different this day would be.
All through our broadcast this morning, we're going to follow the actual timeline of events as they happened 5 years ago. So at this hour, here's what was going on. American Airlines Flight 11 in the air. It's on its way from Boston to Los Angeles, and within the next 20 minutes, it will be hijacked and turned toward New York City. 15 minutes from now, United Airlines Flight 175 is going to take off from Boston, and a few minutes after that, American Airlines Flight 77 will leave Washington Dulles Airport.
In the next 15 minutes or so, air traffic controllers at Boston Center would realize something was terribly wrong with American Flight 11. No communication, a sudden left turn to the south, and then a troubling transmission from hijacker Mohammed Atta meant as an announcement for the passengers on the plane. By 8:25, controllers determined the plane was hijacked. 13 minutes later, they would notify NORAD, but it was too late for the fighters to do anything. We have correspondents positioned all across the country this morning. Alina Cho, live at Ground Zero, the site of the World Trade Center towers, to bring us the memorial events from there. Barbara Starr, live at the Pentagon. She'll have memorials from that location. Bob Franken in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, site of the crash of United Flight 93, the plane brought down after the passengers revolted.
John Zarella's live in Sarasota, Florida. That's where President Bush was on September 11, 2001. He was visiting an elementary school when he was told of the attack just after 9 a.m. And Dan Lothian is live for us in Boston, where two of the hijacked planes departed from on this day 5 years ago. Let's begin with Dan this morning. Good morning, Dan.
Well, good morning, Soledad. This is the terminal where 5 of the hijackers boarded American Airlines Flight 11 and took off, as you mentioned a couple minutes ago. They would now be in the air. We're using broadband technology, which allows us to go live from inside of this terminal. After 9/11, the rules were changed for security reasons, so you can only use a conventional live equipment go live outside. Now, one other plane remains on the ground here, or would have remained on the ground here, United 175. 5 hijackers on board. That plane taking off in about 15 minutes or so. So that
Dan Lothian in Boston for us. Dan, thanks. Miles?
At this moment, 5 years ago, on American Airlines Flight 11, Captain John Oganowski and First Officer Thomas McGinnis were still at the controls. They, and all of us for that matter, operating under some false assumptions about hijackings. To comply with requests, for one thing. 2 hijackers sat 2 rows behind the cockpit door, 6 rows behind them, the man who would be flying the plane in about 14 minutes. It was the first plane to hit the Twin Towers, and American Morning's Lena Cho is at the site now, Ground Zero this morning. Alina.
Miles, good morning to you. Hundreds of family members have already begun to arrive here at Ground Zero. The bagpipers are playing. It has become a sad reunion of sorts. Many family members are spending this time to reconnect, hug, comfort each other on this 5-year anniversary. The ceremony will begin about 30 minutes from now at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. There will be 4 moments of silence, twice to mark the times each tower was struck, twice to mark the times each tower fell. The mayor of New York at that point will introduce the reading of the names. All 2,749 names of the World Trade Center victims will be read today, and this year the spouses, partners, and significant others will be reading the names. 100 pairs of readers, each will read approximately 14 names. Now, throughout the morning, as in years past, family members will be able to descend this ramp to the lowest part of Ground Zero, what many people call sacred ground. They will be at the footprints of the towers, where there are 2 small temporary reflecting pools. Family members will be able to lay flowers, will be able to pay their respects. And this is a day of reflection, Miles, and family members, many of them, will be staying here throughout the afternoon.
Alina Cho at Ground Zero, thank you very much. We'll continue our special coverage of the 5th anniversary of 9/11, but first a look at some of the other stories making news today. Carol Costello, live now from the newsroom. Carol?
Morning, Miles. Good morning to all of you. A new warning from Osama bin Laden's top deputy. In a videotaped statement on an Islamist website, Ayman al-Zawahiri warns that, quote, new events are on the way. The tape appears to be recent, with references to the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. A deadly attack in eastern Afghanistan today. Witnesses tell the Associated Press a suicide bomber targeted the funeral of a provincial governor who was assassinated yesterday by a suicide attack. No word yet on the exact number of deaths. The death toll is rising in Iraq this morning. At least 13 Iraqi army recruits now dead after a suicide bomber blew himself up on board a bus. The attack happened in northern Baghdad, just outside of an Iraqi army recruiting center. Saddam Hussein's trial is now adjourned until tomorrow. He was back in court today for the first time in almost 3 weeks. 3 witnesses testified on an alleged chemical attack on northern Iraq, killing tens of thousands of Kurds in the 1980s. The space shuttle Atlantis has reached its mark, now docked at the International Space Station. The Atlantis crew is delivering equipment to help complete construction of the space station. 3 spacewalks are planned for tomorrow, and if all goes well, Atlantis will be back on Earth a week from Wednesday. Some relief for firefighters in Nevada today. Crews there have contained the last of the fires that have burned more than 400 square miles in the northeast part of the state. Fires have been active in the region since early June. That's a look at the headlines this morning. Back to you, Miles.
Thank you, Carol. The special edition of American Morning continues after this.
This 9/11, as the world remembers, CNN is live from New York, Washington, and with Anderson Cooper in Afghanistan. CNN coverage all day today.
10 after 8 now, and within 5 minutes, the hijackers on American Flight 11 would make their move 5 years ago. By the time the coordinated attacks were over, 4 planes would be down, the World Trade Center and the Pentagon in flames, and official Washington evacuating. Tim Romer was a congressman from Indiana that morning. He later became a member of the 9/11 Commission. He joins us from Washington. Mr. Romer, good to have you back with us on the program.
Nice to see you, Miles.
What are your recollections of that morning?
Well, many things. First of all, just like so many people, Miles, I remember the crispness of the air in your lungs, the beauty of the sky, the blueness of the sky. And then the surprise, I was actually watching CNN that morning when that first plane went in. I was in my congressional office. We evacuated the office about an hour and a half later. I told my staff to go home. And the rest of the day seems, Miles, like it's in slow motion, carved into my heart and my brain. I remember the confusion that day, the chaos. My cell phone did not work very well. We tried to get the Intelligence Committee to meet. I remember stopping by a church on Capitol Hill, St. Joseph Church, and trying to look for some inspiration and hope. I remember stopping by the Pentagon that night, still seeing it in smoke and a desk hanging off one of the sliced open sides, and wondering what happened to that person that had been sitting at that desk at the Pentagon. And then being inspired that night, too, and seeing all the people at the Pentagon pitching in to help out. I knew that there would be hope and promise, and the best of America would come forward at the end of that very difficult day.
At any point during this day, were you just, in a very base way, afraid?
There were many times, Miles, that you were afraid. You were worried, especially when I was standing in front of the Pentagon that night, seeing one of our fortresses pried open by a missile airplane. Thinking about the number of people that probably died on the plane and on the ground, thinking about if they could hit our Pentagon, what else could they do, and then turning around and looking into the lights that were still there, seeing the thousands of Americans lined up, urban rescue people, fire people, people from the Pentagon, all pitching in to help. And I really felt this sense of, you know, as the country came together in the next few months, this unity and this hope. And I hope we get that back. I hope we can come together as a people. We have a lot of work to do. We have 12 Ds, 5 Fs, and 2 incompletes as grades from the 9/11 Commission. A lot of work to go. We see bin Laden and Zawahiri releasing a tape over the weekend. They want new events to attack America. We have a lot of work to go to make this country safer. We're not as safe as we should be, and we have a long way to go in terms of healing the scars and paying respect to the people that died that day. I think that's what this is about today.
You know, one of the things that you're talking about here is a sense of bipartisanship, and that's reflected in the 9/11 Commission report. Everybody would say that's a bipartisan document. How, this discussion about how to make us safer, how does it get removed from the partisan world? Can it be?
I think the American people realize that there are going to be fights, there are going to be disagreements, there are going to be times when the Republican and the Democratic parties may have different versions of how to go forward. But the 9/11 Commission book outlined 41 ideas to make our country safer, to say with 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans on foreign policy, on reorganizing government, on brand new ideas, here is what we can do to better protect our country, reorganize our government in new ways against this jihadist threat. And only half of these recommendations have been passed 5 years later. And we see difficulties in Afghanistan, some backsliding, record levels of opium production. We have bin Laden and Zawahiri releasing tapes faster than the rock group U2. We're not winning the war in terms of the political battles of communicating with those people that may line up as future jihadists. We can, I think, Miles, have the same kind of unity that we had, even though we may disagree on some of the ways to go forward, we can still have some kind of bipartisanship going forward in Congress in the weeks ahead to pass these remaining reforms, yet we haven't seen that happen yet. I think that would be a real honor to the people that died when we think about the photo albums that will never be completed from these people, the 3,000 people that died. Let's give them tribute. Let's remember those people that stood up on Flight 93 to save our capital and lawmakers. Let's have our lawmakers stand up for America today, work in a bipartisan way, and get the job done.
Tim Romer, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Miles.
Soledad.
I want to get to another crucial moment in the timeline of September 11th, 2001. 5 years ago, here's what was happening. Just about a minute ago, United Airlines Flight 175 taking off from Boston's Logan Airport. It's bound for Los Angeles, but within 30 minutes, hijackers will take control and the flight will be turned around and head to New York City. While United Flight 175 is just about to leave Boston, further south in Manassas, Virginia, 13-year-old Colin Wolfe is just about to start his school day. Friends say 9/11 had a big impact on him. Colin would later become a Marine and would go to Iraq. In August, Colin Wolfe was killed in combat, and his funeral is today at Arlington National Cemetery. CNN Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr joins us this morning. Hey, Barbara.
Good morning again, Soledad. You know, we've talked so much about this American journey through the war on terror over the last 5 years. We want to tell you about Colin Wolfe and his journey to manhood from being a little 13-year-old boy on the morning of September 11th here in the nation's capital, here in the suburbs. He was going to school that morning, and by all accounts, he told his parents he wanted to become a Marine. Well, Marine Lance Corporal Colin Wolfe, 18 years old, died just a few days ago in Iraq, and later today, around noon, his parents will lay him to rest just over that hill from where we are at Arlington National Cemetery. It will be yet again another funeral for a member of the armed services who has died under enemy fire in the war on terror. But Colin Wolfe, like so many young people, apparently watched the events unfold on the morning of September 11th, and this 13-year-old boy became an 18-year-old young man who died in the war on terror. Soledad.
Today. Yes, you want to cry horribly, but I felt he's a hero and he's a Marine.
His mother speaking very briefly at this moment of grief. She's becoming, of course, another type of 9/11 mother. Again today, later today, he will be laid to rest by his parents, his family, and his friends here at Arlington National Cemetery.
Barbara Starr right near the Pentagon this morning. Thanks, Barbara. American Morning's coverage of the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks will continue in just a moment. Stay with us.
CNN Pipeline presents CNN's original coverage of 9/11 in real time as it happened that day. All day. Go to CNN.
The President's Speech, the 9/11 Remembered. Larry King, 9 Eastern.
It's now about 8:20, and 5 years ago this moment, American Airlines Flight 77 took off from Washington's Dulles Airport. The third hijacked airliner was now airborne. Bound for Los Angeles, it too was loaded with at least 14,000 gallons of jet fuel. Within 30 minutes from this moment, Flight 77 would become a guided missile headed toward Washington. 8:21 now, and just about this moment 5 years ago, hijacker Mohammed Atta turned off the transponder on American Airlines Flight 11. We don't know for sure how Atta and the others gained access to the cockpit. We do know they stabbed 2 flight attendants, perhaps to get their key or to lure one of the pilots out of the cockpit. The flight began 20 minutes earlier at Boston's Logan Airport. American Morning's Dan Lothian is there. Dan?
Well, good morning, Miles. You know, so many people responded and helped out after the attack, but here in Boston, one chaplain began to minister before Flight 11 hit one of the Twin Towers.
Boston Logan Airport chaplain Father Richard Uftring was still unpacking from his Bermuda vacation when an American Airlines official called his home shortly after 8:20 a.m.
Saying that there was a plane in trouble. I didn't have to
question that very long.
There was a hijacking in progress, but the details were sketchy. Father Uftring was summoned to the airport.
Just come over, we need some help because we have a plane and a crew in trouble. And I came over here right away.
He had been the chaplain here for only 3 years, was used to dealing with grief. But Father Uftring was about to be tested like never before.
What was that like?
Shock.
It was a difficult, painful day for him as he ministered, but there was also some personal loss because he knew some of the people on Flight 11. I just want to point out that we're going live via broadband here at the Terminal B. This is where Flight 11 took off from. Back to you.
Dan Lothian at Terminal B at Logan Airport. Thank you. Soledad.
At this hour, 5 years ago, former White House press secretary Ari Fleischer was with the president. They were preparing for an event at an elementary school in Sarasota, Florida. Ari Fleischer would remain at the president's side for most of the rest of this day, from the moment the president learned of the first attack to the speech that President Bush would deliver that night from the Oval Office. Ari Fleischer's our guest this morning. It's nice to see you.
Good morning.
At this point, at this time in the morning, you're preparing to go into this elementary school where the president's going to sit down and read to a bunch of second graders. There comes a point where you get word of the first plane crash. Did you automatically assume, like most of us did, that it was just a horrible freak accident?
Absolutely. I got a pager just as I was getting out of the motorcade that said the World Trade Center had been hit by an aircraft. In Florida, the weather was beautiful, and I thought maybe it's a terribly stormy day in Manhattan. Nobody knew. And then when we arrived into the school, the president was also told about it, and he was under the impression it must have been some terrible accident. We all thought it was a small aircraft. That was our impression when the first tower was hit.
Until the second plane hit. It seemed like all of us immediately thought it's an attack.
Well, Soledad, you know, I had never seen it until this morning, and I was watching your show, but I got a second page telling me the second tower was hit, and I instantly knew it had to be terrorism. And I saw that you had that tape this morning, and I saw my face getting that report. And I just remember instantly from that moment and for the next many months, it was just a terrible time of tension and a hard, heavy somberness just set in on everybody at the White House as we recognized right away that we were a nation that was heading to war.
I mean, you look at the president's face, you do see it on the face of every single person who's in that classroom, except for obviously the second graders and everybody who doesn't know what's going on.
That's right.
You write a note to the president. Andy
Yes.
Card leans over and fills the president in as he's reading this book. And you write a note to the president that says, don't say anything yet.
Right.
Why?
Well, what happened was the president was going to, having been told about the first tower, thinking an accident, he was going to make remarks to the country inside that schoolroom about this accident and that federal resources would be made available to help the people of New York. As soon as it was clear the second tower had been hit, it wasn't an accident, and the most important thing was to get the president a full briefing before he spoke to the country, because at that point, obviously, tens of millions were watching their TV to see what was happening. He wasn't. He was sitting in a schoolroom for those moments until he could get those briefings.
Anything prepare you for something like this moment?
No, Soledad. Nothing can ever prepare you for this. There is no imaginable feeling like going into the White House, particularly when you think most of the issues are domestic, education, taxes, the economy, and on one morning everything just riveting changes because the country's been attacked and you know we're going to be preparing for military combat.
Yeah, everything changed for so many people. Ari Fleischer, we're going to ask you to stick around so we can talk to you a little bit more as we progress through this morning. Appreciate it.
Let's get back now to our timeline in American Flight 11. At this moment 5 years ago, air traffic controllers knew they had a hijacking. At 8:24, they heard a radio transmission from the flight. And this is how it went. It said, "We have some planes, just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We're returning to the airport." And then, "Nobody move, everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourself and the airplane, just stay quiet." Apparently meant as a public address to the passengers on board. And right about now, 5 years ago, just about a minute from now, 8:27 a.m., Flight 11 took a left turn to the south. Take a look. We're running the radar data tracks from that morning in real time. I just want to point out what we have here. That's United Airlines Flight 175, as it would be 5 years ago this moment. And that is American Airlines Flight 11 at this moment. Just to orient you, at this point, American Airlines Flight 11 is very near to Albany, and very shortly would begin making that sudden turn. You see how it turns red there at this point and says cryptically there in its box there, ETA changed. We're going to follow this radar track all throughout the morning so you can see where these planes were at any given moment. But very shortly, this flight and this hijacking would turn very ominous and very chaotic for the controllers. Things started happening very quickly in Boston Center. At this moment, they called the FAA Command Center in Herndon, Virginia. They told them that American Airlines Flight 11 was hijacked and was headed for New York airspace. American Morning's timeline coverage of the events of 9/11 continues after a quick break. Welcome back to CNN's special coverage of the 5th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. I'm Miles O'Brien.
And I'm Soledad O'Brien. All morning long, we are following the timeline of that fateful day, moment by moment. In this half hour, we're focusing on 5 significant events. 8:37 a.m. Eastern Time. 5 years ago today, American Airlines Flight 11 reported as hijacked. 5 minutes later, United Flight 93, the flight that's eventually going to crash into a Pennsylvania field, departs Newark Airport. A minute after that, United Flight 175 is hijacked. 8:46 a.m., American Flight 11 hits the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Moments later, United Flight 175 changes altitude. Eventually, it will turn toward New York City. We'll get into more detail on these moments in just a little bit. First, though, we want to get a quick check of the other stories that are making news today. Carol's in our newsroom. Good morning, Carol.
Morning, Soledad, and good morning to all of you. 5 years after the 9/11 attacks, parts of Afghanistan still a haven for terrorists, the Taliban. CNN's Anderson Cooper is near the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. Anderson, tell us more.
Well, Carol, I'm here at a forward operating base very close to the Pakistan border within sight. I can't tell you the exact location. We're actually now just getting some fire. Some rockets have been fired. They were about to have a moment of silence here in commemoration of 9/11. We got to get to a bunker. So, Carol, I got to toss it back to you. Let's go.
Okay, we're going to let Anderson get to safety. We'll get back to him to fill you in on exactly what happened. But as you could see, American troops were going to have a moment of silence, and then some sort of rocket attack was occurring, and they had to get to safety. Again, we'll get back to them to find out exactly what happened when we get that information into our headquarters here in New York. Tune in tonight, though, for a special 9/11 edition of Anderson Cooper 360 live from Afghanistan. That will come your way at 10 p.m. Eastern. A new warning from Osama bin Laden's top deputy. In a videotaped statement on an Islamist website, Ayman al-Zawahiri warns that, quote, new events are on the way. The tape appears to be recent, with references to the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The former president of Iran is condemning Osama bin Laden. In a speech last night at Harvard University, Mohammad Khatami described the 9/11 attacks as barbaric, but he defended Hezbollah, describing the group's actions as resistance against Israeli colonialism. British Prime Minister Tony Blair certainly getting an earful while paying a visit to Beirut. An angry protester interrupted a news conference while hundreds more shouted outside. Mr. Blair's there to show support for the Lebanese Prime Minister and the UN-brokered ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Protesters are angry over his perceived backing of Israel. Finally, some good news at the pump, and I'm sure you've noticed gas prices plunged more than 21 cents a gallon over the past 2 weeks. The national average fell to $2.66 per gallon of self-serve. The price dropped nearly 37 cents over the past 4 weeks. Hurricane Florence is battering Bermuda right now. Severe weather expert Chad Myers is at the CNN Weather Center. What's the latest, Chad?
So far, 76 miles per hour, Carol, but a tower in Bermuda, they have a lot of towers for communication. A tower in Bermuda about 200 feet off the ground had a wind gust to 96 miles per hour. So yes, we are expecting some damage there in Bermuda. The storm is pretty much making its closest approach now and will begin to move away. Winds are 80, gusts to 100 miles per hour. In fact, officially, this is the peak of hurricane season. Yesterday, September 10th, the peak of hurricane season. And here's the latest observation from Bermuda. Winds to 56, gusts to 73 miles per hour. That's directly from the hurricane or the forecast center there in Bermuda. Folks there are batting down the hatches for a couple days. They knew this was coming. Severe weather headed into Chicago. Significant airport delays for you now. Almost 2 hours at O'Hare. Just the past last time I checked. Yeah, now 2 hours and 10 minutes. Newark with a 30-minute departure delay, in Chicago 30 minutes as well. An absolutely delightful day in New York City. The morning low temperatures in the 50s. The afternoon high with sunshine 68. And for the rest of the week in the middle 70s, but by the weekend, back up to where you should be, almost to 80 degrees. So back to you.
All right, Chad, thanks. 5 years ago, American Airlines Flight 77 was airborne. In an hour, it would slam into the Pentagon. CNN's Jamie McIntyre live at the Pentagon for us this morning. Good morning, Jamie.
Well, good morning, Soledad. 5 years ago, I ended my day in this gas station parking lot across the street from the Pentagon, but I began my day in my Pentagon office on the outer E-ring of the building. It was just after 9:30, and my CNN office was filled with people watching what was happening in New York. Not everybody at the Pentagon has a TV on their desk. I suddenly began getting computer messages from colleagues at CNN. Are you okay? Is everything all right? I thought, why are they asking me that? Then I looked up at CNN and I saw that my producer, Chris Plant, who had just arrived at work, was reporting by his cell phone that an aircraft had hit the building.
A huge plume of smoke which continues to rise from the west side of the Pentagon.
I never heard or felt the impact. The building is that big. I rushed out and back to get my first report on the air around 10 o'clock, and I kept trying to call home, but the line was tied up with concerned friends who were calling my wife. Finally, she called me just as I was about to go on the air. I'm okay, I said, just as Aaron Brown was introducing me.
Jamie McIntyre is there.
And I no sooner got started than he interrupted me.
Wow.
And some people were...
Jamie, I need you to stop for a second. There has just been a huge explosion. We can see a billowing smoke rising, and I'll tell you that I can't see that second tower.
And the bad day had just gotten much worse. And so I just remember sitting in this parking lot with Chris Plant, talking about, among ourselves, about how we thought the world and our lives were going to change from that day on, and they certainly did.
Yeah, they certainly did for many, many people. Jamie McIntyre, the Pentagon this morning. Thanks, Jamie. Miles?
Now, 8:37 and 5 years ago this moment, 13 minutes after they first became aware of the first hijacking, FAA flight controllers contact NEADS, that's the Northeast Air Defense Sector, or subsect of NORAD. Take a look at what they were seeing at this moment 5 years ago on their radar screens. We're replaying the radar tape as it happened that day. And what you're seeing right there, that's American Airlines Flight 11 making its way now down, following probably pretty much the Hudson River on its way down, definitely way off course, not communicating with controllers, its transponder off. And you can see over here, I'll put a number beside it, that's United Airlines Flight 175. The trouble still brewing on that particular airplane. 9 minutes later, if you look here on the Cape, right where I'm putting that number 1 there, Otis Air National Guard Base got the scramble order. And it was their mission to fly as quickly as they could up Long Island Sound, across Long Island, to the New York area. At the same moment that they got that scramble order, however, moving ahead just about 10 minutes from now, American Airlines Flight 11 hit the North Tower. This morning at the site of the World Trade Center, Ground Zero, they are marking the anniversary with a solemn ceremony. American Morning's Alina Cho is there. Alina.
Miles, good morning to you. That ceremony is set to begin in just a few minutes at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Hundreds, if not thousands, of family members have already arrived here. The ceremony will begin with 4 moments of silence. Then there will be the annual reading of the names. All 2,749 World Trade Center victims, and this year the spouses, partners, and significant others will be reading the names. Now, when you talk about the victims, it is impossible not to talk about Cantor Fitzgerald. 658 of its workers perished in the North Tower on 9/11, but by sheer luck, the company's CEO, Howard Lutnick, was not there. Instead, he was taking his son for his first day of school.
So I was standing outside his school taking that first day picture, you know, with your son, 5-year-old, wearing short pants and his hair a little wet behind the ears. And we have that picture at 8:46 in the morning.
The precise moment American Airlines Flight 11 crashed into the North Tower, Lutnick was still enjoying a special moment with his son.
A school administrator came to you and summoned you to the lobby. What happened next?
Well, I was told the plane had hit the building, so I thought it was like a Cessna or some sort of little plane, so I jumped in my car. And immediately, as I got in the car and drove through New York City, you could see the smoke in the sky. And I just had to get there. I just was trying not to think too much. I said, I just have to get there. I had to get there. I had to make sure my people got out. So all the people were coming this way. and I was going that way, and I got to the door of the building.
Howard Lutnick immediately started grabbing people who were on their way out, asking them what floor they were on. Cantor Fitzgerald occupied floors 101 to 105 of the North Tower, so Lutnick was trying desperately to find out if anyone on any of those floors had survived. Miles, in the next hour, we will hear much more from Lutnick and what happened next.
It always amazes me, Alina, hearing these little twist of fate stories. We were just talking to the executive chef at Windows on the World who had a problem with his eyeglasses, and that's the reason he's alive today. Just these simple twists of fate. On the one hand, they might feel lucky, on the other hand, they might feel guilty, too.
That's absolutely right, Miles. In fact, Howard Lutnick's brother was one of the 658 people who died. And Cantor Fitzgerald had this policy whereby if you knew someone or had a family member who you thought might be good for the firm, they brought them along. And so Cantor Fitzgerald lost 50 sets of 2 people in each family, 50 sets, and
wow.
658 people in all.
It's very difficult to comprehend it all, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Alina, thank you. Alina Cho at Ground Zero. As the world remembers the attacks of 9/11 5 years ago today, our coverage continues. Live pictures from Ground Zero, the national anthem, at a solemn memorial on this, the 5th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. It's now 8:44 in the morning. 5 years ago, just about this moment, after a long traffic delay on the ground, United Flight 93 is finally taking off from Newark Airport. The 4th transcontinental flight to be hijacked is now in the air. Plane is bound for San Francisco. Supposedly, the 4-man hijacking team is a little slower to act than the others. They didn't take over the plane for about 45 minutes. It was about 9:28 Eastern Time. By that time, many of the passengers were becoming aware of what had happened at the World Trade Center. Now, 1 minute later, 8:43, about 2 minutes ago, growing chaos and confusion inside the FAA radar rooms. At this moment, the hijackers on United Flight 175 are taking over the flight. Controllers at the New York Center come to the conclusion in about 8 minutes or so that yet another plane is hijacked. United Flight 175 is now headed toward the World Trade Center.
Let's take it back now to where the World Trade Center once stood. Live pictures coming to you from Ground Zero as we begin the ceremony to honor those who died on that day 5 years ago.
"5 years have come and gone, and we still stand together as one. We come back to this place to remember the heartbreaking
Mayor Michael Bloomberg
anniversary.
beginning remarks. Live pictures coming to us from Ground Zero this morning. It is 8:46 a.m. East Coast time.
At this moment, 5 years ago, was the moment we all became aware, just the tip of the iceberg, really. American Airlines Flight 11 heads south, flying over Manhattan. New Yorkers hear the deafening roar of a jet engine and look up to see a frightening and confusing sight.
It's a passenger plane, and it's a plane that's flying so low it almost seems to be brushing the top of the buildings. And it's heading right for the North Tower of the World Trade Center. And that is where the true horror of the 9/11 attacks begins to unfold. Back now, live pictures to Ground Zero. 2,749 people perished at this site. This morning, the names of those who died in the attacks are being read by spouses, the husbands, the wives, the family members, the partners of the people who were lost. There are about 200 people who will each read 14 names apiece. And this is going to continue until every name has been read. Let's pause for a moment of silence.
It surely cannot be easy to come to this site and speak out loud the name of the person that you had always thought would be next to you, the one with whom you had hoped to face the world, to stand by your side. Yet who can know what is in your hearts?
My name is Susan Sliwak. My husband Robert worked at Cantor Fitzgerald. We had been married for only 9 years, though it felt as if we had shared a lifetime together because of all that we had been through. The light of his life were our 3 children, Ryan and our twins Kyle and Nicole. Of all the many things I wish I could still tell him, there is one thing my heart wants to say above all the rest, feelings best expressed in the words of an American song. How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie. How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky? How many times a day do I think of you? How many roses are sprinkled with dew? How far would I travel
this morning,
to
we
be
also
where
want to
you
show
are?
you the names of those who lost their lives on this day 5 years ago. 2,973 people were confirmed dead in the 9/11 attacks. And at this moment, 5 years ago, less than 3 minutes after the crash, CNN broke the news to the world. Here's a look at what it looked like and sounded like.
This just in, you are looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. The CNN Center right now is just beginning to work on this story, obviously calling our sources and trying to figure out exactly what happened, but clearly something relatively devastating happening this morning there on the south end of the island of Manhattan. That is, once again, a picture of one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
Well, you can see these pictures. It's obviously something devastating has happened. And again, unconfirmed report that a plane has crashed into one of the towers there. We are efforting more information on this subject as it becomes available to you.
Right now, we've got Sean Murtaugh. He is a CNN producer on the telephone right now. Sean, what can you tell us about what you know?
This is Sean Murtaugh. I just was standing on the Vice President of Finance.
Sean,
Vice President of Finance for CNN.
Sean, we're on the air right now. What can you tell us about this situation?
Hello?
Yes, Sean, you're on the air right
yes.
now. Go ahead. What can you tell us?
I just witnessed a plane that appeared to be cruising slightly lower than normal altitude over New York City, and it appears to have crashed into, I don't know which tower it is, but it hit directly in the middle of one of the World Trade Center towers.
Sean, what kind of plane? Was it a small plane, a jet?
It was a jet. Looked like a 2-engine jet, maybe a 737.
You're talking about a large passenger commercial
Large
jet.
passenger commercial jet.
And where were you when you saw this?
I am on the 21st floor of 5 Penn Plaza.
Did it appear that the plane was having any difficulty flying?
Yes, it did. It was teetering back and forth, wingtip to wingtip, and it looks like it has crashed into probably 20 stories from the top of the World Trade Center, maybe the 80th to 85th floor.
8:50 now, the World Trade Center in flames. But none of us, including the U.S. military, knew that this was just the beginning. At NORAD's Northcom Command Center, then beneath Cheyenne Mountain near Colorado Springs, they were in the midst of a drill tracking some Russian bombers. They had never run a drill that simulated what was happening 5 years ago. An exclusive look inside NORAD today. Lieutenant General Eric Finley was Director of Operations at NORAD on 9/11. He joins us now from the new NORAD Operations Center at Peterson Air Force Base. General, good to have you with us.
Good morning.
This morning at this time, what did you know? What was your understanding of what was going on?
Well, we were in the middle of an exercise and some training, and we got the first request for assistance from the FAA for what we thought was initially a routine hijacking.
And when you say routine hijacking, what were the assumptions that NORAD operated under when they heard about a hijacking?
Well, we always looked out for external threats, and if we got a request for assistance, it was simply a hijacking that would probably have the aircraft captain taking that aircraft to another location and asking for money or some political issue that had to be resolved.
So NORAD's role in that case would be, more than anything, to be an escort, I suppose, right?
Just an unarmed escort to ensure that where the aircraft captain says he's going, he's going.
And so, obviously, you were watching this unfold, and then the second tower exploded with the second crash. How did you find out about that, and what went through your mind at that point?
Well, we were watching CNN at the time because CNN was broadcasting a hole in the first World Trade Center, and we were trying to determine if that, in fact, was the hijacked aircraft that we were asked to assist, and we were told no, it was an accident. And when we saw the second World Trade Center hit, we knew we had a coordinated attack. But we didn't understand the extent at that particular point in time.
Well, and not only that, you really had never drilled for anything of this nature. I mean, after all that morning, you were focused on a drill that had something to do with Russian bombers. So it required an almost instantaneous change in your mindset, didn't it?
It required an instant transformation. We knew that our mission had just changed. We needed better situational awareness and ability to see, to communicate, and to take action. We did our best that particular morning, but it was just a little bit behind the power curve.
As you look back on it, is there anything you would have done differently that morning if you could do it over?
I'd love to have what we have today, the situational awareness, information sharing, radars, communications, and a lot more armed aircraft that have been trained and exercised in this particular mission.
Tell us a little bit more about that, because there's an awful lot in the 9/11 Commission report about the somewhat dysfunctional communication between the FAA and NORAD. How much has that improved?
It is real-time, instantaneous. As your folks are standing here in this command center, they're actually hearing the Domestic Events Network from the FAA. They're getting real-time information that anything that is going wrong is caught right there at that spot. There's no delay, and we're taking action.
If you had this kind of capability 5 years ago this morning, could you have stopped those airliners from striking those buildings? Would you have had the time?
We would have stopped the airliners. It still would have been a very tragic day because, unfortunately, we would have had to engage at least one or two of them.
And that's a sobering thought on its own right. Lieutenant General Eric Finley, who is Director of Operations at NORAD at 9/11, joining us from Peterson Air Force Base. Thank you for your time, sir.
You're welcome.
Soledad.
5 years ago today, American Airlines Flight 11 had crashed into the North Tower. By this time, United Flight 175 is just minutes away from hitting the second tower. Both of the hijacked planes departed from Boston's Logan International Airport. That's where Dan Lothian is for us this morning. Good morning, Dan.
5 years ago, the chaplain at Boston Logan Airport was called in early by American Airlines. He was told that there was trouble. On his way to the airport, the first plane crashed.
Father Richard Uftring arrives at Logan Airport in Boston around 8:50 a.m. after the first crash and immediately begins meeting with American Airlines employees.
You can just do so much at that moment with so many people and so many emotions.
He tries to offer spiritual comfort, to give answers in the midst of so much grief. It's tough.
I know at times I help some people. I'm also sure some people are upset at me.
Father Uftring has to stay strong, even as he deals with his own emotions. He knows 3 of the crew members on the doomed American Airlines flight.
It was just surreal. It was just it's not possible.
Father Uftring says about 100 ministers and agencies such as the Red Cross responded not only to help out the employees of the airlines, but also the relatives of the victims on both of those flights who would soon be coming to an airport hotel, not only to be counseled, but to be updated on the crash. Back to you, Soledad.
Dan Lothian in Boston for us. Thanks, Dan. On the ground now here in New York City, first responders are already realizing just how grave the situation is. Paramedic Michael Martin was at home when he first heard the news.
I had worked the night before, So I was just getting up, taking a shower, and my wife called up to me and said that it was actually something went into the Trade Center. They said a plane and stuff like that. So I was watching more and more of it, and then I told her I have to go in.
One of hundreds of paramedics and first responders who came in as many people were fleeing the buildings. Miles?
It's now 8:57. Let's go back about 3 minutes to 5 years ago. At 8:54, a key time, there is really chaos in the skies right now. Take a look now at the flight tracker technology that we have from Flight Explorer. We're replaying the actual radar data tracking information from that day, synced up exactly in time. As we know, we've had one plane, American Airlines 11, that has already hit the World Trade Center. That's flight number 1 there. Number 2 is United Airlines Flight 175, heading into western New Jersey. Will dip over Pennsylvania for just a little while and then loop back around to the north and take aim for the South Tower of the World Trade Center. United Flight 93 is making its way, still has not been commandeered at this juncture. It left late from Newark Airport. And the one we want to focus on the most right now is American Airlines Flight 77. At this point, controllers are realizing there is trouble. You see there's a sudden turn there to the south, apparently toward Washington. Now, at 8:56, the hijacker on board that plane, Hani Hanjour, turns off the plane's transponders, and it makes it appear as if the plane just drops off radar screens. A controller tracking the flight didn't know anything about what was going on in New York. This was an entirely different sector than was dealing with this problem up in here. These were actually 2 sectors here. This was Indianapolis Center. He didn't know what was going on. In about 20 minutes, though, they put it all together. They realized it might be something else, and they began searching desperately for American 77. It remained missing up until the very end.
It's a few minutes later, 8:56 a.m., the hijacker pilot has turned off the plane's transponder. He's made it drop off the radar screen, as Miles said. What is happening now as the first responders are going in, there are hundreds of them who are running into the building. And as people start evacuating the second tower. So the north tower of the World Trade Center is on fire. The evacuation order has been given for the south tower. And we have hundreds of police officers and firefighters and paramedics in the area or heading into the area. And what the police and firefighters don't know is that at this moment, a second plane is heading their way right toward the south tower. It's only 5 minutes away. Our timeline coverage of the 5th anniversary of the September 11th attacks will continue straight through our 9 o'clock hour, which begins right now. It's now 9 o'clock Eastern. President Bush walks into Emma Bookard Elementary School in Sarasota, Florida. He's there to launch a new national reading campaign by visiting with Sandra K. Daniels' second grade class. At this time, the Pentagon reacts to the attack on the World Trade Center by raising its own alert level to ThreatCon Alpha. That's just 1 level above normal and still 3 levels below the highest alert, ThreatCon Delta. Alpha indicates a terrorist threat exists but is still unpredictable. Delta means an attack has already taken place. One of the top executives from American Airlines learns they've lost communication with Flight 77. Flight 77 is the plane that will hit the Pentagon. The loss of communications, coupled with the crash of Flight 11 in New York, pushes American Airlines to ground all flights in the Northeast. The ground stop for departures is soon followed by United Airlines. While United and American ground their outgoing flights, there are still more than 4,000 planes in the air over the United States. Now, at 9:01 Eastern, President Bush, still at Emma Booker Elementary, takes a call from then National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. It's then he's told American Airlines Flight 11 has hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 5th anniversary of 9/11. I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm coming to you this morning from a forward operating base run by the U.S. military by the 10th Mountain Division, very close to the Pakistan border. I can't give you the exact location for the safety of the soldiers on this base. They were about to have a ceremony commemorating the 5th anniversary of 9/11. All the soldiers had gathered here at the just about about 20 minutes ago now. As soon as the ceremony was about to begin, we were actually live on air. There was an incoming round very close to this base. It is a common occurrence here. While there has been much debate about the war in Iraq and whether that is a central front of the war on terror, there is no debate. This is the front line of the war on terror. The soldiers here every day are going out on patrols, and they are encountering an enemy. They are seeing Al-Qaeda fighters. They're seeing Uzbeks and Chechens and Arab fighters. They are hearing them. They are seeing them. They are killing them. They are also seeing a resurgence of the Taliban, increasingly using Al-Qaeda-style tactics of suicide attacks, vehicle-borne suicide attacks, and IEDs. They've taken so far 5 incoming rounds over the last 30 minutes or so. They've been returning fire with this howitzer, as well as with some mortars. We'll have more from this forward operating base tonight on 360. Let's go back to Soledad, New York. Soledad?
All right, Anderson, thanks. Let's continue to follow the 9/11 timeline now. It's 9:05 a.m. It's that moment that President Bush is informed that the second tower has been hit. He's reading to a group of elementary school students in Sarasota, Florida, and the White House Chief of Staff, Andrew Card, walks up to him and whispers in his ear, "A second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack." You can see on the videotape of that moment, the president's face becomes more grim as he watches the children in teacher Kay Daniels' second grade class. CNN's John Zarella is at the Emmy Booker Elementary School in Sarasota this morning. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. And right now the students here are gathered in the cafeteria for an assembly, memorial assembly. They are going to hear a taped message from the president. It lasts about a minute and a half or 2 minutes, and it will be primarily focused on education, which is what he was here to deliver a speech on 5 years ago. Of course, that did not happen. He was in Kay Daniels' class, as you mentioned, when he got the word. We had an opportunity to talk with Kay Daniels extensively about her recollections of what happened at that moment.
Read these words the fast way. Get ready.
Plane.
Yes, plane. Get ready.
Must.
Yes, must. He was listening at the time. And I knew when Andy Card came over and whispered in his ear, he didn't pick up his book. That was my first signal that something's wrong, because he left me. Emotionally, he left. He was supposed to pick up his book because we were getting ready to read the story. And it took him a while to pick up the book because he was gone. But he came back. And I always say he came back for the children, and he came back for our nation.
These are great readers.
Yes, they are.
Very impressive. Thank you also very much for showing me your reading skills.
It wasn't nervous, I don't know what to do nervous. It was, I got to do something, and I got to do it now, and I have to leave. And very professional, very considerate, but I got a mission right now, and I got to go and accomplish it.
Step outside. We'll talk about it later.
When he had to leave like he left, I had to explain to them in second grade terms that President Bush had to leave because there was something terrible that had happened in America, and he had to go and attend to business. So part of us is hurting right now, so he has to go and attend to it. The time is etched in my memory. The day is etched in my memory. The students are etched in my memory. The president, everybody in the room, they're all etched in my memory. And I see it all the time. I see it all the time.
Now the students that were in that classroom are in middle school now, but many of them have returned here this morning to be a part of this program. And Kay Daniels told me that she's written to the president on a couple of occasions in the last 5 years and has received correspondence back from the president, but she would not say what was in those correspondence. Soledad?
John Zarella in Sarasota, Florida this morning. Thanks, John. Miles?
It's now just about 9:08 in the morning, and 5 years ago, the FAA was still unable to find American Flight 77. At first, controllers thought it had crashed because the transponder had turned off, making it all but invisible to radar. But as word of the other hijackings reached those controllers at a different sector, Indianapolis Center, they began looking for the plane, but they looked to the west That plane actually turned around and headed to the east. We know that now. They also were looking for a possible crash site because they believed it might have crashed already. But it remained missing until it appeared over Washington, ultimately diving into the Pentagon. Still to come, the man who first informed President Bush that the second Twin Tower had been attacked, former White House Chief of Staff Andrew Card, will join us right after a break. But first, here's Rosemary Dillard. Her husband died on board American Airlines Flight 77. It's the last time she ever saw him.
We were rushing because I think the flight was scheduled to leave at 8:15, I think. So we were really having to rush. He was in a really good mood. We were laughing all the way to the airport. And, he was just up. And when we get to the airport, he gets out, and I hug, and we hug and we kiss. And I tell him, remember, you said you'd be back by Thursday.
America Morning's Dan Lothian is at Logan Airport this morning, 5 years to the day from which two airplanes left and made their way toward the World Trade Center, plowing into the two towers. They would have done that already this time 5 years ago. He joins us now. They're live. Dan? Dan, can you hear me?
Good morning, Miles. Well, we are going live using broadband technology. Since 9/11 restrictions, it was the only way we could go live inside Terminal B. This is where Flight 11, American Airlines Flight 11, took off from. Now, the 9/11 attack stunned not only the nation, but the world. Imagine the shock for the ticket agent. He said he had an up-close encounter with Mohammed Atta.
Michael Toohey, now a retired U.S. Air ticket agent, can't forget the feeling when he heard about the second plane attack. It was around 9:05 a.m.
I was right. This guy was a terrorist. My mind shot immediately back to that look in his face and the feeling of contempt and anger.
It was 9/11 mastermind Mohammed Atta. Toohey had checked Atta and terrorist Abdul Aziz Al-Omari onto a connecting flight from Portland, Maine to Boston. The agent was suspicious at the time, but it was only a gut feeling. They would help to hijack the American Airlines flight, haunting Toohey for years.
I'm saying, Mike, you looked this devil right in the eye. I mean, here was Satan standing in front of you. You didn't recognize him. You did, but you didn't.
Toohey says he struggled with those thoughts for years, but he no longer blames himself because he realizes there's nothing more he could have done. Miles?
Dan Lothian at Logan Airport, thank you very much. Soledad.
Just after 9 a.m. Eastern Time 5 years ago, White House Chief of Staff Andrew Card informed President Bush that the second Twin Tower had been attacked in New York. The president was visiting a second-grade classroom in Sarasota, Florida. President Bush's former Chief of Staff, Andy Card, joins us this morning. He's at the White House. It's nice to see you. Thanks for talking with us.
Good morning.
You whisper into the president's ear, a second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack. What was going through your mind as you passed that word along to the president?
Well, I didn't have a lot of time to think about the words before I spoke them. I stood outside the door to the classroom and learned that it had not been, in fact, a small twin-engine prop plane that crashed into the World Trade Center tower, that it was a commercial jetliner, and then, oh my gosh, another jetliner just crashed into the other tower. My first reaction was to the horror that must have been felt by the passengers on those planes. And then I thought about the responsibilities that the president would have and wondered how I should tell the president what had happened. There was a nanosecond of thought, but I decided I would pass on two facts and then make one editorial comment, and I would not be in a position to have the president ask me a question or have a discussion with me about it. So I opened the door to the classroom and I looked over and I saw the press pool. There was still a conversation going on in the classroom. When the conversation broke, I walked up to the president and bent over and whispered into his right ear that a second plane had hit the second tower. America was under attack. Two facts, one editorial comment. I then stepped back from the president so that he couldn't ask me a question or enter into a debate. And I thought the president reacted with entire cool, calm, and collectedness, and he did not introduce any fear to those students nor to the world that would be watching him through the lenses of the press corps. And when he emerged from that room, I watched as he met the responsibilities of his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, and to be the Commander-in-Chief.
It really was an amazing moment to watch that videotape. I just see everybody's face who now knows falls, and you can see the jaws get tight as they sort of go about the next step. The president stayed on with the students. Why not make up some excuse for the second graders and yank him out? Why? He got a lot, as you well know, he got a lot of criticism for staying on to read with the students. Why do that?
Well, I think the president did the right thing at the right time. I don't know that he could have done anything else during that brief period of time, but to make sure that there was no disruption to the classroom and no disruption to those students and no fear expressed either to the students nor to the world. And I thought it was appropriate that he collected his thoughts while we in the other room were working very diligently to learn as many facts as possible. And when the president came into that holding room that was outside of the classroom, he was very much the commander-in-chief and ready to meet the awesome responsibilities that he had.
9:30 a.m., the president addresses the nation and talks about what he knows, and then just minutes later, Flight 77 slams into the Pentagon. What was going through your mind at that time?
Well, I knew that we were truly under attack and that we were at war. I expected that the enemy was a terrorist enemy and probably UBL. We didn't know what other attacks might be looming, and we heard about other planes, and there was a lot of fog of war. I was focused on getting the president to a safe place, i.e. Air Force One, where he had excellent communication and could be in touch with the White House, the Situation Room, the Pentagon, and the people that he had to talk to meet his responsibilities. He also had to reach out to world leaders, and we tend to forget that. He had to make sure that world leaders did not react in the wrong way to an attack on the United States and presume that we were ready to attack the rest of the world. We were not. We were in fact looking to protect Americans and to preserve that constitutional government that the president headed.
Andrew Card, former White House Chief of Staff, thanks for talking with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
American Morning's coverage of the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Now just about 9:17. Actually, it's a little bit past that. Let's go back a few minutes. 5 years ago this moment, both towers of the World Trade Center have been hit by hijacked planes at this point. It's at this moment that the FAA orders all New York area airports shut down. 8 minutes from this moment, the FAA Command Center in Herndon, Virginia, would issue a nationwide ground stop. At about 9:18 a.m., just a few minutes ago, 5 years ago on Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange is in the process of being evacuated. The stock exchange normally begins trading at 9:30, but the attacks on the World Trade Center have, to say the least, thrown the financial district into disarray. Andy Serwer joining us from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange with more. Andy?
Good morning, Miles. Only about 10 minutes to go until trading begins here. An emotional day, and you're right. At this point, 5 years ago, it was very clear that something was very, very wrong, although it was unclear the extent of the damage. Employees from the NYSE, there are 5,000 people working here, began to evacuate at this point, although not all of them did. At 9:30, trading did not open as usual. Trading was delayed. At 9:58, trading was, it was decided that there would be no trading on that day, and in fact, the exchange was locked down. All the people who had not left at that point were required to stay in the building because conditions outside were unsafe, and it was unclear if there would be additional terrorist attacks. This lockdown continued until about 1 or 1:30 in the afternoon, at which point Mayor Giuliano and Dick Grasso, the head of the exchange at that point, believed that it was safe for people to leave, and they did so. The exchange then was closed the rest of the week for 4 days, the longest it had been closed since the Depression. It did not reopen until the 17th, Monday, the following week, at which point it was the largest decline, 684 points, the largest one-day decline in the history of the exchange. So a lot happened here. Anxious to get the trading day underway here, and it looks like business as usual, though if you talk to people, you can see that it is a special day here. Miles, back to you.
Are people at all jittery about the market today, or is it just a somber day?
You know, I don't think they're jittery. I think they're people who are somber. I think they're well aware. At 9:29, we're going to have a moment of silence. That will bring everyone together, and I think that'll be a very, very emotional moment that will remind everyone of the gravity of this day.
Andy Serwer on the floor of the exchange. Thank you. Soledad.
Thanks, Miles.
It's coming up to 9:25 a.m. and on this day, at this moment, 5 years ago, American Airlines Flight 77 still lost its transponder, which is what allows radar to see it more clearly, had been turned off by the hijackers. The FAA tells controllers in the Washington area to begin searching their scopes for so-called primary radar targets. In a few minutes, 9:32, controllers at Dulles Airport will spot a primary target headed eastbound at a high rate of speed. And at this moment, 5 years ago, United Flight 93 still being flown by the pilots, Jason Dahl and Leroy Homer. At about this time, they get a message from the airline. It's warning them of a possible cockpit intrusion. As they're processing that, the takeover begins. Likely, they say, at 9:28 a.m. Flight 93 is over eastern Ohio at the time. Today, in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, which is where Flight 93 ended, they're remembering those brave passengers who fought back against the hijackers. It's also where American Morning's Bob Franken is live. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Soledad. And when Dina Burnett in San Ramon, California, got a call from her husband, Tom, it is believed that that was the first cell phone call that was put out, the first call from United Flight 93.
When he called, I was very excited to hear from him. And I just said, Tom, you're okay. And he said, no, I'm not. He told me his flight number. He said that the airplane had been hijacked, that they were trying to get into the cockpit. He said they've already knifed a guy, and he asked me to call the authorities. Then he hung up the phone.
And as we know, that flight we know landed in the field here in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, instead of landing in New York, and a much worse tragedy. Soledad.
Bob Franken for us this morning in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Thanks, Bob. Miles?
We are just getting word we've been have exclusive access to NORAD's command center this morning at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado. And as we pause to remember what happened 5 years ago, our correspondent there, Jonathan Freed, is here to tell us that they are actually tracking an aircraft with some suspicious activity associated with it. Jonathan, what can you tell us?
That's right, Miles. We were here with the exclusive access here into the NORAD Northcom Command Center. We heard this information come over a hard line from the FAA at the same time the people here in the command center did. What I can tell you is that a United Airlines flight, I know that it's an Airbus 319, which was going from Atlanta to San Francisco, is now diverting to Dallas. Now, the reason for this is twofold. Before the aircraft left, Miles, they found a piece of baggage. It's been described to me as a backpack in the baggage hold that did not correspond to any passenger on the manifest for that aircraft. In and of itself, not necessarily a big deal that that piece of baggage was removed. In flight, however, a flight attendant found a BlackBerry device that does not belong to anybody on board. That in and of itself, they're telling me here, not necessarily unusual. People can forget cell phones, BlackBerries, that kind of thing all the time. But today being September 11th and state of readiness being what it is, and these two events happening regarding the same flight, the idea here is let's err on the side of caution. Ask this aircraft to divert. It's going to Dallas, supposed to land there within the next 20 minutes or so. And there would go through a routine rescreening of all the passengers on the aircraft, security-wise. They are hoping that everything is not any more sinister than it appears, and that the flight would be able to continue on its way. Miles?
Right, so Jonathan, this flight is what airline? Where was it headed?
It's a United flight heading from Atlanta to San Francisco, now diverting to Dallas, and I'm told it could be on the ground in Dallas within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so.
And the bag that is suspicious, you say it is in the cargo hold, or is it a carry-on bag?
Okay, good. Let's clarify this. They found a piece of baggage before the plane left Atlanta, described to me as a backpack, in the cargo hold, and they said, wait a minute, this bag doesn't belong to anybody that's supposed to be on this flight. Could have just been left there by mistake, perhaps not offloaded from the previous flight. It was removed, and then in flight, after the plane had left Atlanta, a flight attendant discovered a BlackBerry that doesn't belong to anybody on the plane.
So the suspicious bag, the bag that wasn't connected to anybody on the plane, is not on the plane.
That's correct. And what triggered a higher level of activity here is the fact that there were what could be two innocent events, but two things happening on the same aircraft, and today being September 11th. That's the reason that this center exists here, and this is an example, they're saying, of the changes that have been implemented and the lessons that have been learned in the last 5 years. They're hardwired into the FAA and air traffic control in a way that they were not 5 years ago. The ability for them to respond quickly has been heightened. And again, they're cautioning this, the plane will probably land and it was just somebody's BlackBerry that was left behind and hopefully continue on its way. But nobody can afford to take any chances these days, especially on today's date.
Let's just talk a little bit about the military response here. I assume they've scrambled fighters. Are there fighters that are escorting that aircraft right now?
I'm glad you asked me that. I was about to get to it. No, as of now, no fighters have been scrambled. Let me just double check off camera. That is correct. No fighters have been scrambled as of now. So again, the watchword here is caution. We have two things that in and of themselves are routine, could be routine, normally routine, could be innocent. But when these two things happen to the same flight today, of all days, they say it's better to err on the side of caution, inconvenience some passengers for a short while, rescreen the aircraft, and hopefully just send everybody on their way.
Okay,
Miles?
so this runs the gamut from my lost BlackBerry to something very sinister. And at this point, especially on this day, probably on any day, and maybe the NORAD people could confirm this, on any day, would they bring this plane down?
I'm being asked, and let me just ask off camera to our friends here, on any day, could they, if it were not September 11th, would this plane be diverted normally? Yeah, it depends on the circumstances. It depends on the circumstances. I think today, the date being what it is, everybody level of readiness being higher today, Miles, and the fact that you have these two events that, again, could just be innocent events that happen to the same aircraft, erring on the side of caution.
All right, Jonathan Freed, we're glad you're there. Keep us posted, and let's move it over to Chad Myers, who has our Flight Explorer software running in Atlanta with live radar data. We've been showing you the stuff from 5 years ago all morning.
Right.
Why don't you tell us, what do you know about this aircraft, where it is right now, Chad?
I've taken all the other planes off. I mean, there would literally be another 500 planes on this map if I didn't just go to United Airlines Flight 351, and there it is right now. As we move the cursor over it, we can see that it is Flight UAL 351, small for you to see, but I can read it pretty well here. It's at 38,000 feet now, just coming over the Red River. There's Oklahoma City, there's DFW Airport, so it's flying over the Red River between Lawton and probably Pauls Valley, and it's doing 437 miles per hour, and it is going to land at DFW at 13:45, and that is obviously Zulu time. We have to subtract 4 hours, 5 hours from that. It depends on where you are in the time zone, and so we do know that this plane will be on the ground here rather shortly, coming across the Red River. But it did make a big left-hand turn as it went over Oklahoma City down toward DFW. Miles?
We should point out to our viewers, Chad, there is a little bit of lag time built into that Flight Explorer software for security reasons.
Absolutely.
So what you're seeing there is probably a few minutes of history. But
without a doubt, usually they delay it between 2 and 3 minutes, and they don't tell you how long they delay it, because then you can't, get that delay, work out the rest of the process.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's kind of a randomness, so we don't know whether it's between 1 and 3 minute delayed, but that is obviously not exactly where it is, but close enough. I mean, it's within probably 5 miles of that location.
All right, watch it for us, Chad. Thank you very much. And Jonathan Freed before him. We'll be watching that for you as we get some more details. We'll, of course, bring them to you. Now, it's coming up on 9:33. 5 years ago now, flight controllers at Dulles Airport have finally spotted the faint radar target that is American Airlines Flight 77. Moving in excess of 500 miles an hour, and within about 4 minutes from now, 5 years ago, would crash into the Pentagon, killing 189. CNN's Jamie McIntyre is at the Pentagon with more. Jamie?
And 5 years ago, Miles, I was in the building. My first inclination was to stay in the Pentagon to report the story, but very quickly after the plane hit, I realized I had to get out. Before I left my Pentagon office, I took a picture of the smoke filling the empty hallway. Outside, Rumsfeld's car stood ready to whisk him away, but he never left. I snapped another photo as loudspeakers warned another plane was heading to the Pentagon. It never came. The sky was blue and cloudless as the smoke plume grew. By the time I got to the crash site, the side of the building had already collapsed. All that's left of the original damage now is this blackened piece of limestone that's been engraved as a memorial. But on that day, this entire area was covered with thousands of tiny shards of aluminum, all that was left of the jetliner.
I took pictures of the plane pieces next to a yellow fire hose, what looked like a cockpit window, and a twisted chunk of fuselage. As I left, I took this fateful picture and was promptly arrested.
When I took the picture, I was standing here in the south parking lot. The police officer handcuffed me for violating the Pentagon's ban on photography. Seems as silly now as it did then, but I wrote him a letter, said no hard feelings, invited him for a tour of CNN.
I sent along a picture of me on the air reporting later in the day after he had to let me go. He never responded.
And Miles, 5 years later, one change, besides just carrying a still camera, I always carry a video camera with me wherever I go.
You know, so do I, Jamie. It's a good idea. You never know. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Thank you. Soledad.
Yeah, and I do too. And I wonder if that's a question we could put to Ari Fleischer. He's back with us this morning. Of course, he's a former White House press secretary with President Bush, really from almost every moment from when the president found out about the hit on the World Trade Center until he was addressing the nation later that day. You just heard the reports. We were talking about this backpack that was found and then taken off a United flight, and then also a BlackBerry that apparently on this flight no one has seemed to claim, and so they're bringing that plane back around. Is this the kind of thing that brings it right back for you again?
Well, it all depends. You know, my first thought is, at what point here do you notify people high up in the command? Does somebody tell the president about this? And the answer is no at this early stage. The fear here, of course, is the BlackBerry is used to trigger something if there is something inside the backpack.
For people who don't know, it's a little handheld electronic device, and that, of course, was one of the reasons that they were concerned about key chains and the electronic things, because they can be used as a trigger to some kind of explosive device.
That's exactly right. And so the first question you have is, what did they find in the backpack, which is now off the aircraft. Authorities in Atlanta would be going through that immediately with bomb-sniffing dogs and with remote devices to see whether there's not anything to worry about inside that backpack. That's the piece of news we're all going to wait for on this story.
Yeah, it must be terrifying to, on this particular day, to see something as innocuous, really, as...
Well, think about the passengers aboard that plane on September 11th, 2006, who just got diverted.
Yeah, it must be just horrifying for them. Let's talk a little bit about 5 years earlier.
Right.
You have pictures that were taken by the White House photographer.
Right.
What was happening? Let's start showing some of these photographs, and I want you to describe for me what was going on. You told me you started taking notes.
Yes.
Why? Did you know that this was...
Well, I always took notes, everything about the president's meetings that I attended. That way I could fill my staff in on what was going on. On September 11th, I took notes especially because of the history of the day. And what you could see in the previous picture was me standing by the president looking at my notes. He's on the phone. I don't know in that moment with who he was on the phone with. In the picture you have now, we're obviously all riveted to the TV screen that's in the president's cabin on Air Force One. We had spotty TV coverage because Air Force One at that time didn't have satellite TV.
And you're flying around, moving. The president, the Pentagon's been hit, and you're not going back.
That's correct. We heard about the Pentagon on the way to the Air Force One in the motorcade. We boarded the Air Force One and went straight into the president's cabin to start taking notes. That's when we heard about the fourth plane. The first report being Soledad, it went down near Camp David.
Right.
That was the first report the president got.
I remember that.
The worst thing was we didn't know what was next. In retrospect, 4 aircraft, it was over. On that day, we had reports of additional aircraft that hadn't yet landed that could still be missiles in the sky. We had a report of unidentified aircraft heading toward the president's ranch. It was fear about what was next. Of course, there was a report that was wrong about Air Force One could be next. There was a report that was wrong about the State Department being hit by a car bomb. A lot of fear over the unknown.
Ari Fleischer, thanks again for sharing some of your experiences. Miles?
Let's take a look at some live pictures now. As Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, the Vice President Dick Cheney, with a moment of silence there at the Pentagon today. Obviously past the moment of silence. It's now a little past 9:37. At this moment 5 years ago, the eyes of millions are glued to the horror in New York. The FAA is in a state of chaos, giving an order to ground all flights in the U.S. It's too late, though, by the time they find American Airlines Flight 77, which didn't crash and did not continue to the west. It's now flying at 530 miles an hour up the Potomac River, straight toward the Pentagon, the next terrorist target. American Morning.
It's now 9:40 a.m. Eastern Time, and we're continuing to take you through the actual timeline of events from 5 years ago this morning. 3 targets now have been hit, both towers of the World Trade Center plus the Pentagon, all hit by passenger jets. All are now on fire. And it's at this moment that the FAA does something it has never done before in U.S. history. It orders a complete shutdown of all flight operations at the nation's airports. It halts all air traffic of any kind. It effectively begins to clear the skies. Time is now running out for people who are trying to escape the Twin Towers. American Morning's Alina Cho is down at Ground Zero this morning. It was a scene of panic and confusion at this time 5 years ago, Alina.
And yes, Soledad, 5 years later, it is quite an emotional scene here at the site now known as Ground Zero. Hundreds, if not thousands, of family members are here, many of them clutching photos and bringing flowers. The ceremony has been underway now for about an hour. And this year, the spouses, partners, and significant others are reading the names of the victims. In all, there are 2,749 World Trade Center victims. 658 of them worked at Cantor Fitzgerald, the financial services company. But by sheer luck, the company's CEO, Howard Lutnick, was not there. Instead, he was taking his son for his first day of kindergarten. And somehow, when he heard the news, he made his way downtown. He fought his way to the front door of the North Tower.
You started asking people who were coming out, what floor were you on?
Because I figured if one person was from my floors, that meant there were other doorways and other people were getting out. It wouldn't be possible for just one person to get out. Then lots of people were getting out. So I just had to hear one person say they were from one of the high floors from 101 to 105 where our offices were. So I was grabbing people and they would say I was from the 56th floor, from the 68th floor. And I got as high as the 92nd floor when the other building collapsed, and it changed everything.
Changed everything indeed. Howard Lutnick then described the sound he heard when the South Tower collapsed. He also described what he saw in Soledad. We will hear much more from Howard Lutnick in the next few minutes.
All right, Alina, thanks. One of the legacies of the 9/11 attacks, a new NORAD facility. Jonathan Freed is there for us this morning. Exclusive access, and just moments ago updated us on a breaking news story. Let's follow up. Hey, Jonathan, good morning.
Good morning again, Soledad. I can give you the update right now. On the screen behind me, we are tracking the aircraft in question. It is United Airlines Flight 351. It is descending from an altitude of about 7,500 feet, and it is between 3 and 5 minutes out of the Dallas airport right now. It's an Airbus 319. Now, it left Atlanta bound for San Francisco today, and a couple of events have come together to cause there to be some concern, at least caution anyway, about this flight. I'll remind you, before it left Atlanta, a bag was found, a backpack was found in the cargo hold that wasn't seen to belong to anybody who was listed to be on that flight. That bag was removed. The flight went on its way. These things can happen, seemed innocuous enough. Once in the air, however, a flight attendant, Soledad, found a BlackBerry device that did not belong to anybody on the plane. So today being September 11th, the fact that they found a backpack on board that wasn't supposed to be there, and then a BlackBerry that doesn't seem to belong to anybody, they decided to err on the side of caution. And it was a decision that originated with the airline itself and with the crew. Since September 11th, crews are empowered to make certain decisions now that used to be more of a group think before. And the collective decision was, look, let's just divert. We'll screen the aircraft security-wise again. The decision was to go to Dallas, and now I'll look over here. How far is the aircraft from Dallas now, guys? Would you guess?
I would say it's almost on deck, sir.
Almost on deck. I'm told the aircraft is almost on the ground in Dallas right now. Another thing, Soledad, that I can tell you about, and this is sort of the anatomy of how these things are analyzed here. We are listening in to the FAA. They are hardwired here to ATC, and the FAA, ATC being air traffic control, in a way that they were not 5 years ago. And one of the things that was discussed was that at one point there was a voice change on the radio from the aircraft, and somebody thought that perhaps it sounded like a foreign national voice. However, a quick check with the airline confirmed that no, the cockpit is secure and that both of the pilots are American nationals and who they are supposed to be. Soledad?
Jonathan Freed for us this morning at the new NORAD facility there because CNN got exclusive access today. Thanks, Jonathan, for the update. Miles?
Thank you.
It's 9:45 a.m. By now, millions are watching the dramatic events unfold on television 5 years ago. There's a rumor and there's speculation about more hijacked jets, about more possible targets. It's now that the White House and the Capitol are ordered evacuated, several other buildings in Washington as well. Hundreds pour into the streets of D.C. No one knows how many planes, how many targets. Let's take a look at the flight tape, the radar tape from that day as it plays in time, in sync with what happened 5 years ago. At this point, over to your left, you see American Airlines Flight 77. It was never there. That is on the radar tape. It's just an artifact of the fact that they couldn't find it, and for some reason the computer lists it as still being in the air. We know it isn't, of course. What you're seeing up here, of course, is United Airlines Flight 93 as it begins its U-turn. Controllers aware at this point that there's trouble on board the plane. Those same controllers in Cleveland Center were concerned also about a Delta Airlines flight that was transcontinental that they thought also might be a target. That distracted them somewhat from focusing on United Flight 93. In any case, the passengers on 93, as they realized that this hijacking was taking place, made contact with loved ones, and because of all that had transpired at the Twin Towers and at the Pentagon, they knew what was going on, and as a result, there was a very different outcome. CNN's Dana Bash was then a producer on Capitol Hill for us, and at that point there was word that a plane was headed to Washington. A lot of rumors associated with us. What do you remember about that day, Dana?
Well, Miles, you know, the Pentagon is probably only a couple of miles, maybe even less as the crow flies, that way behind the Capitol. And senators and staffers who are inside this building, the Capitol, could actually see the smoke billowing up from the Pentagon across the river. Yet there was a debate for several minutes at least about whether or not to evacuate or just to keep everybody in the building. But by the time I got into the door there in the middle of the Capitol, it was very clear what they had decided, because the Capitol Police started to scream, "Everybody get out of the building. Everybody evacuate. We're evacuating this building right now." I ran across the plaza here to the Senate side, and I saw senators and their staffers streaming out of the building down the steps of the Capitol, and they put us all right here. We're just about 100 yards from the building, as you can see, and we were kind of frozen here, not knowing what the plan is or where to go. But I can tell you very shortly thereafter that chaos turned into total panic, because the police were getting on the radio that a plane was actually headed for the Capitol, and they started screaming at the top of their lungs, "Run, run for your life, a plane is coming." And we actually saw a plane very close to the ground. Turns out we believe it was a communications plane that had just taken off from Andrews Air Force Base, but people were running, Miles, so fast that they actually ran out of their shoes. There were shoes strewn all over the lawn here as people were running. And one thing that I will never forget, one image I will never forget, is seeing Senator Robert C. Byrd, then at the time about 82 years old. He was president pro tem. That means he was third in line to be president. He was wandering around here without any staff, without any clear direction of where to go, and it just really solidified in my mind that there was no plan for some of the most high-ranking officials in our government. That's one thing I remember, and obviously that's changed.
Dana Bash, fascinating. Thank you very much. As the world remembers the attacks of September 11th, 5 years ago today, our coverage continues. But first, we hear from Army Specialist April Gallup. September 11th was her first day back at the Pentagon after maternity leave. She brought her 10-year-old son Elijah with her to sign him up for daycare. Before she could, though, the hijacked American Airlines Flight 77 crashed just 50 feet from where she sat. Minutes later, buried under the debris, April couldn't find her baby son.
I was thinking about, what about my son? Where is he? I can't see him. And then he stopped crying. So that motivated me to try to get out from under the debris that I was covered under, thinking, okay, I've got to find my son. I've got to find my son. So my last resort was, before the rest of the stuff collapsed down and I would have been trapped and dead in there, I made one last ditch effort. I just reached down my hand, just by sheer chance, reached down. I felt, a shirt, and it was Elijah's onesie. I just pulled him up, and then I just put him over my shoulder. And then we got out.
At this time, 5 years ago, plans for the first offensive against Al-Qaeda were taking shape, not in the Pentagon, but in an airplane, a hijacked airplane. Take a look at our Flight Explorer data. We're replaying the flight data information from that day, the radar track information synced up to 5 years ago. United Airlines Flight 93, now clearly hijacked, clearly headed toward Washington, perhaps the U.S. Capitol, perhaps the White House. The passengers, through cell phones and satellite phones, becoming aware of what was going on and what the fate of this plane might be, deciding at this moment to take action. It all ended, of course, in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where we find American Morning's Bob Franken this morning. Bob?
Well, 5 years ago, it was just minutes before Flight 93 would crash into the ground in that field in back of me. But in San Ramon, California, Dina Burnett was getting one last phone call from Flight 93.
On his fourth and final phone call, he told me that they were waiting until they were over a rural area to take over the airplane. I believe after he hung up the phone, he led the crew members and passengers down the aisle and into the cockpit. I know from listening to the cockpit voice recorder, we could hear the passengers and crew members charging down the aisle, grabbing one of the meal carts and trying to get into the cockpit. Subsequently, we could hear one of the hijackers being murdered.
Dina Burnett talking about her last conversation with her husband, Tom Burnett, just before they took over the plane and stopped it from an even more tragic ending in Washington, causing it to crash into this field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Miles?
Bob Franken in Shanksville. Thank you very much. Soledad.
At this time, 5 years ago, chaos has engulfed lower Manhattan. People there do not know what we know now, 5 years later, that the South Tower is on the verge of collapse. For millions of Americans who are glued to their TV sets, for thousands of people who are trying to run out of lower Manhattan, the collapse of the South Tower means death for everyone inside. American Morning's Alina Cho is live for us this morning near Ground Zero. Alina, good morning again.
Soledad, good morning to you. In all, there were 2,749 World Trade Center victims. 658 of them worked for Cantor Fitzgerald, the financial services company. On any other day, the company's CEO, Howard Lutnick, would have been at his desk. But on this day 5 years ago, he instead was taking his son for his first day of kindergarten. When he heard the news, he raced down to the towers, and not long after that, the South Tower collapsed.
We heard this sound. It sounded like a combination of a jet engine and the sound in the movie Titanic, when the Titanic broke, this sort of horrible metal bending sound, and it was so loud. I didn't know what was going on, but we started running, and over my shoulder was this giant tornado. It was the collapse of 2 World Trade Center had created that monstrous film of black smoke, and it, how much did I run? Maybe, 30 yards before it just engulfed me, and then I was lying on the ground under a car in absolute pitch black, trying to hold my breath not to breathe, thinking, I can't believe I'm going to die. I was outside, I was safe, and now I'm going to die.
Of course, Howard Lutnick survived that day, but his brother Gary did not. He was among the 658 Cantor Fitzgerald employees who died in the North Tower 5 years ago. And today, many of those surviving family members, Soledad, are here to remember their loved ones. The ceremony here at Ground Zero has been underway for about 90 minutes now, and it will continue until about 12:30 this afternoon.
All right, Alina, thanks. And here's what was happening right now 5 years ago. Part of the Pentagon is now burning. The incident commander orders the area around the crash site evacuated immediately. The reason, there is a fear of a possible collapse. In fact, 2 minutes after that evacuation order is given, the collapse happens. Part of the Pentagon, the base of all U.S. military operations, comes crashing to the ground. Jamie McIntyre is reporting this morning from the Pentagon for us.
September 11th, that an army of reporters watched the aftermath of the attack on the Pentagon. Now, Mike Walter was driving on this road and had a first-hand look. What do you recall about that day?
I just remember being stuck in traffic. I remember seeing the jet above me and starting to bank, and then it started screaming towards the Pentagon, a huge explosion, gigantic fireball, and I was just sitting there in stunned disbelief.
It's like a cruise missile with wings, went right there and slammed right into the Pentagon.
Now, your description on CNN 5 years ago, comparing the impact to like a cruise missile hitting the building, has shown up on internet conspiracy sites. What do you say to the doubters?
Well, there's no doubt in my mind it was an American Airlines jet. What I was trying to say that day to you was that this pilot, whoever was piloting that jet, had turned it into a weapon. I mean, there was no doubt about it. It was aiming for the Pentagon. It was a weapon of destruction.
Now, you're a reporter, but that day you didn't have a cell phone?
That's true. I didn't have a cell phone and I didn't have a camera, and now I have one that does both, and I wish I had this on September 11th.
And Soledad, 5 years later, once again, an army of reporters is here across from the Pentagon to cover the events of the anniversary.
Jamie McIntyre for us. Jamie, thanks. Miles?
It's now 9:57 a.m., a little minute past that, but 5 years ago this moment, President Bush departs Florida in Air Force One. At this point, his destination uncertain. The idea was to climb as quickly as possible, gain as much speed, and then make a determination. Before the end of the day, Air Force One would stop at no less than 2 Air Force bases. And then finally, once a combat air patrol was established over Washington and there were no other planes in the sky anyway, the president returned to Washington, Air Force One escorted by fighter jets. At that same moment the president took off, the passenger revolt began on United Airlines Flight 93. This flight was late to depart, and the hijackers, 4 of them, did not move as quickly as the others. And so many of the passengers got word of what was happening on either satellite or cellular phones. The passengers decided to try to take control of the airplane. Their revolt saved the U.S. Capitol or the White House, undoubtedly. 9:58, 5 years ago this moment, both towers of the World Trade Center are burning. People are jumping to their deaths. Police and firefighters have run into the towers in a desperate attempt to help.
It is absolute chaos in the streets of Lower Manhattan, and it seems like the horror cannot get any worse, and then suddenly it does. The seemingly impossible is happening. The South Tower begins to come down.
Good morning, everyone. You are in the newsroom, and welcome to CNN's continuing coverage of 9/11. The world remembers 5 years later. I'm Heidi Collins.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Tony Harris. Around this moment, 5 years ago, as we continue our timeline, United Flight 93 was literally rolling on its back after the passengers charged the cockpit in an attempt to take control of the plane. One of the hijackers was heard saying, "Allah is the greatest," and moments later, Flight 93 crashed in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. The hijacked plane brought down by the heroic efforts of passengers and crew determined to keep it from reaching its intended target. It is believed the plane was headed for the White House or the U.S. Capitol in Washington. Right now, let's take you to Washington and to the Pentagon for the Pentagon Memorial. Vice President Dick Cheney is speaking.
Sacrifice still lay ahead. Yet in the conduct of this war, the world has seen the best that is in our country. We have shown that Americans are a resolute people, clear in our purposes, steady in difficult tasks. We have answered violence with patient justice. We have liberated whole nations from dictatorship, stayed beside them on the path to democracy, and lifted the sights of millions to a future beyond tyranny and terror. This struggle is fierce, and it will be lengthy, but it is not endless. Our cause is right. Our will is strong. This great nation will prevail. At every turn in this battle for our freedom and security, Americans will persevere with courage and with honor. We will never forget the day the war began, or the way the war began. Our thoughts remain with the victims of 9/11. Our prayers remain with the families left behind. May they find comfort in the deep respect and compassion of their fellow citizens, and may God watch over the United States of America.
And there you have the comments from Vice President Dick Cheney at the Pentagon Memorial. Let's take you to Shanksville, Pennsylvania now, where Bob Franken is standing by. At this moment 5 years ago, United Flight 93 had crashed in a field in Shanksville. Bob.
And at this moment 5 years ago, Rick King, who was the assistant chief of the Shanksville Volunteer Fire Department, was on the phone with his sister. He had been watching the attacks on Washington and New York. His sister said she heard a plane. And so Rick King came out and witnessed something that he'll never forget.
I walked out onto my front porch, and as soon as I walked out, I could hear the plane. I could hear the engine screaming, the whining noise. Seconds later, it hit. This huge fireball just went up into the sky, just right here above the church. A big black mushroom cloud of smoke. My whole porch, the house just rumbled, just shook. And she said to me, "Oh my God, Rick, it crashed." And I said, "I know, I gotta go."
So hard that there was almost nobody who was on the plane who could be seen, just a few scattered parts of an airplane that nearly vaporized when it crashed into that field behind me, which had been a reclaimed strip mine. Now, President Bush will be here in the next hour or so to lay a wreath at that site and then meet with the families of those who were the victims on United Flight 93, people who still mourn 5 years later, but also hold, Tony, a ferocious pride on what they did. Tony?
And Bob, if you would, remind us again of those words from Todd Beamer and his fellow passengers, but the words from Beamer on United Flight 93.
Well, the words that have been captured so many times were, "Let's roll." The passengers on board had heard over their cell phones about what was going on in the rest of the country, and they had made the decision that they were going to try and stop that from happening, stop this plane from heading toward Washington, as they believed it would be, with an even more calamitous crash in either the White House or the Capitol. And so they put an end to that and left their legend in the annals of U.S. history in this field in an out-of-the-way Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
Let's roll. Bob Franken for us in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Bob, thank you.
And we want to take you back now to the World Trade Center. You are looking at some live pictures. You can see people gathered there, signing memorabilia, taking a moment to really remember their loved ones that they may have lost on that fateful day. We have had a couple of moments of silence so far at this point in our timeline. At 8:46 when the North Tower hit, and again at 9:03 when the South Tower was hit. We will continue this timeline as we go on today. In the meantime, we want to take you to an interesting situation that we have been covering at NORAD. Just this morning, trouble suspected in the skies. NORAD, North American Defense, scrambled to divert a plane. That's exactly what they are there for. And Jonathan Freed is standing by at the NORAD Command Center. Jonathan, what is the latest in all of this?
Good morning. I was just about to check on that, and gentlemen, our understanding is the aircraft landed without incident, right? That's right. So it landed, diverted to Dallas without incident. It was originally heading from Atlanta to San Francisco. And just to recap, I can tell you that before the plane left Atlanta, a backpack, piece of checked luggage, was found in the cargo hold, but it didn't correspond to any name on the passenger list. It seemed innocuous enough, and that bag was removed. But once in the air, a flight attendant discovered a BlackBerry device on board that did not belong to anybody who was on the plane. Also, in and of itself, could be something relatively innocuous, but the two events together connected to the same flight, and today being what it is, the airline, the crew, everybody erring on the side of caution thought it best to divert, and Dallas was chosen as the site to divert the aircraft to. It was United Airlines Flight 351. It was an Airbus 319. Right now, landed without incident in Dallas, and what we understand the procedure will be a basic re-screening of the passengers and baggage, just to make sure that everything is the way it should be. And if that is the case, people will be allowed, somewhat delayed, but to continue on their way.
Sure, and just to put it in perspective, Jonathan, we do have planes that divert all the time, but to actually have one come down mid-flight because of a second incident and then to have the passengers re-screened is a little bit different.
Right, and this reflects the lessons that have been learned in the last 5 years. A number of other things that we should point out, too, is I'm standing in front of the desks here in the NORAD NORCOM Command Center, and this section here, these were the people who were involved in coordinating the information. You can see the hard line to the FAA down there, something that was not as hardwired as it was much more connected today than it was 5 years ago. More instantaneous sharing of information and awareness. And this integrated command here between NORAD and NORTHCOM, NORAD dealing with air and space, NORTHCOM dealing with land and sea, allows everybody here to think ahead and say, okay, what could this be? How might it affect X, Y, or Z? And they start planning ahead for a possible intervention. And in this case, nothing was scrambled, no fighters scrambled, the plane was diverted, it acted as it should have, and we're waiting to see what happens with that security screening.
All right, Jonathan, thanks so much. Certainly some details to point out that have changed over these past 5 years. Thanks again, Jonathan.
As we reflect on the timeline, at this moment 5 years ago, Secret Service agents hurriedly stepped up their presence in the nation's capital. Here you can see them hustling off. They were also on the roof of the White House that day. Just minutes later, many buildings in Washington would be evacuated, among them the U.S. Capitol and the West Wing of the White House. To New York City now. Ground Zero. 5 years ago, your head spins thinking about everything that was happening at this hour, at this moment in 2001. Of course, Ground Zero is a much different place today. The memorial service underway right now. CNN's Suzanne Malveaux is there taking us back and looking ahead. Good morning, Suzanne.
Good morning, Tony. Well, President Bush is actually on his way to Shanksville, Pennsylvania to lay a wreath there before he heads to the Pentagon for that ceremony. But the president's spending a very emotional morning with firefighters, the brave men and women of Fort Pitt Firehouse, Ladder 18, not far from Ground Zero where we are now. There he shared prayers and breakfast, 2 moments of silence, 8:46 and 9:03 when those planes hit the World Trade Center towers. The president, of course, remembering those moments in a very solemn way. It was just yesterday that the president and the first lady were here at Ground Zero where they laid wreaths at what are called the footprints of the north and south towers, those pools, reflecting pools of water where the buildings once stood. The president, of course, and the administration really engaged in a very delicate balancing act here, saying that this is a time of reflection, of remembrance, that this is not a time to try to appear to politicize the September 11th attacks. President Bush was here at Ground Zero yesterday and gave his reflections.
I vowed that I'm never going to forget the lessons of that day. And we spent time in there looking at some of the horrific scenes inside this fantastic place of healing. And it just reminded me that there's still an enemy out there that would like to inflict the same kind of damage again.
And Tony, of course, while the White House says that they are not politicizing this tragedy, this really does come at a highly charged political atmosphere. The White House, the president in particular, have been engaged in a very aggressive public relations campaign, of course, leading up to this time. Trying to convince Americans that, yes, they are safer 5 years after the September 11th attacks, that there were lessons learned after 9/11, and that ultimately this war on terror, including the war in Iraq, is justified. Democrats say that Americans are not safer and that there has been failed leadership. But White House spokesman Tony Snow saying this evening when President Bush does address the nation that they're leaving that partisanship behind and that he will try to bring the country together. Tony?
CNN's White House correspondent Suzanne Malveaux for us at what we call Ground Zero now. Suzanne, thank you.
In the timeline that we have been following so far today, we're looking at about 10:13 now, and 5 years ago today, you see on your screen that the UN building was evacuated in New York City. A few moments prior to that, the FBI headquarters were evacuated, and a little bit earlier in the day, around 9:37, is when the west wall of the Pentagon was hit by American Airlines Flight 77. And our Jamie McIntyre was there for that. Jamie, 184 people lost their lives that day.
That's right. Also, there was about 125 on the ground and some 60 on the plane, including the 5 hijackers. About this time 5 years ago, I was just beginning to inspect the damage to the building facade that you can see behind me. We're actually in a gas station parking lot where all the reporters gathered 5 years ago to watch what was going on at the Pentagon. One difference, of course, was it was a bright, sunny day, and today it's a cool day. with a cold drizzle that's sort of whipping at our backs today. On the other side of the Pentagon right now, a memorial service is just about to wrap up, where Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, Vice President Dick Cheney addressed the crowd, commemorating the events of 5 years ago. And of course, 4 years ago, on the one-year anniversary, was also a bright sunny day where they marked the rebuilding of this facade of the Pentagon behind me, which was completed in just 1 year. In a very proud ceremony then. It was a point of honor to have the building put back together in a year's time or so. So it's going to be a day of somber remembrances. There will be a flyover of military aircraft here at the Pentagon later this morning, and then again a day of ceremonies, remembrances as people think back on that time 5 years ago. Heidi?
Yeah, very poignant that it is sort of a dark day there. Jamie, thank you so much for that. And we want to stay with CNN throughout the day and into the night, because our primetime coverage begins at 8 Eastern. CNN's Paula Zahn is live from Ground Zero with crucial questions that linger 5 years later. And at 9 Eastern, Wolf Blitzer leads CNN's coverage of the president's primetime address. And that will be followed by Larry King live from Ground Zero as well. At 10 o'clock Eastern, Anderson Cooper live from Afghanistan. He'll have a first-hand look at what's really happening in the war on terror since September 11th.
And still ahead, a chaplain who has watched 9/11 families emerge from their darkest days. We will talk to him live on CNN Newsroom.
And where do things stand in the war on terror now? A status report on this 9/11 anniversary. See it on CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Yeah, they can't.
Concern yourselves with the troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. These are doomed. You should worry about your presence in the Gulf, and the second place they should worry about is in Israel.
A good way to measure the emotional distance from 2001 to 2006, your feelings then and now. In a new poll from CNN and the Opinion Research Corporation, we talked to 1,000 adults about September 11th. 70% say the country will never be back to normal after that tragic day. As you can see, that number is up considerably since 2002. We also asked people to tell us how they feel today. 85% have strong feelings of sadness, 74% of anger. Far fewer expressed strong feelings of fear or vengeance, but still, fear has certainly seen a significant increase. It's up 13 percentage points since 2002. Their moment of silence shattered by rocket fire. U.S. troops in eastern Afghanistan marking the 9/11 anniversary today as well. CNN's Anderson Cooper was there.
I'm here at a forward operating base very close to the Pakistan border within sight. I can't tell you the exact location. We're actually now just getting some fire. Some rockets have been fired. They were about to have a moment of silence here in commemoration of 9/11. We got to get to a bunker. So, Carol, I got to toss it back to you. Let's go.
Anderson Cooper joining us now live once again after all of that went on. Anderson, what can you tell us about that whole scene?
Well, in some ways, it was a day like any other. This is a forward operating base very close to the Pakistan border. I can see the mountains of Pakistan. I can't tell you the exact location. This is where the 10th Mountain Division has been fighting. They've been fighting Al-Qaeda, foreign jihadists. They've been fighting the Taliban here, as well as just common criminals profiting from the drug trade in this area. And so in some ways, today was a day unlike any other. There were a patrol that I went out on, and they were taking incoming fire. It just so happened that as the soldiers here had gathered to commemorate this 5th anniversary of 9/11, an incoming round was fired. A rocket was fired toward this forward base. It ended up being a total of 6 incoming rounds were taken. They used the howitzer right behind me to respond, to fire back. And they wanted to make sure that this day didn't end without them being able to commemorate 9/11. They didn't want whoever it was who fired the rockets at them today to interrupt the ceremony and to stop the remembrance. So just a few moments ago, as dusk began to fall, all the soldiers of this unit once again gathered for a moment of silence, a moment of remembrance. Let's listen to some. On bases all across Afghanistan today, there were similar remembrances. While there's much debate about the war in Iraq and whether that is a central front in the war on terror, there really is no debate about what is happening here in Afghanistan. Every soldier I've talked to today will say the same thing. What happened on 9/11, they see the way they are fighting here directly parallel to that, a direct correlation from what happened on that day to the people they are still fighting against. They see the influence of Al-Qaeda in this region, in the tactics used now by the Taliban, a growing use of IEDs, of suicide attacks, and they've heard and they have seen and they have killed foreign fighters in this region. The war here continues day in, day out. Perhaps it doesn't get the coverage that the war in Iraq gets, but the fighting is in some cases just as intense. Soldiers are dying here, and they are fighting very bravely day in and day out. And today for them was a day in some ways like any other, day of patrols, but it was also a somber day and a day of remembrance, Heidi.
And Anderson, you pointed out just in the beginning of your report about the drug trade and how just as we seem to sort of look away from Afghanistan and focus on Iraq as we've been doing in the previous months, that's when we see the Taliban becoming increasingly more powerful. The drug trade is behind it all, yes?
Well, it certainly plays a big part. I mean, the opium, the poppy harvest this past year was up 49% over the previous year. There are huge amounts of money being made from drugs in this country. There is spreading corruption among the Afghan government officials linked to the drug trade. That is certainly contributing to the problem. The Taliban in some regions receives taxes for offering protection to narco traffickers. So certainly the Taliban and Al-Qaeda affiliated groups are generating profits from the drug trade. But also there's a lot of dismay here. Intelligence sources talking about this deal that Pakistan has now made, essentially making a ceasefire with Taliban militants on the Pakistan side of the border. That means that fighters, Taliban militants, can cross from Pakistan into Afghanistan, fight here, and then run back. And U.S. troops can't go into Pakistan to pursue them. It is a very delicate political situation, a military situation as well. It is a very complex environment, a dynamic fighting environment. So there's a lot playing into the resurgence of the Taliban and to the uptick in violence that we've been seeing over the last several months, Heidi.
All right, Anderson, thanks so much for that. Coming to us live from the border of Afghanistan and Pakistan. We will be watching tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern, where you will continue to be live and bring us an update from that situation tonight.
And Heidi, if we haven't mentioned it yet, we should right now that all day today, Pipeline is playing CNN's original coverage of the September 11th attacks, uncut, unedited, as it happened live on CNN television 5 years ago. Just log on to CNN.com and click on Pipeline.
His identical twin killed on 9/11. The pain remains, but other feelings have changed.
And my brother's eulogy encouraged people to get back on planes. You know, if I had known then what I know now, I don't know if I could make that statement.
Anger over airline security 5 years after the attacks. Ahead on CNN, the most trusted name in news. 2001, a day that changed all of our lives. 5 years later, troubling questions still remain about our security. Are we really any safer? My special report live from Ground Zero tonight, 8 Eastern.
You know what, Heidi? Very interesting today. I'm reminded as we look at the big board and check the numbers on Wall Street, it's a trading day.
Yep.
This is not a national holiday. Folks are working, kids are going to school. It is another day in America. As we look at the numbers, the Dow down 27%, and we understand the NASDAQ is down 11 points, about an hour into the trading day. 10:28 a.m., September 11th, 2001. The first building hit is the second building to crumble. Dust, debris, devastation. Let's listen to Ground Zero and the ringing of the bell in a moment of silence.
Wynton Marsalis, boy, I wish we could just sit here and listen to him all day on this day.
Yeah.
You just see the pain and anguish in everyone's faces gathered there at the World Trade Center. See John Corzine there, governor of New Jersey, getting ready to speak as well. People will never, ever forget this day, no matter what you see today as we remember each moment of the timeline of September 11th. It will never be forgotten. And those happy sounds down by the riverside help a little bit. And being together, I think, helps a whole lot, too. But we want to take you back to the World Trade Center, the bullseye of those attacks, as we have just commemorated the moment when the North Tower collapsed at 10:28. Elena Cho is standing by at that location for us now to give us the very latest from Ground Zero. Elena, good morning to you.
Heidi, good morning to you. 5 years ago, this was a scene of such panic and confusion. 5 years later, it is a very solemn, a very emotional day for the families. Thousands of people are here today at the site that is now known as Ground Zero. Many of them are clutching photos of their loved ones. Several have brought flowers. This year, as always, the names of the victims are being read. This year by the spouses, partners, and significant others in years past, children and parents. 2,749 World Trade Center victims. So you can imagine that the reading of the names, each and every one of them, will be a painstaking process that will last well into the afternoon. There are many dignitaries speaking here today. You just saw a moment ago New Jersey Governor John Corzine. New York's governor is here as well, as is New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, a man who was such a source of strength 5 years ago for people in New York, for the nation, for the world, was former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani.
5 years from the date of the attack that changed our world, we've come back to remember the valor of those we've lost, those who innocently went to work that day, and the brave souls who went in after them. We have also come to be ever mindful of the courage of those who grieve and the light that still shines in their hearts. As we honor those who died, we ask, what is a successful life? 100 years ago, an essay tried to answer that question. Its answer applies, as I think you'll see, to the people that you love, the people that we love and that we lost. And it's endured to become an American classic. I quote, "To laugh often and love much, to win the respect of intelligent people and the affection of children, to earn the appreciation of honest critics, to appreciate beauty, to find the best in others, to leave the world a better place, whether by a healthy child, a garden patch, or a redeemed social condition. To know that even one life has breathed easier because you lived. This is to have succeeded. God bless all of those that we lost. God bless all of you who mourn for them, remember them, and live on in their spirit. And God bless America.
That was former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who in the days, weeks, and months after the attacks was such a source of strength and who has largely been out of the public eye in recent years. Now, one thing we should mention is that family members, once again, as they are every year, have been invited to descend this long ramp behind me to the lowest point at Ground Zero, to the so-called footprints of the towers, where today there are 2 small reflecting pools, and those pools are already filled with flowers. Many family members are here just for a moment, spending a moment down at this lowest point at Ground Zero, and Heidi, many others will be here well into the afternoon.
I'm sure they will be. Such a tough day, and yet one that I believe that these families probably wouldn't want to spend any other way than to be together and to be at the site. Thank you, Alina Cho, for that. Meanwhile, back to the situation with Al-Qaeda and where they stand today. Al-Qaeda at large, Al-Qaeda captured, some of them, where the U.S. stands in the war on terror.
And also, as we reflect on the 5-year anniversary of the attacks on 9/11, we have to remind you that there is other news happening right now. You see Carl Pinhole there. He is on Bermuda, and let me tell you, Hurricane Florence is bearing down on that island. We will check in with Carl in just a moment. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. And just another reminder that All Day Today Pipeline is playing CNN's original coverage of the September 11th attacks, uncut, unedited, as it happened, live on CNN television 5 years ago. Just log on to CNN.com and click on Pipeline. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
September 11th, 5 years later, CNN Pipeline presents CNN's original 9/11 coverage in real time as it happened that day. All day, go to CNN.com.
We certainly are watching Hurricane Florence, that's for sure.
That's right. It's battering Bermuda right now, and it's been doing so for the past couple of hours or so. And some of Florence's winds have been clocked at 97 miles per hour, and forecasters expect the storm to continue its turn and miss the U.S. coast. We certainly hope for that.
Yeah, that's for sure. CNN's Carl Pinhole is in Southampton, Bermuda, where the worst of Florence is now being unleashed. And Carl, give us the lay of the land right now.
Tony, Hurricane Florence is currently lying west of the island. That's what's spared the island a little bit of the brunt of this storm. Nevertheless, the winds are battering and the waves are battering the south shore of the island now. Talking to the Bermuda Weather Center, they tell me that they've recorded winds, gusts of winds of well over 90 miles an hour, although they say the maximum sustained winds are around 80 miles an hour. Now, at this time, high tide is approaching. It's just a few moments away, in fact. And the waves here coming up on South Shore, driven by those hurricane force winds, are really battering into the shore here, though. Again, another saving grace for the island of Bermuda. About 100 yards offshore here, there is a reef, and that's breaking up some of the waves as they come crashing in towards the shore. But even talking to the hotel manager here, on this area of the island, he says he does expect some flooding, and we can see from our position some of the nearby beaches being washed away by the power of these waves, Tony.
Carl, I want to go ahead and bring in Chad Myers, too, right here at the Hurricane Center, if you will, Hurricane Headquarters. Chad, what are we looking at here?
The winds are now up. In fact, the Hurricane Center has increased the number of winds and the sustained wind speed. The eye of the storm, the center of the eye, did move to the west of Bermuda by about 40 miles, and that was some great news because just to the west of you, Carl, the winds are even just a little bit stronger. In fact, 90 miles per hour with gusts to 115. They just are now just offshore. I'm wondering, though, tell us the lay of the land of Bermuda for people that haven't seen Bermuda, never been there. Is it a flat island? Does it have a lot of topography? Are people out of the way?
A lot of the people are out of the way. They're on the south side of the island where we are. There are bays and there are cliffs, but there are also some lower lying areas. Now, the people from the lower lying areas have been moved. They've gone to stay with neighbors. One emergency shelter across the island has been opened. But really what saves the island every time, and it did so in Hurricane Fabian as well, is this reef that runs around the whole island. At certain points that's closer to the island and other points further away. And what essentially that does, certainly when the high battering surf starts to roll in, then the reef will break up those waves and save a lot of the island from much more significant damage. But so far in terms of the damage, government officials have said that they have no significant reports of damage so far. Power is down in some areas. 1 or 2 trees are down. We can see from our position the roofs of 1 or 2 houses starting to peel off a little, but overall the construction codes here are very stringent, and that seems to be preventing any more major damage than that, Chad.
Well, the winds are going to start to shift. They're going to come. They're from the south now. They're going to start to come at you from the west. That may shift some of the structural stress on some of those buildings. So I want you to prepare your camera position and yourself for that wind shift, because sometimes people can get caught out thinking the winds are only going to come from one direction. As the storm goes by you, it's going to back all the way around to the west and eventually from the northwest. So be prepared for that, Carl.
All right, guys, thanks so much for that. Chad Miles and Carl Penhall there in Bermuda. Also, we're going to get back with Chad a little bit later and see if this TD7 that's coming behind is going to amount to anything or force on Hurricane Florence to make it stronger. I want to get back to our timeline.
Absolutely.
In the meantime, we're looking at about 10:45 or so. And 5 years ago at this time in Washington is where the story was happening. You see a live picture there of the Capitol. All federal offices at this time were evacuated 5 years ago. We are live from Capitol Hill coming up in just a moment.
And we also recall that at about this time, the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, who was out of the country at the time, had learned of the attacks. He was in Peru. And what he said was, buildings can be destroyed, but the spirit of democracy will not fail. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Quickly, some pictures coming into us. This is Air Force One, the president on board, landing in Pittsburgh. He is planning to go, as you see on the bottom of your screen there, to get in a helicopter and head to Shanksville a little bit later today. You remember very well, I'm sure, United Flight 93 crashing in Shanksville. He will be there next hour. We'll have it for you almost exactly an hour from now for a wreath-laying ceremony there to commemorate those terrible events of that moment.
And Heidi, at this time in Washington, D.C., all federal buildings were in the process of being evacuated. Dana Bash was on Capitol Hill on 9/11. She vividly remembers the scene in Washington, particularly after the attack on the Pentagon, and she is with us now. Dana, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. And that's right. It was especially the attack on the Pentagon that immediately affected the people in the building inside the Capitol, because the Pentagon is probably about 2 miles that way behind the Capitol. And senators and staffers who were in meetings inside the Capitol could actually see the smoke billowing up from across the river at the Pentagon. And at the time, there was a debate about whether or not this Capitol should be evacuated or people should stay inside. But pretty quickly, they decided that they needed to get everybody out of the building, and I was coming into the building trying to get to work, but the Capitol Police were screaming very loudly, "Evacuate. We need to get everybody out of the building right away." I ran around to the Senate side of the Capitol here by the Senate Plaza and saw senators, staffers streaming out of the building, down the Capitol steps, but they put us right here, probably about 100 yards from the Capitol, and we were here for several minutes, not knowing really what to do or where to go, but it was it was really chaos, but the chaos, Tony, turned to panic quickly because the Capitol Police were hearing in their radio that there was a plane, another plane in the air, likely headed for the Capitol, and they screamed like I've never heard screaming before, run as fast as you can, run for your life because there's a plane headed for the Capitol. And we all ran that way towards the Supreme Court, which is across the street from the Capitol. And I remember looking at the lawn, at the grass here by the Capitol and seeing shoes strewn, several of them strewn across the grass, and it was because people were running so fast they literally ran out of their shoes. And one other image that I remember is seeing Senator Robert C. Byrd, who was about 82, 83 at the time, President pro tem of the Senate. That means that he was third in line to be president. He was wandering around with all of us, no staff with him, really unclear where to go. And that was really indicative of where things were at this time, about 10:50 a.m. 5 years ago. He was without staff, without a gathering point. The Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, all of the leadership, some of the most high-ranking officials in the United States government were just kind of scattered around this area without a gathering point. Eventually, Tony, they did end up down the street a couple of blocks away at the Capitol Police Station for a makeshift gathering point, but it was hours later that they were eventually taken to a secure point, to an undisclosed location. But it really took some time for that to happen.
Wow.
Tony.
Man, that is vivid. Boy, Dana Bash for us. Dana, that's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay with CNN throughout the day and into the night. You see our schedule here. Primetime coverage begins at 8 Eastern with CNN's Paula Zahn. She's anchoring live from Ground Zero with crucial questions that still linger for many people 5 years later. And at 9 o'clock Eastern, Wolf Blitzer leads CNN's coverage of the president's primetime address. Again, that will be at 9. The president will address the nation from the Oval Office tonight. That is followed by Larry King live from Ground Zero. And at 10 o'clock Eastern, Anderson Cooper live from Afghanistan. He'll have a first-hand look at what's really happening in the war on terror since 9/11.
Okay, as we go to a break right now, when we come back, we will talk about business news, what is happening today, and also we will reflect on the impact the attacks on 9/11 had on the financial industry worldwide.
You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We just want to follow as many of the events of this day as possible. The President and the First Lady Laura Bush stepping down from Air Force One. That's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Just moments ago, they were on their way, obviously, to Shanksville, Pennsylvania for the memorial service there to remember the heroism, the courage of the passengers aboard United Flight 93 on that day 5 years ago, September 11th. The President and the First Lady will get on a helicopter for the short trip to Shanksville to take part in that memorial service and to lay a wreath there in Shanksville. We'll continue to follow this throughout the course of the day, and we will bring you that memorial service in the next hour of the CNN Newsroom.
About 11:45, that will be happening today. And meanwhile, at this time 5 years ago, the New York Stock Exchange, certainly a huge story there as well. It was in lockdown. Susan Lisovich is joining us now from the NYSE to recount what happened that day and how things have changed since. Susan, it was shut down forever.
It was the longest shutdown, actually, since the Great Depression. So it was a historic time for the New York Stock Exchange, a very important time for the business community in general, Tony and Heidi. And this was a very anxious period. 5 years ago at this time, employees were ordered to stay inside this building just 3 blocks away from the World Trade Center. When that second plane hit, the traders here at the time told me that this building shook. Everybody talks about what a beautiful day it was on 9/11. Well, imagine this, the huge windows in this building, you could not see out because there was just debris and toxic things that were raining down upon this building. So the officials here said you must stay in for your own safety. And it was a very anxious time for them because they were hearing these terrible things, unimaginable things. 2 more planes hitting, one in Pennsylvania, one at the Pentagon. They did not know what was going to happen to them. Other employees did leave right after that second plane hit, and they were among the thousands of people that you saw streaming out of Lower Manhattan, taking ferries, crossing over to the Brooklyn Bridge, walking uptown to the Grand Central Station. It was a very anxious period, but I have to say, it was a great moment for the American For the American story, on Monday, September 17th, the markets opened, and they opened to historic losses. The single biggest point loss, the New York for the Dow Industrials, down 7%, nearly 700 points. As you see, there's all the officials here, the governor, the mayor, uniformed services, rescue workers here. And there was applause that day, despite the historic losses at the close of that day, because the New York Stock Exchange, the world's greatest stock exchange, was back in business. And it was a terrible week. The Dow Industrials tumbled 14%, the NASDAQ was down 16%, the S&P 500 down 11%, but American business was back up and running, and it was a very important time 5 years ago today.
And
Back
Susan,
to you, Heidi.
You know, sometimes, and not for you obviously being there, but sometimes I think people forget that this was, besides the horrific loss of 3,000 human lives, this wasn't a global economic attack, if you will. What about Manhattan rebounding from these attacks quickly?
Well, that's a really good point, Heidi, because, you know, Wall Street is a very small community, and so everybody here knew somebody who was lost that day. And when you came to work a week later, it was a war zone. The smells, the sights, the security was overpowering, and then you came and you worked under this intense pressure, this historic sell-off. So it was really a very heroic moment, I think, for a lot of the people here, frankly. But for Lower Manhattan in general, you have to remember that technically the U.S. economy was already in recession. So we had about a 7% commercial vacancy rate just prior to September 11th. That doubled to 14%. It's coming back, not there fully, but about 10% is what the Downtown Alliance tells me, about 10% vacancy in Lower Manhattan. And of course, it would help if we had a new tower there to replace the World Trade Center.
That's a whole other story.
It is.
That's for sure. Okay, Susan, appreciate it. Thank you. We begin this hour of CNN Newsroom with an announcement. It was heard at this time 5 years ago.
If you're south of Canal Street, get out, walk, and walk slowly, carefully. There are plenty of police around, but just walk directly. If you can't figure out what else to do, just walk directly north. That'll get you out of the dangerous smoke area. It'll also do us a big favor. It'll open up those streets because we're going to be moving a large number of ambulances and emergency personnel in and out of there all day.
New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani telling people in Lower Manhattan to raises the hairs on your,
doesn't
it?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Just telling folks to get out, to evacuate. He goes on to say he's never seen anything like this horrible, horrible situation.
Meanwhile, today now, a pilgrimage to Ground Zero. You see a live shot there of all of the families mourning and remembering their loved ones that were lost on that day. That will be coming up here in just a moment. I believe we have Alina Cho standing by. We want to get straight to her. Alina, something special about this year's commemoration. Family members are actually reading the names of their loved ones. What a tough, tough thing to do, and probably so very important to them.
It certainly is, Heidi. In years past, the children and parents of the victims have done the honors. This year, it's the spouses, partners, and significant others who are reading the names, and that will continue, we should mention, for the next, at least the next 90 minutes or so. This 5-year anniversary, what struck me about it was that it has been a sad reunion of sorts. These thousands of family members who have come to the site known as Ground Zero, in addition to remembering their loved ones today, are reconnecting with other family members. They are hugging, they are comforting each other on this anniversary. The ceremony here at Ground Zero began at about 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. There were 4 moments of silence. You'll recall twice to mark the time that each tower was struck, twice to mark the time that each tower fell. Now this year, as I mentioned, the spouses, partners, and significant others are reading the names of the victims, all of them. It is a painstaking process. 2,749 World Trade Center victims. The readings will take approximately 4 hours. Now, among the dignitaries today, here today, the mayor of New York, Michael Bloomberg, the governors of New York and New Jersey, and former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who has been largely out of the public eye in recent years, but who could forget he was such a source of strength for so many New Yorkers, for the nation, for the world in the days, weeks, and months after the attacks. We should mention, Heidi, that tonight we will also see the return of the tribute in light. For people who have not seen this, it is quite a spectacular sight to see. It is those twin beams of light that will shine high above Ground Zero, and those lights will be turned on at 7 o'clock tonight. Heidi?
Tribute in light at 7 p.m. All right, Alina Cho, thank you so much.
Well, let's take you to Shanksville, Pennsylvania now. Just moments ago, the president arriving on Air Force One in Pittsburgh for the short trip to Shanksville aboard a helicopter. There he will take part in a wreath-laying ceremony and the memorial service there. That's where United Flight 93 crashed. That's where CNN's Bob Franken is for us this morning. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Crashed in the field behind me, which had been an abandoned strip mine, and now it is a very silent, very understated memorial to the heroism of those on board United Flight 93 who were able to divert it, cause it to crash into the ground here off the beaten track, as opposed to being on its mission, as far as the hijackers were concerned, to cause even further calamity by crashing it either into the White House or the Capitol. Ceremonies marking this have just concluded. People are streaming out now. There was a public ceremony this morning, complete with the reading of the names of those on board the plane here and the various speeches from politicians. Now, they are leaving. President Bush, as you pointed out, is on his way. He's going to lay a wreath in the field beyond me, which is later going to become a permanent memorial. Then he's going to have a private meeting with the families, and I mean private, before he moves on this day where he is marking September 11th. Now, when the plane crashed into the ground here, among those who had witnessed it was Rick King, a member of the volunteer fire department. Well, what he had to do was immediately come and be among the first to respond.
The trees are smoldering, defoliated, this crater in the ground. I remember seeing a landing gear tire that was on fire, some small fires in the woods, just small brush fires, the ground smoking, debris everywhere, pieces of metal, paper, insulation, wiring, and I just looked around and no people, and I'm thinking, where are the people?
And just moments before, those people had been on board United Flight 93, causing it to become a tragedy, but not a calamitous tragedy for the United States. Tony?
CNN's Bob Franken for us in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Bob, thank you. This grade school classroom, you will see in a moment, pretty typical of what you'd find in your own neighborhood.
I'm sure you remember the incident that happened and where President Bush was on this day at the time that he received word. But it's that normalcy of the classroom pictures we're seeing right now, that innocence. It was such a jarring backdrop on the morning of September 11th. Here's how the drama unfolded as seen through the eyes of the teacher.
Read these words the fast way. Get ready.
Play.
Yes, playing. Get ready.
Must.
Yes, must. He was listening at the time. And I knew when Andy Card came over and whispered in his ear, he didn't pick up his book. That was my first signal that something's wrong, because he left me. Emotionally, he left. He was supposed to pick up his book because we were getting ready to read the story. And it took him a while to pick up the book because he was gone. But he came back. And I always say he came back for the children, and he came back for our nation.
These are great readers.
Yes, they are.
Very impressive. Thank you also very much for showing me your reading skills.
It wasn't nervous, I don't know what to do nervous. It was, I got to do something, and I got to do it now, and I have to leave. And very professional, very considerate, but I got a mission right now, and I got to go and accomplish it.
We'll step outside. We'll talk about it later.
When he had to leave like he left, I had to explain to them in second grade terms that President Bush had to leave because there was something terrible that had happened in America, and he had to go and attend to business. So part of us is hurting right now, so he has to go and attend to it. The time is etched in my memory. The day is etched in my memory. The students are etched in my memory. The president, everybody in the room, they're all etched in my memory. And I see it all the time. I see it all the time.
And what a tough job she had, too, to try to be as solid and as strong and comforting to those children when she really herself didn't have any idea what was going on. Saying that the president came back
That was
for those kids.
Time and time again, as we remember the events of 9/11, I just keep asking myself, what would you have done? What would I have done if you were in so many of those circumstances? The president there getting word of this horrible attack on the country, what to do at that moment, and so many other times. The passengers on Flight 93, what would you have done? What would I have done? I'm just reminded of all of that as we work through the timeline of the events 5 years ago.
Hopefully we will never, ever have to find out and live through it again. That is certainly the case. But, you know, when we're getting all of that intelligence, when the president receives word like this, it's likely that NORAD is involved. In fact, whenever there is trouble in the skies, like the 9/11 hijackings, NORAD is watching. And we have CNN's Jonathan Freed, who is standing by there at the NORAD Command Center in Colorado Springs. Jonathan, remind us what exactly the role is of NORAD. They're watching everything all day and all night.
Well, you've set this up perfectly, Heidi, because since September 11th, there has been an evolution here. 5 years ago, you had NORAD, which is the acronym that everybody is familiar with, watching the skies, watching air and space. But in the world after September 11th, it became clear that things needed to diversify, and the command NORTHCOM was instituted a couple of years ago. And we're going to talk now to the Deputy Commander of NORTHCOM, Lieutenant General Joe Inge. Thanks for joining us.
Again, welcome.
So NORTHCOM is not the acronym that people are as familiar with. Let's tell everybody exactly what its responsibilities are. It complements NORAD.
As you just said, after 9/11, the nation's leadership decided that they needed a military command that would monitor the well-being of the nation. And we were stood up out of that and monitor, as you can see on our screens here, not only the air piece, which is primarily a NORAD mission, as you correctly said, but we look daily at the sea piece and the land piece. In fact, you can see from our charts, we're tracking the hurricanes, new tropical depression this morning. Fortunately, it looks like it'll stay off the coast. And you see some displays there where we're working wildfires. We've just had an infantry battalion return home from fighting wildfires in the Northwest. And even this morning, we have 5 C-130 fire retardant aircraft up there that are working fires.
So the integration of NORAD and NORTHCOM really speaks to a rethinking of the way the military needs to respond to the post-9/11 threat.
Absolutely. And even a step further than that, and if you look at this plaque right here, you see it says interagency. It's important that we partner every day with other pieces of our government so that we're all of one voice, we're all of one piece, and we're positioned to support each other, and particularly we, the military, most often support other government organizations as we work in Homeland.
And General, I want to ask you about something that I know is near and dear to you and to the people in your command. You want to say something about the importance of remembering.
I had friends killed when the plane hit the Pentagon. I believe it is incredibly important that we, not only the military, but the American people, remember that day and remember that there are still threats to our nation. It is important that we be mindful, that we remember, but that we look ahead.
Lieutenant General Joe Inge, Deputy Commander of NORTHCOM, thank you very much, and thank you for allowing us exclusive access. We're the first network to actually go live from this new command center. We thank you for that.
It's our privilege to have you here.
All right, and Heidi and Tony, back to you.
Jonathan, thank you. Still to come, the 9/11 anniversary, and Al-Qaeda wants to have its say. The latest tape from Osama bin Laden's right-hand man. We'll tell you what's on it. Just a hint. It won't surprise you. We'll be right back.
We'll also talk about where the U.S. stands in the war on terror with someone who has recently come back from Afghanistan, has been embedded with the troops, and has spoken with some of the military leaders. His special perspective coming up on CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The 6 killed a 12-year-old boy. 5 police officers also killed in that attack, and this comes amid just this uptick in violence, particularly in the south of Afghanistan.
That's right. We've been watching and hearing more and more about it every day. We, of course, have some of our correspondents there. Anderson Cooper is reporting from there. We'll be talking with Peter Bergen, also from Kabul. You see that area highlighted on your screen now in just a few minutes about exactly what's happening. But yeah, 47 bombings already this year. Just on Friday, another 14 Afghans killed, 2 U.S. soldiers killed. It seems to go on and on.
So we'll continue to follow developments there, and we'll get to Peter Bergen later this hour. Right now, we want to take you back to Washington and Capitol Hill. Dana Bash was there as we remember 9/11 5 years ago. She vividly remembers the scene in Washington, particularly after the attack on the Pentagon. She joins us now. Dana, describe those moments. Describe this unknown, the unknown of the question, is the Capitol next?
Well, that was really the thing that was most frightening, of course, Tony, was the unknown, because, as you said, the Pentagon had been hit, and you could actually see the smoke billowing from the Pentagon just across the river. Those who were actually in the building, they could see that. So there were a lot of reports, those who were actually getting information, whose cell phones were working, reports of planes in the air, lots of planes in the air, because there were rumors of all sorts going on that morning. There was even a report, remember, of a car bomb down the street at the State Department. So the big question was, if there is terrorism and if they are going after symbols of the United States, symbols of the United States government, could the Capitol be next? So I immediately left the building, went out around the front of the Capitol, and saw senators streaming out down the steps of the Capitol, staffers as well. My first thought was, we need to get this information back and we need to get this on the air. So I called in and said that they were evacuating the Capitol. Amazingly, a camera crew arrived. We were able to plug in to get a live picture of the Capitol up, but only for a second before the police started screaming at the top of their lungs, "Everybody, run for your life, run for your life. There's a plane that is heading for the Capitol. Run as fast as you can." And what was already a fearful situation turned into outright panic. To see a uniformed officer and to hear a uniformed officer say, "Run for your life," and to see the fear in their eyes was something that I'll never forget. And there were shoes strewn all over the lawn outside the Capitol because people were running so fast they actually lost their shoes. And one other thing that I remember was just immediately noticing that there was no plan. There were senators wandering around, no idea where to go. Senator Robert Byrd, who at the time was third in line for the presidency, was 82 years old, wandering around with no staff. There was no indication of where he should be at all, and it really took hours for them to come up with a scenario for the Senate leaders, the House leaders, to be in a place where they were actually really secure. Certainly that has changed by now, but it was really remarkable that there was just no plan at all for what some of the most powerful, most important members of our government should do in a situation like that. Now, what ended up happening throughout the day is that people started to gather just a few blocks away at the Capitol Police Station. That is where members of Congress went. That's where members of the press went. Eventually, about mid-afternoon, members of the leadership were taken to a secure location. And it wasn't until late in the day, Tony, probably around dusk, 5:30 or 6 o'clock, that they all decided that what was most important was to show from their point of view, to show the terrorists that the government can't be stopped in its tracks. So they all came back to the Capitol, and there was a moment of unity. And I'm sure everybody remembers the scene of congressmen, of senators standing on the steps behind me, again, just to show unity. But there was an impromptu rendition of God Bless America. And that was a moment that I know myself and others around probably will never forget. And it's something that they're going to recreate, Tony, tonight at about 6 o'clock. There's a lot of partisanship right now, of course, going on 2 months before the election. Both sides talking about 9/11, trying to use the issue of terrorism to their political advantage, but at least momentarily, that's going to stop for a short while while they recreate that image and sing God Bless America at about 6 o'clock tonight. Again, on the steps of the Capitol.
It's going to be nice to get back to a few of those moments when everyone can sort of stand side by side.
It will be brief.
Yeah. Hey, Dan, I have to ask you, what was going on just a few moments ago? We heard sirens behind you. We heard, I don't know what was going on. Can you give us a clue? Is it just another event going on in Washington, or?
Yeah, there was, to be honest with you, I'm not sure the answer to your question, because I don't think it was near here, and there was, nobody even flinched here. I think it was just a typical fire call, which, you're right, on days like today, you hear that. I noticed that, and I sort of I sent a shiver down my spine, but it was nothing.
All right, Dana Bash for us at the Capitol. Dan, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we continue to follow our timeline, just a few moments ago at 11:18 in specific, American Airlines did announce the loss of 2 aircraft. Flight 11, which we later found out hit the World Trade Center, and Flight 77, which hit the Pentagon, which is, of course, what Dana was just talking about. Then other flights across the country were grounded, airline passengers stranded.
Just another reminder, I'm not sure to what extent you want to relive all of the moments, moment by moment, of the attacks on 9/11, but all day today, Pipeline is offering this to you, playing CNN's original coverage of the September 11th attacks, uncut, unedited, as it happened, live on CNN television 5 years ago. Just log on to CNN.com and click on Pipeline.
You know, some of the reasons why you may want to do that are just helping you to remember what else was going on and how trivial some of the things were. We have on Pipeline some things that were happening with Michael Jordan, whether or not he was coming back.
Yeah, retirement
there was
talk,
Fashion Week happening in New York, maternity clothes, I mean, I was watching some of it, and it's amazing to see what else was happening and how it all just completely disappeared.
What the world
obviously.
was like September 10th and where we've been since.
And then the 12th. Stay with CNN, though, throughout the day and into the night. We are going to continue to follow the story. Primetime coverage begins at 8. Paul Lozano is live from Ground Zero with crucial questions that still linger all these years later. 9 Eastern, Wolf Blitzer is going to lead CNN's coverage of the president's primetime address from the Oval Office, and then that will be followed by Larry King live, also from Ground Zero. At 10 o'clock Eastern, Anderson Cooper, live from Afghanistan. Lots of activity over there. He will have a first-hand look at what's really happening in the war on terror since 9/11.
Memorials at the Pentagon, plus vivid memories of the way it was. A live picture now of the Pentagon. Our correspondent Jamie McIntyre looks back as the hijacked plane slammed into the Pentagon. Where he was working, what was he doing that morning? That's ahead in CNN Newsroom.
Looking live now at Shanksville, Pennsylvania. You will remember Flight 93 crashed into a field there. President Bush arrived moments ago in Pittsburgh on Air Force One. He is headed to this scene with all of those beautiful flags flying and the people gathering to remember their loved ones on Flight 93. The president will be laying a wreath in about 15 minutes or so from now to remember that moment in particular. Meanwhile, we want to go live to CNN's Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon, where 184 people lost their lives there that day. And Jamie, you were there. You have some incredible memories yourself of what happened that very day.
Yeah, it was, of course, an amazing day. And right now we're in the parking lot of a gas station across the street from the Pentagon. This is where pretty much everybody ended up and where I ended my day on that September 11th 5 years ago. But the day started in my Pentagon office, the CNN Pentagon office, which is actually on the other side of the building on the outer ring, or the E-ring. It was just after 9:30, and my CNN office was filled with people watching what was happening in New York. Not everybody at the Pentagon has a TV on their desk. I suddenly began getting computer messages from colleagues at CNN. Are you okay? Is everything all right? I thought, why are they asking me that? Then I looked up at CNN and I saw that my producer, Chris Plant, who had just arrived at work, was reporting by his cell phone that an aircraft had hit the building.
A huge plume of smoke which continues to rise from the west side of the Pentagon.
I never heard or felt the impact. The building is that big. I rushed out and back to get my first report on the air around 10 o'clock, and I kept trying to call home, but the line was tied up with concerned friends who were calling my wife. Finally, she called me just as I was about to go on the air. I'm okay, I said, just as Aaron Brown was introducing me.
Jamie McIntyre is there.
And I no sooner got started than he interrupted me.
Wow.
And some people were...
Jamie, I need you to stop for a second. There has just been a huge explosion. We can see a billowing smoke rising, and I'll tell you that I can't see that second tower.
And the bad day had just gotten much worse. Heidi, at that point, I realized it was going to be a little while before I got back on CNN, so I decided it was time to leave the office. As I said, walked around the building, inspected the damage, took photographs, and spent the rest of the day here in this parking lot watching the activity across the road, watching the burning building, and talking to my producer, Chris, who we both agreed that our lives would never be the same again after the events of that day, and that certainly turned out to be the case. Heidi?
Boy, no doubt about that, Jamie. Tell me this, if something, God forbid, should happen again like this, what do you see that has changed as far as the organization of getting out, the protection for you or for the other people inside the Pentagon? Would you feel differently today?
Well, you know, you never know what's going to happen in this kind of event. It's pretty much unpredictable, but boy, they've made a tremendous amount of changes. First of all, the Pentagon's undergoing renovation, so they're already doing things like strengthening the windows, but there are emergency exits that are marked everywhere with strips that guide you in the dark, glow-in-the-dark strips that would guide you out of the building if you couldn't find your way. There are masks that are available for every person in the building in the event of a chemical or biological attack. The warning system, the alert systems are much more fine-tuned. Of course, the security is much greater, too. An entire road was moved after September 11th to make sure that traffic couldn't get close enough to the building for a car bomb or something to go off and cause damage. So there's been a tremendous increase of security at the building. And, you know, we always felt safe at the Pentagon, and you feel pretty safe now, but, you know, as September 11th showed, even when you're in a fortress-like building where you think nothing could happen to you, something can happen.
Boy, you said it, too. You think the Pentagon, you know, is an arsenal. All right. Thanks so much, Jamie McIntyre, for that.
You know, when something bad happens, humans instinctively look to blame someone. A new poll from CNN and the Opinion Research Corporation asks who you fault for 9/11. We polled about 1,000 adults. Turns out your blame is almost evenly split between the Bush and Clinton White Houses. 45% put a great deal or moderate amount of blame on the Bush administration. As you can see, that's up sharply from 2002. 19% blame the Clinton team a great deal, 22% a moderate amount. About a third say neither is at fault.
Taking advantage of the moment, terror experts say it is no surprise Al-Qaeda has released a video timed to the 9/11 anniversary. The statement from the terror group's number 2 man does not focus on the 2001 attacks, but Ayman al-Zawahiri does speak about what he calls new events.
أقول لهم
Your leaders are hiding from you the scale of the disaster that will shock you. You gave us every opportunity and every legitimacy to continue fighting you. We warned you repeatedly, and we offered you a truce. You ignored our calls and gave us every legitimate reason to fight you until you give in or surrender. We tell you not to concern yourselves with the troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. These are doomed. You should worry about your presence in the Gulf, and the second place they should worry about is in Israel.
Osama bin Laden, 5 years after 9/11, he is still the most wanted man in the world. His top deputy also at large, but others in Al-Qaeda have been captured or killed over the years. That led us to ask this: where do things stand in the war on terror exactly? Joining us to address just that, CNN's terrorism expert, Peter Bergen. He is in Afghanistan near the border with Pakistan. We don't want to say too much more than that, Peter. But let's get straight to this. We have had at least 3 that I can recall suicide attacks. We had one that we just announced here moments ago on CNN, another that happened on Sunday, and another Friday prior to that. We have seen sort of a strength and more attacks happening. Where do they stand?
Well, Heidi, certainly standing here really on the front line of the war on terror, not far from the Pakistan border in eastern Afghanistan. Earlier today, this base where I'm standing was rocketed 6 times. Those rockets were somewhat ineffectual, but the soldiers fighting here are fighting the Taliban. They're fighting Al-Qaeda, Arabs, Chechens. They're fighting some criminal elements profiting from the drug trade. And certainly in Afghanistan, the situation is deteriorating by any measure. IEDs have doubled in the last year. I was in Kabul last week when both those suicide attacks happened. One killed 4 Afghans and a British soldier. Another killed 2 American soldiers and something like 16 Afghans. That last one on Friday, right off by the U.S. Embassy, exploded a massive car bomb. that is probably something like at least 45 suicide attacks in Afghanistan this year, doubling the number from last year. By the end of this year, I think we'll have, if present trends continue, something like 70 or 80 suicide attacks in a country where suicide attacks were unknown pre-9/11, Heidi.
Peter, I want to bring something up here. You wrote an article for the Washington Post that came out yesterday, and here's what you wrote. I want to get your comment on this. You wrote, indeed, the U.S. military and NATO are now battling the Taliban on a scale not witnessed since 2001. When the war here began, of course, and are increasingly fighting them in remote areas. You go on to say, when I traveled in Afghanistan in 2002, 2003, the Taliban threat had receded into little more than a nuisance. But now the movement has regrouped and rearmed. Why and how, Peter?
Well, I think there are several factors. One is the drug trade from which they're profiting. 50% of this economy is the drug trade. That's a lot of money, billions of dollars. The Taliban is profiting from that. Also contributions from the Middle East, according to U.S. military sources. Another factor is a certain amount of dissatisfaction with the Karzai government. Reconstruction not being quite as successful as it perhaps should have been in the view of many analysts. Also the fact that they have refuge in Pakistan. Where I'm standing, Heidi, is not far from the Pakistan border. That's where many of the attacks at this base come from. Most of the rocket attacks come from the Pakistani side. And so the fact that the Taliban senior leadership is in Pakistan, according to intelligence sources we've talked to, including Mullah Omar, the leader, the one-eyed cleric who leads the Taliban, is believed to be in Quetta, a major city in southwestern Pakistan. So all those factors together have produced this resurgence. But I want to caution. This is not a strategic threat to the Karzai government. It's not a strategic threat to U.S. forces and NATO forces here. It's a major tactical problem. We've seen rising casualties, both U.S. casualties and our NATO allies, particularly in the south. The fight is pretty intense. NATO commanders themselves saying that they're surprised about the intensity of the fight they're seeing in the south. Commanders, U.S. military commanders I've spoken to in the last few weeks, talking about who served in Iraq, saying there's a difference here in Afghanistan. The Taliban are much more prepared to actually fight directly in mass formations of up to 150 Taliban fighters. Now that's a very costly strategy for the Taliban. When they face the U.S. military in those size, they take very significant casualties. But this is resurgent, no doubt. According to U.S. military, 7,000, 10,000 Taliban fighters out there in the field right now.
Wow. Quickly, Peter, before we let you go here, obviously on the 5th anniversary of September 11th, important to note, and remember, Osama bin Laden still on the run, still don't know where he is, but there have been some successes to point out. Mohammed Atef was killed. He was one of the pilots of one of the planes. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi killed. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, we heard the president talk about him and the information that they're getting from him now in Guantanamo. What is next? What needs to happen to bring down this threat of the Taliban?
Well, I mean, certainly in terms of the Taliban, finding their top leadership and arresting or capturing them. Certainly the same thing with, Osama bin Laden, Ayman al-Zawahiri. They're still out there, very likely in the northern part of Pakistan, up here on the Afghan-Pakistan border. Arresting those people, capturing those people, or killing those people remains a very, very important task. And unfortunately, 5 years after 9/11, that is yet to happen, Heidi.
Peter Bergen coming to us from the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. Thank you so much, Peter.
And coming up, the winds of Hurricane Florence. We have a live report as the hurricane eyes Bermuda. That's straight ahead. The world remembers. Our continuing coverage as we reflect, as we remember the events of 5 years ago. You're taking a look now at Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Flight 93 went down. A memorial there, permanent memorial to the courage of the passengers on board that plane. Let's roll.
That's right.
Let's roll.
Todd Beamer. That's right.
And the president due any moment now.
That's right. In just a few minutes, he's actually already arrived at the airport, probably en route by helicopter right now to this very area in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We will be following the pictures as they come in when the president goes to lay a wreath for the family members and those lost in Flight 93.
5 years ago today, the screams and sirens and disbelief filled the air of Lower Manhattan. Today, silence. President Bush, shoulder to shoulder with New York firefighters and police officers, heads bowed. They stood next to a door salvaged from a fire truck that was destroyed that morning. Another solemn remembrance today at the World Trade Center site. Families clutched photos, fought back tears. The ceremony marked the moment the terrorist first struck.
5 years have passed and some wounds have healed. Other damage, though, may not be fully known. Among the concerns, the air quality after the collapse of the towers. An internal memo from a New York City health official suggests Lower Manhattan was reopened to residents too soon. According to the papers, the air may have contained hazardous substances like asbestos. Last week, a medical study reported 70% of rescue workers at Ground Zero have developed serious respiratory illnesses. The report blames exposure to toxic dust.
CNN, your hurricane headquarters.
About an hour ago, we saw Carl Penhall being tossed about a little bit. We are keeping a close eye on Hurricane Florence.
And you can see all the movement there on your screen. Wow, it is certainly swirling and whirling in Bermuda. It's been doing so for the past couple of hours, in fact. A gust from the storm was measured at 111 miles an hour now. Last time we spoke about this, it was 90-something, so certainly increasing its strength. Forecasters expect that storm to continue its turn and to miss the U.S. coast, but not Bermuda.
Let's get you back now to CNN's Carl Penhall. He's in Southampton, Bermuda, where the worst of Florence is now being unleashed. Carl, give us an update.
Tony, the hurricane is off the west coast of Bermuda as we speak now, and those winds have really picked up. Difficult to know right now what we're getting hit with, whether it's rain or sea spray. I think it's actually a mix of the two, because very, very heavy surf is being driven into the cliffs just about 20 yards away, smashing into the rocks there. Some of the waves are coming over the top of the cliffs, and the air is just getting mixed up with this sea surf and the rain. So far, though, the police have said that there has been no damage or injuries to people. They say that there's been no significant damage to structures either. They say one or two roofs have begun to peel off. Some trees are down. One or two of the roads are blocked, but nothing particularly major. They say that Bermuda is faring much, much better than expected at this stage, Tony.
Carl Penhall, Southampton, Bermuda, for us, tracking Florence. Carl, we appreciate it. Thank you.
We will continue to watch that situation. Of course, we are your hurricane headquarters, but we want to quickly take you back to Shanksville, Pennsylvania for the Flight 93 memorial. You see people gathered there. We are awaiting the arrival of the president to that scene. We know he is already in the state, on the way over to Shanksville. We will bring it to you just as he arrives with a wreath-laying ceremony. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Another quick shot here. As you can see, the people have all gathered among the flowers and the remembrances of those lost on Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, awaiting the president to come out. We are hearing that he is there, waiting for some other family members who've not quite arrived. Doesn't want to start without them, so we will bring that to you. He plans to lay a wreath in their memory, and we'll show you that when it happens.
Your World Today is coming up at the top of the hour on CNN. Jim Clancy is standing by with a preview for us. Hi, Jim.
Hi, Tony. Well, we're going to give you more of an international perspective as the world looks back 5 years later on September the 11th. We're going to have live reports from Baghdad, from Afghanistan. Also, we'll see how the rest of the world marked this day. Plus, a former correspondent for the Irish Times talks with us about how international sentiment toward the United States has changed. And a closer look, you heard much about the clash of civilizations, the West against Islam. We're going to talk to an expert that says the clash is really inside Islam for its very soul. Provoking ideas with an international perspective. Your World Today, coming up.
Jim, appreciate it. Thank you.
The New York Stock Exchange is just blocks away from ground zero, as you know. Such a financial impact from those attacks.
Yeah, that's right. Susan Lisovich is there now with a closer look at how the attacks on September 11th affected the NYSE and the traders working there. Hi, Susan.
Hi, Heidi and Tony. Everybody was changed after that fateful day. One of them was Jimmy White, who's been a trader here at the floor of the New York Stock Exchange for 30 years, never witnessed a day like this one. 5 years ago at this time, Jimmy, you were fleeing for your life. The second plane had hit, you felt the building shake, and there was a mass exodus out of this building.
Pretty much a mass exodus. We tried to stay, thinking that the first incident was just a pilot in a small plane that had a heart attack. No one was quite sure yet what really happened. And everybody watching the monitors when that second plane hit and the building shook just about told everybody that it was time to go. Get to your families.
One thing that I hear nonstop, Jimmy, is that how orderly and calm it was. It was almost as if the magnitude of the event had not really hit everyone. People couldn't really accept, even though they were seeing it with their own eyes. And you did see some terrible things.
Absolutely. No one realized that it was a terrorist attack in the beginning. I mean, you see one plane hit the Trade Center, and people were actually saying, well, the pilot must have had a heart attack, or the plane lost control. We couldn't figure it out. But when that second plane hit, the whole world changed.
And you were among the people who crossed over the Brooklyn Bridge. It was just quiet, right? Deadly quiet.
It was kind of surreal, like watching a Rambo movie. It just, you couldn't believe what you were seeing. And as we were walking up the ramp to the Brooklyn Bridge, where the circle goes, is when the first building fell. And just thinking how many people just died at that moment was something that I'll never forget.
You were among the many, many people, though, who came back to work.
Absolutely. 17th of September was a very important day for all of us down here to show the world that we weren't going to be intimidated. We weren't going to lay back and live in fear. Coming back was the most important thing we could do.
Jimmy White, it's good to see you down on the floor still 5 years later. And that is the latest from here. CNN Newsroom will continue in just a moment. You're watching the most trusted name in news, CNN.
All day today, Pipeline is playing CNN's original coverage of the September 11th attacks, uncut, unedited, as it happened, live on CNN television 5 years ago. You can log on to CNN.com and click on Pipeline for that. 5 years after 9/11, though, a lot has changed. The country has been through so very much, but the American spirit persists, and life does go on.
That's right. As we mark this solemn anniversary, a look at some of the ways, well, we're moving forward. With 10,000 babies born each day in the United States, that's more than 18 million new bundles of joy since the attacks. Americans have more money to spend these days. The average person's disposable income is up more than 9% in the last 5 years.
And New York, as you were looking at the screen there, the World Trade Center area, it's a safer and bigger city. Crime nearly 22% lower in the Big Apple than it was in 2001. Building permits way up, nearly 30% since the 9/11 attacks. So on this 5th anniversary of the national tragedy, we Americans look back and look ahead.
And once again, we're waiting to see the president. The president is in Pennsylvania. We expect him shortly in Shanksville. We understand he's probably on the ground there meeting with some family members of the victims. We'll take a break. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
On the 5th anniversary of September 11th, thanks for watching CNN Newsroom. I'm Heidi Collins.
I'm Tony Harris. Your World Today is next.
It's in your neighborhood. For the death squads.
How September 11th changed the lives of ordinary Iraqis and who they blame for the violence that plagues their country today.
And Islamophobia. British Muslims say they're dealing with prejudice and hatred in the aftermath of the attacks. Hello and welcome to our report broadcast around the globe on this, the 5th anniversary of September 11th. I'm Hala Garani.
I'm Jim Clancy. Join us as we take a look back at that painful day and how its impact is still being felt in the United States, Iraq, and Afghanistan. 5 years ago, this hour, the financial markets on Wall Street shutting down.
Noon Eastern. As we look back on events, our viewers in the U.S. will see a small notice on the screens of what was happening minute by minute on that day.
Right. And about now, Los Angeles International Airport was being evacuated within minutes. San Francisco's airport would also be shut down.
Now, that was around 15 minutes past the hour, the same time on this day 5 years ago that officials announced the border with Canada and Mexico was on its highest state of alert.
All right, we're going to begin in New York, where mourners at Ground Zero fell silent 4 times throughout this morning, marking the exact time each plane crashed into the World Trade Center and the moments that each of the 2 towers collapsed. President George W. Bush joined firefighters and city police in honoring the thousands who lost their lives. Alan Chernoff joins us now from New York with more on what has been happening at Ground Zero. Alan?
Thank you, Jim. A very touching annual ceremony still going on all morning long. Spouses and partners of the lost have been reading the names, all 2,749 names, a true reminder of the horrific loss of life 5 years ago today. People also related...
Excuse me, Alan. I apologize for interrupting. We're looking at a live picture. President Bush has moved on. This is Shanksville, Pennsylvania. This is where Flight 93 came down. The passengers thought to have forced their way into the cockpit and wrestled with the hijackers of that flight. It was perhaps headed to some target in Washington. Let's listen in. Nope. Hundreds of family members and friends looking on. The president had delayed this appearance at Shanksville to allow all of the family members to get there alongside the flags flying at half staff. Just one of the many ceremonies this day, marking 5 years since the September 11th tragedies there in Pennsylvania, in Washington, and at Ground Zero in New York City. Once again, we go back to Alan. I apologize. I wanted to show that to everyone live as it happened. The president laying a wreath there, but you certainly had many ceremonies at Ground Zero as well.
Exactly, Jim. In fact, yesterday the president did lay a wreath right here at Ground Zero in one of the reflecting pools. There are 2 actually at the footsteps of where the 2 towers had stood, and right now family members are still laying flowers in those reflection pools. They've been filling up as the names have been announced. Earlier today, former Mayor Rudolph Giuliani spoke. Let's have a listen to what he said.
5 years from the date of the attack that changed our world, we've come back to remember the valor of those we've lost, those who innocently went to work that day, and the brave souls who went in after them. We have also come to be ever mindful of the courage of those who grieve and the light that still shines in their hearts.
Certainly a day that brings so much pain back to the surface, pain that so many people have been living with for 5 years now. Jim?
Alan, of course there is pain with the relatives that are there at Ground Zero, but all across the city, give us an idea. Many New Yorkers in the past have said they were simply waiting for the next attack, still feeling very much like the target.
Jim, no question about that. As a matter of fact, even this morning, we felt a sense of that. My morning commute into Penn Station, one of the main train stations in New York City, there was a scare there. A suitcase left. The police closed off one of the main entrances, and they investigated. Turned out to be a suitcase filled with clothing. But that is not so unusual here in New York City. The city remains very much on guard 5 years after.
Alan Chernoff reporting to us there live from Ground Zero. Thank you.
All right, well, from New York City, we go down south to Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon, where 184 lives were lost in the third attack on that fateful day. With the U.S. Vice President by his side, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld reflected on the grief of a nation. Grief, he says, soon turned into resolve. Let's bring in Barbara Starr at the Pentagon for more on this, the 5th anniversary of 9/11, and the mood at the Pentagon this day, Barbara.
Hala, it is a very somber mood. Of course, 5 years later, 5 years ago at this hour, we were all standing in this very spot behind me, watching the Pentagon still burn. 184 people losing their lives in the attack on this building. And just a short while ago, as you say, Vice President Cheney, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, commemorating the occasion in a very somber ceremony with family members attending from those who lost their lives here. One of the speakers representing the U.S. military was General Peter Pace, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Since that day, some 5 years ago, over 1.3 million Americans have served our country in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and in the Gulf region. None of them wanted to die for their country, but all have been willing to do so.
Hala, General Pace going on to say what is a very sad known fact to many members of the military, almost as many members of the military having now lost their lives in Iraq as Americans dying on that day on 9/11. And it is a journey of 5 years for the U.S. military. We want to tell you about a young Marine you will never meet now, Lance Corporal Colin Wolfe. He died just a few days ago in Iraq. A short time from now, on this hill over here at Arlington National Cemetery, he will be laid to rest by his parents, his family, and his friends. Lance Corporal Colin Wolfe was 18 years old when he was killed in Iraq a few days ago. And when you think about it, Hala, on the morning of 9/11, he was a 13-year-old little boy who told his parents he wanted to be a Marine. Hala.
All right, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon, thanks very much. And we're going to be talking about the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, and all those military operations that came after 9/11 a bit later in our broadcast. For now, though, these figures for you: more Americans are blaming the White House for the September 11th attacks than they did 4 years ago. That's according to a new CNN poll. It says almost half of the people surveyed blamed the Bush administration, quote, a moderate amount, or, quote, a great deal for the tragedy. But in 2002, just under a third of respondents assigned blame to their own government. Now, the administration of former President Bill Clinton came in for its share of criticism as well. 41% of those polled said Mr. Clinton could have done more to prevent the attacks before he left office in 2001. Jim.
Well, it was widely predicted, and hours before the anniversary of the September 11th attacks, Al-Qaeda's #2 leader called on Muslims to intensify their resistance against the U.S. It was all contained in a videotaped message posted on the internet. In that, Ayman al-Zawahiri issued a threat, and he warned that new events are on the way. Not the first time he said that. He also said coalition troops in Iraq and Afghanistan are, in his words, doomed.
And let's talk about Afghanistan. A suicide bomber targeted a funeral for a provincial governor there who himself had been killed in a suicide attack. Police say at least 6 people were killed. The blast was near a tent where more than 1,000 people had gathered for the funeral.
Britain's prime minister has a little bit of cold water poured on his efforts to try to foster Middle East peace. Tony Blair greeted by protests during a visit to Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Demonstrators blame Britain for not calling for an immediate ceasefire in Israel's war with Hezbollah. Troops and riot police fought to keep the protesters away from Mr. Blair as he met with Lebanese Prime Minister Fouad Siniora.
Also, in other news, the shuttle Atlantis has docked with the International Space Station. The 6 astronauts floated aboard to greet the station's 3 crew members. The shuttle brought with it what will be the first new addition to the station since December 2002, a massive truss with 2 attached solar wings.
All right, let's go back live now to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where U.S. President George W. Bush shaking the hands of some of the people that have gathered there, some family members of the victims who were aboard Flight 93. The president pausing, making a personal effort here to share with a lot of the people about what he has spoken about, their terrible grief, as well as their courage this day. We're going to be back with more of our coverage of the 5th anniversary of September 11th.
After 9/11, the US started wars in many countries. Some say it's a war for justice, but as a Japanese in Japan, I find it scary that there are so many wars continuously. That's one thing which has changed in the world.
I don't feel safe, but more anxious. I think the incident has aroused people's attention and heightened the sensitivity. Before September 11th, people weren't as sensitive, but we feel more threat nowadays.
I completely disagree with America's action after 9/11. I feel that America is randomly picking enemies, trying to find scapegoats.
Welcome back to this special edition of Your World Today.
On a day when Americans are remembering the events of September 11th, we're taking an effort here to look at how the rest of the world views America 5 years later. Now, in gatherings, big and small around the world, people are remembering those attacks 5 years ago.
Well, hundreds of American troops stationed in Kabul, Afghanistan, held a moment of silence. Their commander, you see it there, laying a wreath and vowing to continue fighting terrorism.
Meantime, at the U.S. Embassy in Canberra, Australian Prime Minister John Howard restated his country's commitment to the war on terror. He said 9/11 was an attack on the values of the world.
Well, and in keeping with the wishes of victims' relatives, Britain is holding a low-key ceremony outside the U.S. Embassy in London to remember the 67 Britons that were killed in the attacks that day.
Now, many people believe that September 11th changed the United States and changed the world forever. But one analyst says what's remarkable is really how little things changed since that day. The managing editor of Foreign Policy magazine says the forces that led to the attacks already in the making since the U.S. emerged as the world's only superpower.
I think we need to recognize that this is a very dangerous situation that we find ourselves in today. There's no question that these questions that we're asking about international politics really matter, and they can come home in a terrible way on a beautiful morning. There's really no way that you can now try to imagine yourself being somehow immune from this. But in looking at it in a wider way, I think what we need to look at is to look at the problems that exist in the Muslim world themselves and ask ourselves whether or not we're making the situation better or worse.
Well, in Afghanistan, things certainly did change after 9/11 when the repressive Taliban were toppled following a U.S.-led invasion. The country is now, in theory at least, a democracy. But in recent months, the Taliban have been making quite a comeback. Earlier, we spoke to former Afghan Foreign Minister Abdullah Abdullah.
As an Afghan citizen, I am still concerned because of the growing threat by the Taliban, though I agree that still it is not a strategic threat. But as long as the Taliban and Al-Qaeda is capable of receiving help from somewhere and having sanctuary somewhere outside Afghanistan, the problem in Afghanistan will sustain. And then that will prevent us from utilizing that great opportunities which has been provided by Afghans working together in the international community, supporting us in the best interest of Afghanistan for prosperity, bringing about a good government and establishing further peace and stability throughout the country.
Monday, even as U.S. troops gathered for a 9/11 memorial service in eastern Afghanistan, their base came under fire. Senior international correspondent Nick Robertson was there. He joins us now from the Pakistan-Afghan border. Nick, looking at the situation there, how does the military feel about it? How do they see 5 years on after toppling the Taliban?
Well, Jim, they still feel they're going after the Taliban here. They still feel they're going after Al-Qaeda and elements of Al-Qaeda just in this border area. They say they know that there are Arabs, they know that there are Chechens, they know that there are Uzbeks who they're fighting in this particular area. It wasn't clear who fired at the troops gathered right here a couple of hours ago as they gathered for that memorial service. They were going to hold a minute of silence when a rocket was fired, a 107mm rocket. They ran for cover. 5 more rockets were fired. None hit the base, but the troops returned fire with their 105mm howitzer. That, again, targeted at the points of origin. They said they were fired at from a number of locations. It wasn't clear to them if they were able to hit any of the people firing at them. But there were no casualties on the base, and a little later they regrouped right at dusk, then perhaps a little safer because they say their attackers don't fire at night, and they did hold that memorial service. They did have a minute of silence, and the bagpipes were played, and the soldiers here really felt that they were showing their attackers just that they weren't going to be beaten down when missiles were fired. The sense of the commanders here, though, is, Jim, that their fight still goes on, but they put their fight in different terms. They're fighting to win the support of the people here for the government of Afghanistan, they say, so they can help bring stability to the area, Jim.
Some people say they're surprised by the resurgence of the Taliban and with it elements of Al-Qaeda. Others say hardly. What are the factors that have enabled the Taliban to make this kind of a comeback, where now they have major battles raging with organized coalition troops?
Well, I think the Taliban have several elements, if you will, that they're using here, Jim. One of them, we're told by many sources here, is that they're getting money from the drug production here, from the poppy growing. Cultivation has gone up massively this year, 60%. About $3 billion are made here, half of the country's GDP. The Taliban are getting money. They've been studying their tactics. They've been building in numbers over the years. They've been able to do it from basing themselves in Pakistan, and they're all about trying to drive out the Western troops here and overthrow the government and install their own one in Kabul, Jim.
All right, Nick Robertson reporting to us there live from eastern Afghanistan. As always, Nick, thank you very much. Hala?
All right, we're going to show our viewers here live pictures of Ground Zero there in Lower Manhattan with a choir there singing, remembering the attacks on that fateful morning. Let's listen in, and then we'll take a short break. You're with Your World Today.
And hello, everyone. I'm Tony Harris at the CNN Center in Atlanta. More of Your World Today in just a couple of minutes. But first, a check of stories making headlines here in the United States. 5 years after the 9/11 terror attacks, Americans pause to remember those who died in the national tragedy. This is the scene right now in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Airlines Flight 93 crashed on this day 5 years ago. Among the ceremonies, a wreath laying in honor of the 40 passengers and crew members who lost their lives. President and Mrs. Bush among those paying tribute. The victims of Flight 93 are considered American heroes, battling with the hijackers to try to regain control of the aircraft before it slammed into a field. The World Trade Center, the bullseye of the attacks. Families of those who died there are gathered at Ground Zero throughout the day. A live picture.
Stand by.
And taps. 4 separate moments of silence were observed there this morning, one for each of the airline crashes and one for the collapse of each tower. Families also read the names of loved ones who died.
5 years from the date of the attack that changed our world, we've come back to remember the valor of those we've lost, those who innocently went to work that day, and the brave souls who went in after them. We have also come to be ever mindful of the courage of those who grieve and the light that still shines in their hearts.
At the Pentagon, Vice President Dick Cheney and Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld led a memorial service this morning. A moment of silence was observed at 9:37 Eastern Time. That's the exact time an American Airlines plane slammed into the Pentagon, killing 184 people. Rumsfeld, who is recovering from shoulder surgery, says Americans should remember their sacrifice.
The highest tribute we can pay to them is to commit ourselves to doing everything possible to fight the extremists wherever they are, to making every effort to stay united as a country, and to give our truly outstanding men and women in uniform all that they need to succeed. And I must add, to always give our troops the benefit of the doubt. They deserve it.
Our primetime coverage begins at 8 Eastern. CNN's Paul Lazon is live from Ground Zero with crucial questions that linger years later. At 9 Eastern, Wolf Blitzer leads our CNN coverage of the president's primetime address. That's followed by Larry King live from Ground Zero. At 10 Eastern, Anderson Cooper live from Afghanistan. He will have a first-hand look at what's really happening in the war on terror since 9/11. As the nation remembers the 9/11 attacks, trouble was suspected in the skies this morning, and NORAD, North America Air Defense, moved quickly to divert a plane. United Flight 351 from Atlanta to San Francisco was diverted to Dallas-Fort Worth. This after authorities found an unclaimed BlackBerry on board. Adding to the concern, officials also found an unclaimed backpack. Transportation officials found no safety threat. Flight 351 landed safely in Dallas and was then cleared to fly on to San Francisco. Hurricane Florence is walloping Bermuda today. First reports suggest trees and power lines are down, leaving thousands without electricity. The islands were spared a direct hit, though, with Florence's eye passing about 40 miles west of the island. Forecasters say the storm should veer out to sea, sparing the U.S. East Coast. That gets us to Jackie Jarris in the CNN Weather Center. Hi, Jackie.
Hey, Tony. Yeah, Florence still just battering Bermuda right now. It's about 60 miles to the northwest of the main island there, but the hurricane force winds extend out about 70 miles from the center of the storm. Recording right now at the Bermuda airport, 66 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts up to 90. So you know it's continuing to do damage and bring in those rain squalls. You talked about some of the power outages and the trees down. Well, Doppler radar is down too, so we're not able to show you that any longer. So they're going to see this for another couple of hours, we think, at least through the afternoon before conditions start to improve. It is moving north-northeast now, moving away from the U.S., but we're going to be getting high surf and swells all along the eastern seaboard. There are advisories up and down it, so not a good day to get out into the water. We've got high surf advisories and a high threat of rip currents. We also have a new storm to talk about, Tony. This could become Tropical Storm Gordon. It's TD number 7 right now with 35 mile per hour winds. Back to you.
Thank you. Just another reminder that CNN is your hurricane headquarters. CNN's extensive coverage of the anniversary of the September 11th attacks continues. Recovery at Ground Zero, everything from moving debris to guarding hundreds of pounds of silver. A Port Authority police officer who was there from day one is in the newsroom at 1 Eastern. Meantime, we rejoin your world today. Jim Clancy talking with an Irish journalist who witnessed the terror in New York City 5 years ago. Firsthand. I'm Tony Harris.
5 years ago. Here's just part of a report filed back then by our own Christiane Amanpour. Give it a look.
In the wake of the worst terrorist attack anywhere, on a scale Western leaders say they had never even contemplated, newspapers talk of a declaration of war on America. Politicians from the world's democracies say that today everyone is American.
We all agreed that this attack is an attack not only on America, but on the free and democratic world. It demands our complete and united condemnation, our determination to bring those responsible to justice.
We stand firm, we stand committed. Thank you very much.
One after the other, world leaders stood up in sympathy and solidarity. President Vladimir Putin saying that Russia will observe a moment of silence on Thursday. German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder says that Germany stands with America and everyone who's for peace and freedom around the world. The same messages came from all European capitals, from Japanese leaders and the Chinese president as well.
Conor O'Clery, formerly with the Irish Times, who lived down there by the World Trade Center, witnessed it all. Also witnessed, perhaps, how international sentiment has changed over the course of the last 5 years. How do you see it?
Absolutely, Jim. Within 3 days, the whole of Ireland closed down in solidarity with the United States. Shops closed, newspapers closed. But over time, I found myself telling my foreign editor on the telephone about a year later I think we're being told lies by the White House. And I think the White House and the U.S. administration lost the high moral ground by diverting resources from Afghanistan into Iraq. And it's been pointed out here that the number of soldiers under NATO command in Afghanistan are less than the number of soldiers that were in Northern Ireland to deal with the troubles there, a much smaller area. And I would just like to add one thing to your report from Afghanistan. I visited Afghanistan under Soviet occupation, and I remember talking to school teachers there who said if the Mujahideen win, they're going to destroy secular life in this country. And now the supreme irony is that the Mujahideen did win with American support, and now NATO is struggling to maintain some sort of a secular life for Afghans and the defeat of the Mujahideen once more.
All right, all of these things, Iraq, Afghanistan, the situations there certainly changing over the course of the last 5 years, certainly weighing on U.S. public opinion and the opinion about the U.S. around the world. What is the feeling in Europe, there in Ireland, for what the United States can do right to fix it?
Well, I think elect a new president would be the answer here. President Bush is very unpopular. The war is very unpopular here. There has been some agitation about the fact that American troops are using Shannon Airport en route to Iraq, and there have been some protests about that. But, you know, Ireland has a special relationship with the United States, and people here love America. They love its politics and its culture. So there's a feeling more of sadness rather than anger, I would say, at what is seen as an unfortunate diversion from Afghanistan into Iraq, into an unnecessary war where the American administration has lost the high moral ground.
All right, Conor O'Clery, editor, former editor and correspondent for the Irish Times. Thank you very much. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back right after this.
Stay with us.
Welcome back to this September 11th edition of Your World Today. I'm Jim Clancy.
I'm Hala Garani. U.S. President George W. Bush and First Lady Laura Bush are traveling to the sites of the September 11th attacks 5 years ago. They laid a wreath and visited with relatives of those killed in Pennsylvania. That's when United Flight 93 crashed into a field. Several passengers stormed the cockpit during the hijacking to try to overpower the terrorists.
Thousands gathered where the World Trade Center once stood in New York City. Friends, family, and total strangers fell silent 4 times, marking the 2 jetliner crashes, as well as the collapse of both of the towers. A solemn ceremony was also held at the White House.
And outside of Washington, mourners honored the 184 people who died when a plane slammed into the Pentagon. U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney and Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld led the solemn commemorations. Rumsfeld says the grief of the nation soon hardened into resolve after the attacks, and that 9/11 would never change the freedom or the spirit of America, in Dick Cheney's words.
Now changing our focus. In Iraq, some say they paid a very high price indeed for an incident that happened thousands of miles away and had nothing to do with them. How did September the 11th change the lives of ordinary people in Iraq? CNN's Michael Holmes sat down and talked to a cross-section of Iraqis, among them a chemistry professor and a women's activist.
It's like an earthquake. This earthquake happened in the United States, but you know, the shock came to our country. Why we pay the things after that? Why we pay all these things? I mean,
why have you paid the price?
Yes, of what happened to 11 September.
When you hear Bush say that Iraq is the battleground in the war on terror,
an invitation for the terrorists to come here. Yeah. You don't see that? I see it like that, actually. An invitation.
Yeah, actually, in some
somehow I feel like it is an invitation. But on the other hand, I feel kind of really very bad feeling that President Bush repeating and focusing on war against terror in Iraq is to make America and American people secure and safety. What about Iraqi people? Why do we have to pay the price for this security of the Americans? We have the same right to be secure, to have a secure life, just like any other American citizen.
What went wrong from the time the Americans arrived to now?
They depend on the wrong people.
They depended on the wrong people.
Yes.
They trust the wrong people also. The people they used to say to any American's project or suggestions, that's great, that's what we need. Actually, it's not.
You came back here after the war. Did you have great hopes then?
Actually, yes.
What went wrong? What went wrong? All that hope you had when you came back, what went wrong?
Actually, maybe I will go back to a very simple and traditional opinion, that you can't build a democracy by tanks and bombs. But even this fact, the Iraqi people wanted to ignore it. Okay, with tanks, with bombs, with armies, with multinational forces, we will have a better life. But declaring Iraq as a front, or the first front of fighting terror, that means that it's an international, a world war. A world war on one country as a field for all kind of conflicts, for all kind of interests. That's too much for Iraq.
Who do you blame for the insurgents in your neighborhood, for the death squads, for Al-Qaeda being here? Who do you blame for that?
We blame the United States.
Blame the United States?
Yes. Actually, I want to ask President Bush himself. He said that we will make Iraq an example for the democracy. Did he succeed in that? I don't believe. I think we are in a very bad situation, and just God knows what will happen.
All right, let's bring in Michael Holmes live from Baghdad. Thanks for being with us, Michael. I always find it fascinating to hear from ordinary people. It gives you a sense of what defines the zeitgeist in Iraq right now. Tell me, what do Iraqis say when you speak to them? What do they tell you should happen now for their country to get better?
Well, it's a good point. I mean, a lot of Iraqis, the thinking Iraqis, if you like, they say, we would love the Americans to just go and leave us alone. However, they say they can't go now. It's a lose-lose situation for many Iraqis. If the Americans went now, this country really would fall apart, and very quickly. So they say the Americans now have to stay and try to fix what they say the Americans broke. You know, the lady there, Sharuk, who I spoke with, she says she cringes when she hears George Bush say that Iraq has become a haven for terrorists, because she says, well, it wasn't until the Americans came here. Saddam Hussein was ideologically diametrically opposed to Al-Qaeda and other terrorist organizations. Hala?
All right, Michael Holmes, live in Baghdad. Thanks so much for that really interesting conversation there with that group of people. And we're going to have a lot more ahead on Your World Today.
That's right. It's still ahead. We turn to Britain, which has had its own problems with terrorism. And
the growing concern among Muslims there about the response to that. Some feel there's been a rise in what might be called, and what some are calling, Islamophobia. We'll take a closer look when we return.
God bless America, land that I love.
This morning in Manhattan, a firehouse there commemorating the events of 9/11. The President, George W. Bush, visited this firehouse, and there you have one of the firefighters singing God Bless America. Many of them responded to the 9/11 attacks, and many of them, of course, lost their lives that day 5 years ago today. Engine 15, ladder 18 is what we're seeing there.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Well, in July of last year, Britain got some sense of the body blow dealt to the U.S. on September 11th, 2001. Although many in the Muslim community were as horrified as everyone else, the London bombings further solidified a growing fear and rejection of Muslims in that country. Malika Kapoor has that story.
There are radical elements that are in our midst, and they are engaging with our young people.
People's attitudes have changed, both from the British Muslims and just the English community.
The fact that you're a Muslim now is on the top of your mind. The fact that you are now different to the rest of the people is on top of your mind.
3 British Muslims, 3 different experiences of living through the war on terror. The horror that rocked New York 5 years ago shattered London last year on July the 7th. 52 people were killed, blown up by Muslim suicide bombers. 2 months later, Hamasa Kohistani became the first Muslim woman to be crowned Miss England.
Even when I went to the beautician to get my hair blow dried, they would ask me, oh, what do you do now? And I'd say, oh, I'm Miss England. And then she'd look at me twice and say, but you're not English. And then I'd say, yeah, I'm a Muslim too. And the shock on people's faces every time they realized that, oh, but you're not one of us. That was the sort of reaction that I got.
Many of Britain's 1.5 million Muslims say they sense a rising Islamophobia, rising hostility towards their community, and often just appearing to be Muslim can be a problem.
Fatima Dosa tells us she's been attacked on an underground train.
I think it was very much because of the fact that I was wearing my hijab, which is the veil, and that tells you straight away that this person is a Muslim.
According to a recent poll, 1 in 6 Londoners admits to changing seats on the bus or train to avoid passengers they believe may be a Muslim. Islamophobia has a divisive effect even within the Muslim community. Hanif Kader, a youth worker, says it leads to insecurity among young British Muslims, making them easy prey for extremists.
The young people, when they're hearing messages from, your radical elements, and they've been interviewed on TV, people like Abu Abdullah and Abu Hamza type of people, and they're coming back and they're saying, look, this is a clear war on Islam and every Muslim's being targeted. And it's testament to the fact that if you just witness what's going on now, the young people actually start to believe this, and it's a field day for these guys, for recruitment.
The threat of extremism has been keeping British police on their toes. It's meant frequent raids and multiple arrests of Muslims, some of whom are quickly cleared of any crimes, which has only served to fuel Islamophobia in Britain. Many British Muslims say they are fed up with the hostility, the attacks and the slurs. All they want is to get on with their lives, whether it's a community worker, ordinary citizen, or a beauty queen. Malika Kapoor, CNN, London.
Well, our next guest says there is a historical struggle underway within Islam, pitting extremists against moderates and the clerical establishment. It's a crucial time, he says, for the more than 1 billion Muslims around the world. We're joined from our Los Angeles bureau by Reza Aslan, author of No God But God, The Origins, Evolution, and Future of Islam. 5 years after 9/11, Reza Aslan, who is winning the battle within Islam?
Boy, that's a tough question. Well, if we're talking about the propaganda battle, then I think there's no question that the extremists are winning it. You heard even just today, Zawahiri once again came out and warned Muslims around the world that their values, their traditions, their very identity and beliefs are under attack by the West, that this is not some kind of war on terror, but a war on Islam. And unfortunately, I think because of some of our foreign policy choices, some of the rhetoric that has come out of our government here in the United States, there are a large number of Muslims who actually believe that is the case.
Now, you wrote an op-ed piece there in the Boston Globe yesterday, I believe, and you said something quite interesting. Despite the common perception in Europe and the U.S. that Osama bin Laden's primary target is the West, it's actually something within Islam that he fights. It's neither Christians nor Jews. Could you explain that?
Yeah, this is something that I think most Westerners would find shocking. The primary target of these extremists, these jihadists, bin Laden and his ilk, is not the West or Jews or Christians, what Al-Qaeda terms the far enemy, but rather what they refer to as the near enemy. In other words, this is a puritanical sect. And like any group of Puritans, their primary agenda is to purify their religion of what they see as its cultural and religious innovations and to return it to some kind of unadulterated and frankly, purely imaginary past. So what they want to do is essentially force the Muslim world to adopt their ideas, their versions, their puritanical form of Islam, and the cost of that is death. And that is why I think the Muslim victims of Al-Qaeda so vastly outnumber the non-Muslims.
Rezi, let me just jump in there because we really have to wrap it up. I'm afraid we're running out of time. But why are some, and this is what many people in the West ask, why are some second, sometimes third generation Muslim young men, why are they attracted to this extremist misinterpretation of religious scripture that calls on them to conduct suicide bombings, for instance, in London and Madrid? Why?
I think particularly in Europe, you're seeing the result of this alienation that you just talked about in the previous report. I think a lot of younger Muslims who were born in France or in the UK and yet who feel neither British or French nor Pakistani or South Asian and are looking for something to fill that sense of alienation, both religious and social alienation that they feel. They can't find it in their mosques, they can't find it in their parents, they can't find it in the political structure, they can find it on the internet. And I think that the reason bin Laden has been so successful is that his message, one of radical individualism, one that says your political and religious leaders have nothing for you, they don't understand you, they don't understand what you're going through, that is something that becomes quite appealing for a lot of dispossessed and alienated young people.
All right, quite a struggle there within that faith. Thank you, Reza Aslan, author of No God But God and a journalist as well. Thank you very much. We're going to take a short break here on Your World Today. We'll be right back. Okay, ceremony has been taking place around the world on the 5-year anniversary of the September 11th attacks.
But, you know, I think we've said enough. I think that these are events that really speak for themselves.
We also gathered to reaffirm our commitment, both as friends and allies of the people of the United States, but also as citizens of the world, to maintain the fight against terrorism.
Hello, everybody. I'm Betty Nguyen live at CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. Kira Phillips is off today. Hurricane Florence battering Bermuda. Powerful winds and pounding surf slammed the island as tourists hunker down. Where will Flo go next? We have live coverage from the CNN newsroom. Afghanistan attack. Rocket fire interrupts a moment of silence. U.S. soldiers run for cover. Our Anderson Cooper is there on the front lines of the war on terror as the world remembers the victims of 9/11. 5 years ago, screams of sirens, fear, disbelief. Today, somber moments of silence. President Bush began this September 11th anniversary shoulder to shoulder with New York firefighters and police officers. No words equal to the images of the battered fire truck door, just a symbol of lives lost in the service of others. Moment of silence there before the bells start to ring. Then a remembrance at the World Trade Center site. Families clutched photos and fought back tears as they marked the moment the terrorists first struck. And just a short time ago, bells tolled and a wreath was placed at a scarred field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And still to come today, prayers at the Pentagon. Ahead from the newsroom, live reports from Washington, Shanksville, and New York. That's where we begin, as we did 5 years ago. Ground Zero. It used to be a common noun describing a point of origin, but now Ground Zero is a place. For many, a most sacred place, especially every time the calendar arrives at September 11th. CNN's Alan Chernoff is there as New York remembers. Hi, Alan.
Hi, Betty. Church bells are continuing to ring here at Ground Zero, even though the formal ceremony ended about 35 minutes ago. But certainly a very touching annual ceremony this morning. The names of all 2,749 people who were killed that day 5 years ago read. A real reminder of such a horrific event, of course. Right now, the pit remains open. Loved ones are still going in, but they still are remembering very much the names read, and certainly among those who were really just so moving, Margaret Cruz, who spoke about her partner, Patricia McEnany.
There is a poem that says, "So bitter pain that none shall find. What plague is greater than the grief of mind? No day has been the same without you, but the memories of your smile and laughter will hold me and all who loved you for years to come. Love you."
Truly, this is a day that brings the pain back to the surface, most of all for the loved ones, but also for New Yorkers and the entire country. Betty?
Such a difficult day. Alan Chernoff, thank you for that. Well, throughout the day, we are looking at the timeline of events on 9/11. It was during this 1 o'clock hour Eastern time in 2001, we heard from President Bush. He told America the U.S. military was on high alert worldwide.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Mr. Bush went on to ask for prayers for all those dead and wounded. And shortly after this speech, he left Louisiana and headed for Nebraska. The 9/11 hijackers did not intend to strike Shanksville, Pennsylvania, a rural spot that few Americans who live beyond Johnston or Pittsburgh have ever heard of. Today, the name Shanksville stands as a testament to sacrifice and to courage. CNN's Bob Franken is there. Bob.
Well, President Bush is still here. He's about to leave after paying homage here. Had a wreath-laying ceremony in that field in back of us, which is the site of where United Flight 93 went down when the passengers on board decided that they were going to take this away from the hijackers and disrupt their plans to fly into Washington, either into the White House or the Capitol, causing this huge crash here in an area in back of me, which was a reclaimed strip mine, which has been covered over again. The president laid a wreath at the site this morning. He then had a lengthy meeting with the members of the families of those who were aboard United Flight 93, families that are still holding on to a fierce pride even after 5 years of sadness. The president, as I said, is leaving. He's going back to Washington. There will be ceremonies at the Pentagon also. Here in Shanksville, this is a story not only of tragedy but of triumph, of course. The people on board, we know now from all the records that have been accumulated, had decided that this could not be, that they had to, in their last act, do something which will be regarded forever as heroic. In the United States, this is just really off the beaten path. But Betty, it's become a place where more than 100,000 people a year are coming now to look at a makeshift memorial that has been set up just off to my left there. It's really nothing more than a chain link fence, and people by the thousands have brought their little items that they bring in homage to the heroism of the 40 people aboard United Flight 43. All of those are removed and taken to a museum. There's going to be a permanent memorial that is built after fundraising is completed. It'll take several years for that, but in the meantime, people come by the thousands at this makeshift memorial to pay their respects. Betty?
Well, it's a site where a lot of sacrifice was made, and I know a lot of people looking forward to that memorial. Bob Franken, thank you for that. A commandeered jet hits the Pentagon. Maybe not since the British burned the White House in the War of 1812 had an enemy struck so directly at a symbol of American power, of America itself. Yet the Pentagon is much more than a symbol, and unlike Ground Zero in New York, has long since been fully restored. CNN's Barbara Starr joins me with today's commemorations and grim reminders that some things, well, they haven't changed. Barbara?
Well, Betty, it was 5 years ago, of course, we all stood on this spot and watched behind as the Pentagon burned, as the dead and the wounded were tended to. 184 Americans losing their lives here on this site. And as you say, 1 year after the attack, U.S. military headquarters was rebuilt fully, the damage repaired, people back in their offices. That was the symbol that the construction workers wanted to send to the terrorists when they attacked this building. Today, a very somber day, a number of ceremonies here remembering those who died. Earlier today, Vice President Cheney, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld gathering with the families of those who perished to remember them and to remember the U.S. military.
The highest tribute we can pay to them is to commit ourselves to doing everything possible to fight the extremists wherever they are, to making every effort to stay united as a country, and to give our truly outstanding men and women in uniform all that they need to succeed. And I must add, to always give our troops the benefit of the doubt. They deserve it.
And Betty, speaking of U.S. troops, let me share with you at this hour, on this day, right now, Lance Corporal Colin Wolfe is being buried just over that hill at Arlington National Cemetery. He's being laid to rest by his parents, his family, and his friends. Lance Corporal Colin Wolfe was a United States Marine, 18 years old, Betty. He died a few days ago in combat in Iraq, and it will take your breath away when you realize 18-year-old Colin Wolfe was a 13-year-old little boy on the morning of September 11th who told his parents he wanted to be a Marine. Betty.
Oh, goodness. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. Barbara, thank you for sharing that. Well, events marking the 9/11 anniversary will culminate tonight with a speech by President George W. Bush, and CNN will have live coverage of the president's primetime address. It is scheduled for 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Well, we do have a developing story to tell you about today. I want to take you to some pictures out of Los Angeles where a hazardous material situation has come up. Paramedics are treating 10 people for respiratory or other problems after noxious fumes reportedly came from the ventilation system of a 3-story office building. This is in Van Nuys, California. You can see right there the emergency crews who are on the scene. Van Nuys, California, excuse me. And we are going to be hearing from the Los Angeles Fire Department. They are there, as you see right there, working this situation that's underway. Again, hazardous materials teams are on the scene as well. We don't know exactly what the fumes are, but we know that paramedics have treated at least 10 people for respiratory or other problems after these fumes came from a ventilation system in a 3-story building in Van Nuys, California. Of course, we'll stay on top of this, and as soon as we get word from the Los Angeles Fire Department, we'll bring that to you as well. In the meantime, coming up, we want to show you a reminder that Afghanistan is still very much a war zone. Our reporters under fire as the U.S. military commemorates the anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. And just a bit later, Attorney General Alberto Gonzales on the war on terror and the new message from Al-Qaeda's number 2. That is ahead. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. This just in, some breaking news out of Long Beach, California. You're getting a bit of a city view here, but there's the scene right there. This is at a rental car facility near the Long Beach airport. We understand from officials there that a suspicious package was found in a rental car that was returned to that rental car agency. But because of the proximity of the rental car location to the airport, no passengers are being allowed in the airport right now. And we have learned from affiliate KABC, which is bringing you these live pictures right now, that the device, that suspicious package found in the rental car, has been detonated. Now, the Long Beach Police, the airport security and bomb squad, all of them on the scene, and we understand that flights out of Long Beach are currently shut down due to what you're seeing right there, the fact that a suspicious package was found. And according to KABC, our affiliate there in California, this device has been detonated. So far, no passengers being allowed into the airport right now. Now, just a few aircraft are coming into the airport, and those will be allowed to land land, but we understand no flights are taking off right now. We're still waiting to hear exactly what was that device, and according to KBC, it was detonated. So as soon as we get more information on that, we'll let you know. But at this point, no injuries have been reported. Now, let's take you to another place in California, Van Nuys. You're looking at a scene right there. You see many fire trucks, the LA Fire Department on the scene, as well as the hazardous materials teams. What we understand is that 10 people have been treated for respiratory or other problems after noxious fumes have come from a ventilation system. So that's what we know, but let's get some more right now from the Los Angeles Fire Department. We have a spokesperson on the line. Can you tell us exactly what has happened there today?
Betty, good morning. Brian Humphrey here from the Los Angeles Fire Department, and good news indeed coming from this location about 30 miles northwest of the previous Long Beach location here in the city of Los Angeles. LA firefighters, including our hazardous materials experts, have gone into a 3-story AT&T telephone company switching office where they discovered approximately 10 persons who had become ill after being exposed to what they described as noxious fumes. Now, the people had the presence of mind, again, to leave the building on their own. They self-evacuated, and these 10 persons have been evaluated, only one being transported to the hospital at this time.
Well, do you know where it came from? Because what we understand is that it was culminating from the ventilation system.
That was what the people verbalized. They thought it was coming, but they didn't actually see any vapors or fumes. So the LAFD hazmat experts are going through the building in a systematic fashion, utilizing very sophisticated sensing devices to try to determine what it is. Now, we're very appreciative of the fact these people called, and because people are very wary today here and also in Long Beach, we do remind people that if they have any suspicions any day of the year, never hesitate to call 911 to get the experts on the scene as quickly as possible.
Well, of course, and we're looking at live pictures right now of this business park. This is a 3-story building. You call it an AT&T switching office. And because there are businesses in and around, people parking in and around this building, is there any worry that these fumes may have spread to other areas?
No, the good news is the incident appears to be isolated inside this one 3-story concrete building. The firefighters do not sense any vapors outside the building, and now they're going through every square foot of this 3-story building to find out exactly what may be causing this concern. And as you see in this live shot, courtesy of your LA affiliate KTTV, many of the people are safely upwind and uphill from the event, awaiting clearance from firefighters to return to this essential facility.
All right, so 10 people treated, 1 transported. Brian Humphrey from the LA Fire Department. Brian, thank you so much for that information.
You're welcome.
Now to the worldwide commemorations for the 9/11 anniversary. I want you to take a look at this video from a U.S. military service in Afghanistan. Our Anderson Cooper was there.
I'm here at a forward operating base very close to the Pakistan border within sight. I can't tell you the exact location. We're actually now just getting some fire. Some rockets have been fired. They were about to have a moment of silence here in commemoration of 9/11. We got to get to bunkers.
Serious situation there, and that happened this morning. A rocket attack on a U.S. forward base in Afghanistan, as CNN's Anderson Cooper was reporting on American troops preparing to commemorate 9/11. Well, they quickly returned fire and were eventually able to hold that ceremony. 5 years after 9/11, Afghanistan continues to be a hot zone in the war on terror. The Taliban and Al-Qaeda are still attacking and trying to build their strength in the region. CNN's Nick Robertson is live in Afghanistan. He was also at the U.S. forward base and heard the incoming rounds as troops tried to remember 9/11. Bring us up to speed, Nick.
Well, Betty, there were 6 rockets fired, 107mm rockets. This is a normal occurrence for this particular base. They've seen an increase of attacks here recently. The rockets were fired from a number of locations. It's not clear exactly who fired them, but the commanders here say that their enemies in this area are the Taliban, who they see crossing the border from Pakistan. They are Al-Qaeda and associated groups. They say there are Arabs, are Chechens, and are Uzbeks in this area who they associate with Al-Qaeda, and that's who they're fighting in this particular border area. Indeed, in the last few minutes, we've been able to hear some 105mm howitzer rounds from another base landing in the hills around here on an operation. Now, the troops did come back and hold that memorial service. There was a minute of silence. People did stop. The bagpipes were played afterwards, and certainly I got the feeling from some of the soldiers here that this really showed the insurgents, whoever it was in the hills firing those rockets, that they weren't going to be put off from what they were doing, and that they would have that minute of quiet remembrance and thought for those that died this day 5 years ago, Betty.
Well, Nick, while it's not known exactly at this point who is behind that attack, let me ask you, 5 years after 9/11, how is it that the Taliban is having this resurgence? What is sparking this, and how are they getting the power to do it?
Well, part of getting the power is getting the money to have the power. Power in this part of Afghanistan really comes at the end of a gun. They are making money, we're told, out of the growth in the opium poppy here. That's seen a 60% increase this year. It's estimated that the amount of money that comes into Afghanistan for opium poppies is about $3 billion a year. It is more than half the GDP of Afghanistan, and the Taliban are believed to get some of that money. So they get money so that they can buy weapons. They're able to intimidate the local population. People in villages find that their schools have been closed by the Taliban, that they're told not to help the coalition troops here, not to help the Afghan government, and the Taliban have been able to operate and regroup in some parts outside of Afghanistan in Pakistan and grow in numbers and sell their message, and that's why they're resurging back here right now. Their aim is to overthrow the government of President Hamid Karzai and install the Taliban again in Kabul, where they were ousted from 5 years ago. That is very, very unlikely at this stage, but they're using techniques like suicide car bombs. They were barely doing that last year and not even the year before. They're using roadside bombs. That's another new technique, Betty.
CNN's Nick Robertson in Afghanistan. Nick, thank you for that. Embattled at home, British Prime Minister Tony Blair wrapped up a trip to the Middle East and Lebanon. He appeared with the Lebanese Prime Minister at a news conference today. Now, earlier stops included Israel and the West Bank. Angry protesters greeted Blair in Beirut, accusing him of siding with Israel during that country's month-long war against Hezbollah. Blair defends his position, saying a quick peace likely would have collapsed. While many things changed after 9/11, including how the government deals with potential threats coming up inside the command center designed to keep the country's skies safe. And Attorney General Alberto Gonzales joins us for a look at America's progress in the war on terror. You want to stay with us.
9/11/2001, a day that changed all of our lives. 5 years later, troubling questions still remain about our security. Are we really any safer? My special report live from Ground Zero tonight, 8 Eastern.
Five years ago today, at this time, New York Stock Exchange officials told employees that it was safe for them to leave the building and that they should walk east away from the World Trade Center. Well, CNN's Susan Lefsovich joins us now from the New York Stock Exchange to recount that day. Hi, Susan.
Hi, Betty. That's right. New York Stock Exchange officials came to that conclusion after talking to Mayor Giuliani. So at this hour, the New York Stock Exchange ended its lockdown and employees were finally free to leave Lower Manhattan. Yes, advised to walk east or northeast away from the World Trade Center. Many employees had fled right after the second plane hit. This building is only 3 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and so this building literally shook when the second plane hit the South Tower. And it's a very personal event for all of the traders here because literally everyone lost someone on that day. The New York Stock Exchange observed a moment of silence this morning. The opening bell was rung by the Downtown Hospital of New York, which received 1,500 patients in the minutes after the plane struck. Despite having lost telephone service, electricity, phone service, computer records, you name it, it was the best and worst of times down here. And it was a great moment, actually, Betty, when the people returned to work in what was a war zone nearly a week later. The market had not been closed for that long since the Great Depression. Traders came to work seeing horrible sights, seeing a tremendous amount of military-type security, horrible smells. A lot of traders were wearing masks when they were doing their business, and historic losses. The New York Stock Exchange, for the Dow Industrials, it was the greatest point loss in one single day on September 17th of 2001. As you see, for the 3 major averages, historic losses, tremendous volume, but a lot of the folks here believed it was their duty to return to work, brush themselves off, and get America back to business. Betty.
Yes, they did. Well, what about Lower Manhattan? I mean, has it rebounded from the attacks?
Yes and no. The U.S. economy was technically in a recession at that point, so already we were starting to see increased commercial vacancies. The Downtown Alliance of New York tells me that the vacancy for commercial buildings at that time was about 7%. It quickly doubled after September 11th. Now it's down to about 10%. So it's still far from perfect, but of course it would help greatly if the towers were rebuilt, because remember, not only were there thousands of people who worked in those buildings, there were hundreds of businesses that served the people who worked in those buildings. So it would really make a big difference here in Lower Manhattan. Betty.
Doing a lot of reflecting today, but let's talk about what's happening on Wall Street today. How's it faring?
You know, it's interesting, Betty. Tremendous volume today. It's actually very busy. Not a whole lot happening if you just look at the averages. We are now on the plus side. Oil prices are a story today. They continue to go down, and obviously that's a good thing. Right now below $66 a barrel on news out of OPEC today saying it will not cut its production targets. Iran also indicating it might be willing to temporarily halt its nuclear enrichment program as talks continue. So we're seeing very modest gains in a choppy session. The Dow right now up 22 points, or about 1/5 of 1%. The NASDAQ is up 12 points, or 0.5%. And that is the latest 5 years later. The New York Stock Exchange. Back to you, Betty.
Thank you, Susan. Well, on this date in 2001, Alberto Gonzales was a longtime friend and aide to President Bush who had risen to the role of White House counsel. It's a role, like so many others in the top ranks of government, whose focus, priorities, responsibilities would never be the same. For the past year and a half, Gonzales has been the nation's Attorney General, immersed even deeper in the war on terror. Today, he talks about the past and the present with our Justice correspondent, Kelly Arena. Hi, Kelly.
Hi there, Betty. Thank you. And joining us now from the Justice Department, Attorney General Alberto Gonzales. Thanks, General, for being with us.
Hi, Kelly.
You know, on this 9/11 anniversary, we hear from Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda's #2, Ayman al-Zawahiri, threatening new events. Sir, have you seen any evidence to suggest that there's an attack being planned? Does this latest message disturb you?
Well, we see attack plans all the time. We hear messages all the time, and this is part of the way that Al-Qaeda works. They want us to worry about their plans, and obviously we take all communications, all intelligence seriously. We have an obligation to run down every lead, every tip, to ensure that we're doing everything we can to protect America from another attack. We obviously are safer today, Kelly, than we were 5 years ago, but we know from these kinds of messages that we saw most recently that we still have a very determined, a very patient enemy, and those of us in government, we have an obligation to ensure that we're doing everything we can do to protect America.
In your opinion, is Al-Qaeda capable of another 9/11 style spectacular attack?
There's no question in my mind that they are capable. They obviously are weaker because of the steps taken by this government to protect America. They're more dispersed. They've lost their home base, but there's no question in my mind that they still remain a very dangerous threat to America, and it's something that we're very focused on.
You know, when you look at this tape, it's very technically sophisticated, and it follows several others. In fact, sir, Al-Qaeda is releasing more messages than it ever has. I mean, is the fact that they're able to get these messages out a sign that this organization has regrouped, is getting stronger?
I wouldn't say that they're getting stronger, but obviously they have found a means to communicate, and they're using propaganda as part of as an additional weapon against the United States and its allies, and so it's just something that we have to expect and we have to counter. Believe me, we are working very, very hard to track down leaders like bin Laden, working with the Congress to get additional tools, legislation, for example, on the terrorist surveillance program, legislation for procedures for military commissions, working with the Congress to get these additional tools that would allow us to better protect America.
You mentioned a lot of things you want to talk about. One, bin Laden. We haven't seen him on camera in more than 2 years. Why do you think that is?
You'd have to ask folks probably in the intelligence community. They probably have a better idea than I as to why he hasn't made himself available. We continue to believe that he remains a very important priority, a very important target for the American government, and it's not a question of if we are going to get him. It's a question simply of when are we going to get bin Laden.
And the fact that we haven't gotten him, do you view that as one of the biggest failures in this war on terror so far?
I wouldn't call it a failure per se. Again, bin Laden is hiding probably in an area of the world. It's tough to find someone who wants to remain hidden. He's probably supported by people in that area of the world. And so, again, he remains simply one front in the war on terror. There are other challenges that we have to also focus on. Even if we were to capture bin Laden, that would not end this war on terror. And so while he remains very, very important in this effort, there are other things that we ought to be focused on as well. And so we'll continue to attack every front on this war on terror.
You mentioned military tribunals as well. Some of the men who were allegedly responsible for planning the 9/11 attacks have, as you know, just been transferred from secret CIA prisons over to Guantanamo Bay to face military tribunals. Now, the administration believes that those individuals should not have access to classified information during those hearings. But as you know, sir, several leading Republicans and even military lawyers say that any fair trial would allow them to see that evidence. Do you see any room here for a compromise?
I believe that for the good of the country, we need to find a compromise to this particular issue. And again, we think it would be the rare circumstance where the defendant would not have actual access to classified information. We are prepared to make classified information available to their cleared counsel so that the lawyer would have access to the information. We're prepared to give to the defendant summaries of that classified information so that the defendant could talk with cleared counsel about that particular piece of evidence. So there are things that we can do, we believe, that would ensure that the defendant would nonetheless receive a fair trial in those extraordinary circumstances where we're talking about classified information, the most sensitive information for the national security of our country that we would not want to share with a terrorist while we're still at war.
So do you think the fact that these people are being held in military custody is a statement that we cannot handle these types of cases in our court system?
I think that the prosecution, the successful prosecution of these types of individuals, where we may have to use evidence that might compromise sensitive sources and methods, where we may have to pull people off the battlefield during a time of war who are potential witnesses, I think it presents different kinds of challenges for us in our criminal courts. And I believe that this commander-in-chief, like other commander-in-chiefs before him, should have as a tool to bring to justice terrorists the use of military commissions. And that's why the President has proposed a set of procedures in the legislation that he's proposed to the Congress that would give him the tools to bring certain individuals to justice.
All right. Well, I thank you for your time on this 9/11 anniversary. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you.
All right. Betty, back to you.
All right, Kelly, thank you for that. And we do continue to receive reports from across the country marking the 5th anniversary of September 11th. I'm going to show you a picture from Stephen Kozloff. It shows the lingering debris cloud after the Twin Towers fell. Stephen says he took the picture from a bike path and that people walking along were very eerily quiet. Daniel Daly sent us this image of last year's memorial for the World Trade Center. Look at that. You can see the moon coming in between the lights, representing where the Twin Towers once stood. And here's a moving tribute to all September 11th victims. Ron Gorman is bringing his Light a Candle in September memorial bus to New York today. The bus is covered inside and out with the names and faces of all fallen victims. And if you have photos or videos such as this, send it to us at CNN.com/iReport and stay tuned to CNN as we observe the 5th anniversary of September 11th with distinctive contributions from our viewers. CNN Newsroom continues in just a moment. You are watching the most trusted name in news. Deter, detect, defend. That is the mission of the North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD. But on September 11th, it found itself facing an enemy and a plan of attack unlike ever before. And there were some more tense moments just today. CNN's Jonathan Freed is at the NORAD Northcom Command Center in Colorado Springs, Colorado. And Jonathan, talk to us about what happened today.
Betty, what I can tell you is that earlier today there was a question about what was going on with the United Airlines flight that had departed Atlanta for San Francisco. I'll tell you very briefly, the end of all of this is that so far there's been no indication that anything unusual has been involved, but before the flight left Atlanta, a backpack was found in the cargo hold. It was checked baggage, but it didn't belong to any name that was on the passenger manifest for that flight, so that bag was removed. In and of itself, not necessarily something that was considered a problem. But then when the plane was airborne, Betty, a flight attendant spotted a BlackBerry device, one of these handheld email cell phone type devices that didn't belong to anybody on the aircraft. And there have been concerns that these wireless handheld devices could be used by terrorists to trigger explosives and that kind of thing. So there was a basic meeting of minds among the airline, the crew flying the airliner, that the best thing would be to divert to Dallas, which is what happened, and then everybody was put through a regular security screening and allowed to travel on their way. Now, Betty, here at NORAD Northcom, let me give you a tour of this room here and show you what is really the centerpiece of this facility. And if you look up here, it's what we're calling the big board. And NORAD and Northcom, NORAD, of course, dealing with air and space, but since September 11th, the Northcom element has been added. It's an integrated command, Betty, and Northcom deals with land and sea. And just by what they are viewing up here on the big board gives you a sense of the scope of what they are looking at here. Up here we have Hurricane Florence that they're tracking. Up here we have the Shanksville, Pennsylvania area, which is a restricted flight area right now because President Bush has been there today. Next to it, they're always keeping an eye on the Washington airspace. Down here we have what's called the Tripod Complex Wildfire, which is in Washington State. And over here, we're keeping an eye on various ships at sea. So it's really a very broad-reaching integrated command, keeping an eye on all possible movements and anything that could threaten North America. Now, the big question, Betty, is what was going on here at NORAD, not in this specific facility, but a few miles away in the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, where they were 5 years ago at around this time of the day. And let's listen to the general who was in charge of that facility at that time.
As you can appreciate, there was a lot of activity that needed to get accomplished on that particular day. Phones were ringing, people had to communicate loudly. But what I really want to stress is the resolve of both Canada and the United States, those who serve those two countries working together here as a binational command. It's quiet resolve, I called it. People had initiative, knew exactly their levels of authority, took action, didn't wait for direction, and coordinated a massive response to the attacks on 11 September. It was a day of figuring out who was who now in the air traffic system. No longer could we just trust that somebody was saying, no, all the hijacked aircraft are gone. We had some other aircraft that didn't want to comply with air traffic control instructions, naturally, didn't understand what was occurring. So we had a day of dealing with each and every possible track of interest that might be an enemy, an adversary if you like. And we also wanted to make sure our response was immediate and that we had enough of it everywhere that we needed it if something else occurred.
So, Betty, 5 years later, we find ourselves in the new Joint Command Center for NORAD and Northcom, a room filled with people quietly doing their job, sitting in front of desks that are labeled everything from biosurveillance to surgeon to ballistic missile defense. A very large team of people. They are here 24 hours a day, and they are keeping watch for us. Betty?
We were looking just at pictures there momentarily of the president and Mrs. Bush leaving Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They were in Shanksville for that memorial service. Just wanted to mention that to our viewers. But let me ask you this. As we look back, though, Jonathan, we do want to look forward. And what are some of the major things, if any? It seems like things were under control, but it was such a chaotic day. Did NORAD make any changes because of September 11th?
The biggest change that's happened in the last 5 years has been sort of the reinventing and retasking of this command center. NORAD is the acronym, Betty, that everybody's been familiar with through the decades, through the Cold War. And when you picture that NORAD command center, it's buried deep in the mountain a few miles away from here. But about a year ago, they opened this joint facility here, and the Northcom Command was an outgrowth of the needs that became evident following September 11th. And NORAD was always focused on air and space, but it became clear that in today's world, with today's threats and what is posing the United States and North America, that there needed to be more diversity here. So you have the Northcom element, which folds in land and sea. Betty?
All right, CNN's Jonathan Freed, thank you. And as we continue to follow the timeline of 9/11, at 1:44 that day, Pentagon officials deployed U.S. Navy ships at exactly this time. The vessels would guard the East Coast from possible further attacks. Well, first came the gut reaction. Something about these guys just isn't right. But then guilt for judging two unknown men by their appearance. Michael Tuohy's ultimate decision haunts him 5 years later. CNN's Dan Lothian with the story.
Michael Tuohy, now a retired U.S. air ticket agent, can't forget the feeling when he heard about the second plane attack. It was around 9:05 a.m.
I was right. This guy was a terrorist. My mind shot immediately back to that look in his face and the feeling of contempt and anger.
It was 9/11 mastermind Mohammed Atta. Tuohy had checked Atta and terrorist Abdul Aziz Al-Omari onto a connecting flight from Portland, Maine to Boston. The agent was suspicious at the time, but it was only a gut feeling. They would help to hijack the American Airlines flight, haunting Tuohy for years.
I'm saying, Mike, you looked this devil right in the eye. I mean, here was Satan standing in front of you. You didn't recognize him. You did, but you didn't.
And time moves on, but have we? We're taking America's post 9/11 pulse, coming up next here in the newsroom. Well, as they say, time marches on. 1,826 days have elapsed since the 9/11 attacks. But how much emotional ground have we covered since that traumatic day? CNN's Bill Schneider has more on America's measured response. And I guess, Bill, the first thing we want to talk about is how Americans have started to heal. Have they started to heal?
Well, they say time heals all wounds, but in this case, they're wrong. The number of Americans who said they felt angry in 2002, 1 year after the September 11th attacks, was 68%, just over 2/3. Now that number has gone up 5 years after the attacks. Nearly 3/4 say they feel angry about it. So the answer is no, those wounds have not healed, and they may have gotten worse.
Yeah, they feel angry. They're also more fearful, aren't they?
They're fearful. The number of Americans who say they're afraid has gone up. Of course, that what contributes to that are things like news about the terrorist arrests from London last month, where Americans heard that the terrorist plotters are continuing to work against the United States.
So if Americans are angrier and they're more fearful, will they ever get back to normal?
That concern is greater than ever. A year after the attacks, a majority of Americans, 54%, said they suspected that the country will never get back to normal after 9/11. That number has actually gone up. Now 70% believe the country will never return to normal. So again, there's even more anxiety and more concern now than there was 1 year after the attacks.
And looking at all of it, the question is, who are Americans blaming for this?
Well, of course, we're in a very partisan and a very polarized political environment. That wasn't the case immediately after 9/11. For a year, the country was united. Even a majority of Democrats supported President Bush. A year after the attacks, 32% said they blamed President Bush a great deal or a moderate amount for the attacks. But that number has now gone up to 45%. Why? Well, President Bush's popularity has declined. More people are willing to criticize a president they no longer like. But also there were congressional investigations that uncovered some damaging information about briefings that the president received even a month before the 9/11 attacks. But it is indeed a more partisan era, and so the willingness to blame President Bush has gone up, as well as the willingness to blame President Clinton. As you know, that's the subject of a controversy involving an ABC television movie. But if you see here, 41% of Americans say they think the Clinton administration deserves at least some blame. Not quite as high as President Bush, but Americans are willing to blame, really, a lot of Americans, not most, are willing to blame either President Bush or President Clinton.
Okay, that's Americans on the whole, but when we look at the 9/11 generation, the generation for which 9/11 was a defining moment, do the numbers vary there?
They do, and the 9/11 generation is much more inclined to blame President Bush than to blame President Clinton. 55% of them say they blame the Bush administration for the 9/11 attacks, only 30% blame the Clinton administration. That's a very big difference, and it doesn't appear in any other generation. Why? Well, in part because they have fewer recollections, fewer vivid recollections of the Clinton years, since many of them were children or just beginning to come of age. I'm talking about Americans now who are under 30 years old. And also because of Iraq. A lot of them, while there is no draft anymore, a lot of the people they know are fighting. They feel, a lot of younger people feel threatened by the war in Iraq. There's a lot of anti-war sentiment among the young. And that may be contributing to their willingness to criticize the Bush administration.
Bill Schneider, senior political analyst. Interesting numbers for us today. Bill, thank you.
Sure, Betty.
Hurricane Florence bashes Bermuda. Powerful winds and pounding surf slam the island as tourists hunker down. Where will Flo go next? We have live coverage from the CNN newsroom straight ahead. A direct hit, but parts of Hurricane Florence have been pounding Bermuda all day. Troops were even put on alert, and thousands of people on the island just 640 miles east of the U.S. coast lost power as this storm closed in. Jackie Jarris is in the CNN Weather Center tracking the storm. Florence is nothing to mess around with, apparently.
No, it's really not. In fact, we just got a wind gust report of 78 miles per hour at the Bermuda International Airport there. So they're still experiencing hurricane force wind gusts, but the sustained hurricane force winds are away from the shore now, so they'll watch for improving conditions progressively throughout the afternoon. We think the tropical storm force wind gusts should be pulling out of there in the overnight hours, so things will be looking a lot better in Bermuda tomorrow. Still holding strong though, 90-mile-per-hour winds, so we're still a strong Category 1 hurricane. It's moving north-northeast, will continue to curve off in that direction, staying away from the U.S. coastline, but still a very strong threat of rip currents here today, as well as a little bit of coastal flooding. We've got another tropical depression. This one is TD number 7. There you can see it to the north and east of the Leeward Islands. It does have the potential to become Tropical Storm Gordon, we think, in the next 24 hours or so, but should not be bothering anybody. And one last note, Betty, there's a very strong tropical wave coming off the coast of Africa here, which could be our next storm as well.
All right. We'll stay prepared. Thank you, Jackie Jarris, for staying on top of all of it for us. 5 years ago, an aide whispered to President Bush, America is under attack. But it didn't happen at the White House. Coming up, a visit to the Florida school that became a part of history on 9/11. It's marking the anniversary in its own way. Looking at some live pictures there on this September 11th. Now, 5 years ago, screams of sirens, fear and disbelief. Today, somber moments of silence. President Bush began this 9/11 anniversary shoulder to shoulder with New York firefighters and police officers. No words equal to the image of the battered fire truck door, a symbol of lives lost in service of others. Then remembrance at the World Trade Center site. Families clutched photos and fought back tears as they marked the moment the terrorists first struck. And just a short time ago, bells tolled at a wreath that was placed at a scarred field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And still to come today, prayers at the Pentagon. Ahead from the newsroom, live reports from Washington, Shanksville, and New York. And that's where we begin, as we did 5 years ago. It's an essential emotional part of Ground Zero ceremonies each year. The name of each World Trade Center victim is read aloud by relatives or close friends. You can count the number, 2,749, but you can't calculate the depth of loss that remains. CNN's Alan Chernoff is there in New York as the city remembers. Hi, Alan.
Hi, Betty. For some people, it's hearing all of those names recited. For others, right behind me, it's walking actually into the pit, into the site of the World Trade Center, Ground Zero. And still for others, like myself, it's actually hearing the sirens of the fire engines. About an hour and a half ago, just after the end of formal ceremonies here, we did hear several fire engines sounding their sirens, and it personally brought me back to that horrific day when sirens were heard throughout New York City. In fact, they had been heard for several days after 9/11. But all of those signs of remembrances certainly bringing people back. As you mentioned, spouses and partners had an opportunity to speak earlier this morning, and among those was Susan Sliwak, who remembered her husband, Robert.
Of all the many things I wish I could still tell him, there's one thing my heart wants to say above all the rest. Feelings best expressed in the words of an American song. How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie. How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky?
Beautiful Irving Berlin song. Of course, we all walk around with the pain of loss deep inside of us, going around our day-to-day activities, but today's the sort of day that really brings that pain to the surface, most of all, of course, for the families of those who were lost 5 years ago. Betty?
Yes, the pain is so very real for so many of us, even if we didn't have friends or family in those towers. So as we look back, we also want to look ahead today, Alan. So let me ask you, talk to us a little bit about the developments at Ground Zero. I know there's been a lot of delays.
Tremendous number of delays. Governor George Pataki, in fact, had hoped to have the Freedom Tower standing right now, but as you can see behind me, it pretty much is an empty pit. The only thing that's really active down there is the PATH train station that takes commuters from New York to New Jersey and back. But otherwise, you just pretty much have a 16-acre hole in the ground. There are plans to build the Freedom Tower. They've started the foundation of that, and there are also plans to build 3 other towers. But it certainly has been mired in politics, in battling, backstabbing, very nasty indeed. I spoke to the master architect, Daniel Libeskind, earlier today, and he said he is frustrated, but he understands. You've got so many constituents involved here. And he says 5 years from today, you certainly will see much, much more development. Betty?
Well, today that frustration put aside as all of us stop and remember what happened 5 years ago. Alan Chernoff, thank you for that. September 11th has had a place in the Pentagon history long before 2001. On that day, this date in 1941, ground was broken for the vast and iconic structure that would house the central leadership of the U.S. military. It was also the date in 2002 when, after 3 million man-hours of effort, the damage inflicted by a hijacked airliner was fully repaired. Today, the Pentagon's history, mission, and image are front and center in solemn ceremonies. And CNN senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre is there. Jamie.
Well, Betty, a lot of people here at the Pentagon are reflecting about where they were 5 years ago when the attacks took place. As for me, I was on the other side of that building where our office was. My first inclination was to stay inside so that I could make use of the transmission lines to report on what was going on. But very quickly, I realized I had to get out. Before I left my Pentagon office, I took a picture of the smoke filling the empty hallway. Outside, Rumsfeld's car stood ready to whisk him away, but he never left. I snapped another photo as loudspeakers warned another plane was heading to the Pentagon. It never came. The sky was blue and cloudless as the smoke plume grew. By the time I got to the crash site, the side of the building had already collapsed. All that's left of the original damage now is this blackened piece of limestone that's been engraved as a memorial. But on that day, this entire area was covered with thousands of tiny shards of aluminum, all that was left of the jetliner. I took pictures of the plane pieces next to a yellow fire hose, what looked like a cockpit window, and a twisted chunk of fuselage. As I left, I took this fateful picture and was promptly arrested. When I took the picture, I was standing here in the south parking lot. The police officer handcuffed me for violating the Pentagon's ban on photography. Seems as silly now as it did then, but I wrote him a letter, said no hard feelings, invited him for a tour of CNN. I sent along a picture of me on the air reporting later in the day after he had to let me go. He never responded. And today, of course, there are ceremonies marking what happened here. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, Vice President Cheney, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Peter Pace all spoke this morning. This afternoon, President Bush will be laying a wreath here at the Pentagon. But there are also private ceremonies and small remembrances going on all over the building. On my way out here today, just a short time ago, I ran into a man who was looking at a picture of one of the 29 members of the Army corridor who were killed in the attack. A small wreath was placed there, and he was telling me that his friend and he were planning a joint retirement ceremony just a few days after September 11th. He had left the office a few minutes earlier before the plane hit. He survived. His friend did not. Betty?
You know, everyone pretty much remembers exactly where they were when all of this happened. And I have to ask you, you were there on that fateful day. Today, 5 years later, the big question is, are we safer? Is America safer? What are you hearing from Pentagon officials about that?
Well, I think that, the general consensus among people in the U.S. military and the government in particular is that we are, quote unquote, safer. Obviously, security has been tightened everywhere from here at the Pentagon to airlines to all kinds of places around the country. But the question is really not so much are we safer, because we clearly are, but are we as safe as we can be? And is the United States prevailing in this war, declared war on terror, which is fighting in Afghanistan, Iraq, and around the world? And that question is one that is getting considerable debate, especially as both the conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq are becoming deadlier and more problematic as each day goes on.
Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Thank you, Jamie. Well, the 9/11 hijackers did not intend to strike Shanksville, Pennsylvania, a rural spot that few Americans who live beyond Johnstown or Pittsburgh had ever heard of. Today, the name Shanksville stands as a testament to sacrifice and courage. CNN's Bob Franken is there. Good afternoon, Bob.
Good afternoon, Betty. Because, as you know, we now are told that this was a plane that the hijackers intended to make the fourth attack plane, and were planning to fly it into either the White House or the Capitol. But as word spread via cell phone among the passengers on board United Flight 93 that this plan was going on and the United States was under attack, they decided to take matters into their own hands. They attacked the hijackers. The plane crashed here in the field where President Bush came again to lay a wreath at a ceremony at the site where the plane went down, which is just a little bit to the right of us, about a quarter of a mile away, in what had been a strip mine that had been covered over. It is once again covered over as plans are underway to come up with a permanent memorial. The president then met with members of the families of the people on board United Flight 93 for an extended period of time, and left just a short while ago to head to Washington and ceremonies at the Pentagon. This has become a site with a temporary memorial, which is really nothing more than a chain link fence where people by the thousands, well over 100,000 each year, will come off the beaten track, as this is, and they'll leave different mementos that are chosen to honor those on United 93. Those are taken away every once in a while to a museum where they will be cataloged. As I said, at some point there is going to be a permanent memorial. There were ceremonies here this morning before the president arrived to recite the names of those who had been aboard that airplane and to pay homage to people who have become reluctant but true heroes in the history of this country. Betty?
CNN's Bob Franken in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Bob. It is hundreds of miles away from the 9/11 attack sites, but an elementary school in Sarasota, Florida is forever linked with the events of that day. President Bush was visiting a second grade class when he was told America was under attack. CNN's John Zarella is in Sarasota, and I understand you were able to talk with the teacher of that class today.
That's right, Betty. We actually had an opportunity to talk with both the teacher and some of the students that were in that classroom 5 years ago. They were in second grade at the time. What you're seeing there now is video from this morning's assembly. It was billed as a memorial assembly. Third, fourth, and fifth grade students sang. One of the most moving moments was when those students, besides singing God Bless America, actually sang Lee Greenwood's Proud to be an American. That assembly taking place about 9 a.m. this morning, during which time there was a message also, about a minute-and-a-half message, from the president talking about education, because the president was in fact here 5 years ago. His intended purpose was to talk about education. Now, if you look at the classroom he was in, classroom 301 here on the campus, which was the classroom Kay Daniels was the second grade teacher. That's where the president was, up against that dry erase board. He sat there listening to the students reading. And Kay Daniels, who we spoke with, the second grade teacher, has some very vivid memories of those moments right after the president was informed by his chief of staff, Andrew Card. Very vivid memories of how he looked and acted in those moments.
Read these words the fast way. Get ready.
Play.
Yes, playing. Get ready.
Must.
Yes, must.
He was listening at the time.
And I knew when Andy Card came over and whispered in his ear, he didn't pick up his book. That was my first signal that something's wrong, because he left me. Emotionally, he left. He was supposed to pick up his book because we were getting ready to read the story. And it took him a while to pick up the book because he was gone. But he came back. And I always say he came back for the children, and he came back for our nation.
These are great readers.
Yes, they are.
Very impressive. Thank you also very much for showing me your reading skills.
It wasn't nervous, I don't know what to do nervous. It was, I got to do something, and I got to do it now, and I have to leave. And very professional, very considerate, but I got a mission right now, and I got to go and accomplish it.
Step outside. We'll talk about it later.
When he had to leave like he left, I had to explain to them in second grade terms that President Bush had to leave because there was something terrible that had happened in America, and he had to go and attend to business. So part of us is hurting right now, so he has to go and attend to it. The time is etched in my memory. The day is etched in my memory. The students are etched in my memory. The president, everybody in the room, they're all etched in my memory. And I see it all the time. I see it all the time.
Now, Kay Daniels told me that she's actually written to the president a couple of times, Betty, and she's actually gotten responses, correspondence back from the president, but she would not say what was contained in either her letters to the president or what his responses were. Betty?
Well, that's understandable. Let me ask you this. A lot's been made about the book that they were reading in that classroom. Remind us what it was.
Yes. This is it. This is the book. It was a storybook 1, Reading Master 2, and they were actually reading a story called The Pet Goat, which is on page 153 in this book. And the president actually, as you heard Kay Daniels say, after he was informed by Andrew Card that America was under attack, for a moment he didn't reach down to pick up the book, but then as you can see in that video, he realizes, oh, I have to get the book. He picks it up and he starts to follow along with the students who were reading from the first couple of pages of the story, The Pet Goat. Betty?
CNN's John Zarella, thank you for that. We do have a developing story that we want to bring you up to speed on. We got some new information. Remember, we told you just a little bit earlier about the Long Beach airport. Here's some video coming in from KABC. Are these live pictures coming in? I believe they are. What we know so far is that a suspicious package was found in a rental car. Well, what we know now, according to Long Beach airport officials there, is that the airport is back up and running, and that device, that suspicious package, it was a non-explosive. There were a bunch of delays a little bit earlier today. In fact, passengers weren't even being allowed into the airport because the proximity of where this car was found, it was taken back to the rental facility, and where the rental facility is right next to the airport. So because it's a suspicious package, or at least was, they didn't want to take any kind of they wanted to take a lot of precautions, essentially, and make sure that if indeed it was an explosive, that it wouldn't affect the airport. And what we know now is that after some minor delays, this was detonated and the airport is back up and running. So that's the latest on the situation there in Long Beach, California. Now, in other news, reaction and response. For most people, that process, well, it takes a little time. But on September 11th, some people, they got no time. They had to act in the blink of an eye, and we'll relive that day through the eyes of the man who was in charge of the National Guard. That's next, right here in the newsroom. One plane, one tower. That was confusing enough, but that second plane, most of us were too stunned to process what was happening. Not my next guest. Lieutenant General Russ Davis instantly knew he had to get to work. He's retired now, but 5 years ago, he was the man in charge of the National Guard. We thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, I understand that you weren't at the Pentagon the day of September 11th because of an off-site meeting.
Well, we were at an off-site meeting, as you indicated, and in the middle of the meeting, this gentleman comes in and he whispers in my ear, "I need to talk to you right away." Well, it was a pretty important DOD official speaking, so I was a little reluctant to get up in the middle of his remarks, but he said it's really urgent. So I said, "What happened?" He said, "A plane flew into the World Trade Tower." So we went outside and we collected all the senior guard.
Wait, let's just stop right
and said,
there. When you heard that, tell me, what goes through your mind?
well, I was alive years ago when a B-25 in bad weather flew into the Empire State Building, and so I thought it might be that. However, it was beautiful weather all over the entire East Coast, so I knew it wasn't an accident, hardly. But I didn't have a clue, didn't know what type of aircraft or anything else. So you worst case it and say, well, maybe this is something really bad.
And so what do you do next?
Outside. Well, we went outside and we started talking about it. No sooner than we had gotten there and gotten the discussion going, another gentleman walks up and says, I've got some news, and breaks into the conversation. You can imagine 4 or 5 generals around, and he breaks in. A fairly junior guy. He said a airplane flew into the World Trade Tower. And I said, we already know that. He said a second airplane flew into the second tower. Now then you know it's not a normal day. We knew then we had a lot of work to do. So we just adjourned and said, you go and take care of business. And I had these fairly senior guys with me, and I wanted them to go ahead and do what they needed to do to get the job done, to respond properly.
Oh, so where do you start? And I understand that there were only 14 planes on alert for the entire country at the time.
That's correct, and then 4 in Canada, so a total of 18 airplanes for the entire North American continent. We knew we needed to get more airplanes airborne. I was not aware that the airplanes from Massachusetts were already airborne, as well as the ones from North Dakota flying out of Langley. And they also, out at Andrews, had launched an airplane there to fly over the Pentagon and then down the river, because there was an airplane missing headed this way. It turned out to be United 93. They'd lost it on radar. So we knew we were going to do some additional things there and a lot of other things. We train and prepare in the military for contingency operations. We'd never planned quite for anything like this, Betty, to be honest with you. We just didn't anticipate it. But we worst case on an awful lot of things, and we know how to respond.
Well, I mean, was there a moment, though, that you had to stop and to process this and figure out, okay, there's a lot going on, a lot of danger out there. We don't know if there's going to be another attack. How do I take this step by step and ensure the safety of Americans?
Well, you get on the phone and you call and you say, what are we doing about D.C.? And because the building we were in, the 77 came right across, American Airlines 77 came right across the building, and some people in the parking lot and actually saw it. I was on the phone talking to my office about the first 2 in New York when I saw a column of smoke. I asked my office staff, and they said they think it's the Pentagon. So we knew we were under attack. Our country was under attack. And what do you do when you're under attack? You respond and defend. That's no different than you would do in any kind of a combat operation, and that's the mindset we developed. And so we responded as we were under attack, and we defend, make sure we do everything we can to reduce additional attacks.
Well, in that
make sure we take care of the people.
Right. Let me ask you this. 5 years later, looking back at the lessons that were learned and looking ahead, do you feel that America is as prepared as it should be to deal with other attacks?
We've done an awful lot. You can never anticipate what the other person will do. If you understand military tactics, one of the things you attempt to do is surprise your adversary. So there'll be an attempt to surprise us, but we do an awful lot of things in the law enforcement arena, in the military arena, and just throughout the country. We've got a Homeland Security Department now. Secretary Chertoff has a number of people who work for him, a large number of people, and they are working to try to avoid that and prevent it. We in DOD, I say we because I was there for a number of years, we do the same thing. We have contingency plans, and we planned a little differently because of the nature of this kind of a war. A war on terrorism is unexpected. They don't come at us with tanks. We'd defeat them if they did that. So it's going to be kind of asymmetrical, we call it, a little different than what we might expect.
Got to be on guard. Lieutenant General Russ Davis, head of the National Guard on September 11, 2001. We appreciate you sharing a little bit of that moment in time with us today.
Thank you.
They dealt with tons of concrete and steel, human remains, and their own grief. What it was like to work at Ground Zero after the 9/11 attacks. A man who spent months at the site joins us coming up.
Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice is in Halifax, Nova Scotia today. She is thanking Canadians because, as you recall, many of the flights on September 11th were diverted to Canada. Take a listen to what she had to say.
The people of America will never forget your skill and your professionalism. They will never forget that you made a place for them to be safe in a time of great danger. But more than anything, they will never forget the compassion and the kindness and the kind word and the love that was exhibited for them that day.
Again, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice thanking Canadians for their help on September 11th. It is 2:30, almost 2:30 Eastern, and at this point we mark the moment in the 9/11 timeline with one of the first congressional members mentioning war.
It'll take some time to determine who they are and who supported these attacks, but I think we'll find them out, and they will suffer the full measure of our justice. This is obviously an act of war that's been committed on the United States of America.
While Senator John McCain supported entering Iraq 2 years later, he said more troops were needed on the ground. The 9/11 attacks were followed by months of back-breaking work in New York. Workers at Ground Zero faced dangerous conditions and unimaginable scenes of destruction. A Port Authority Police Department veteran recalls his experiences at the site in a new book. Closure is the name of it. Closure, the untold story of the Ground Zero recovery mission. And retired Lieutenant William Keegan Jr. joins me now from New York. Thanks for being with us today.
Good afternoon, Betty.
You arrived at Ground Zero just about this time, 5 years ago. Walk us through what you saw, what you heard, what you felt.
I left my home in central New Jersey to a barren New Jersey turnpike, which should have been full of cars, but was only full of Army camouflage trucks and ambulances arriving from South Jersey. As I approached the Holland Tunnel and saw our garage was full of empty cots, IV poles, and people in white coats. And they weren't doing anything. They were having cigarettes. And it was then that it dawned on me how bad it actually was, that how few survivors maybe had come out of those collapsed towers. As I exited the Holland Tunnel, I saw the dust. I saw the papers flying in the air. I saw the people walking away, and it was very few covered in that white dust. And as I got closer to the World Trade Center, I noticed that all the rescue recovery workers were walking around with that 1,000-yard stare, looking right through everything, staring out at the horizon. They were covered in white, and only their blue or the green of their eyes was showing.
My. You know, you had worked the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Were you at all, in any way, prepared for what you were going to experience?
I thought so. As I was driving up the New Jersey Turnpike, I was going through a checklist in my mind of the things I had done in 1993. And I was so ill-prepared when I got here because none of those things were pertinent anymore. And that there were going to be new rules here. And one of those new rules was when Building 7 fell at about 5 p.m. And I was about 50 yards away from it. And I looked up to see this large cloud of dust. And I never thought something so large could move so fast. And it was one of the Hennessy brothers I was with who said, "Run." And I still stared at it like a deer in headlights until finally my legs kicked in. It felt like a minute, but it was probably only a few seconds. And I started running southbound on West Street.
Lieutenant, let me ask you this. You're sharing stories with us, and that's really what we want to hear, for you to walk us through some of the things that have stuck with you. You worked through twisted steel, you worked through body parts, you spent day in and day out at the Ground Zero site. What are some of the memories, the moments in time that you have carried with you, and still to this day, 5 years later, some of them that may even haunt you?
Well, there are some images that haunt me, and I can't get them out of my head, as so many of the rescue recovery workers can't. I like to remember on this day that that's probably the best evacuation of a skyscraper ever to occur in the history of America. Tens of thousands of people's lives were saved by those heroes who went into that building to try to get above fire. And I think that we all remember those heroes today. Some of the images that I saw during my 9 months here are the esprit de corps, the bonding, the support from this nation, and especially from New Yorkers, for the rescue recovery workers on a daily basis, whether it be Nino's restaurant, who was open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, providing free food, whether it was a pair of gloves from Iowa from a third grader that had a note stuck inside them saying, "Dear Mr. Rescue Recovery Worker, Thanks for your work. I hope this glove keeps you warm and helps you work. Those are some of the images. My young guys, 22 and 23 years old, uncovering friends of theirs that had been in the academy with them and seeing them laying in this debris and being able to recover them and pulling a picture out of their pocket that they had been carrying around for months so they could lay it on a flag-draped Stokes basket and walking out with their heads high. That's what we were here for. It was a sacred mission. We took it that way. There was nothing that could have taken us out of here. Not the dangers, not the lengths we went to. And that's the reason I wrote this book, Closure, is I wanted people to understand what lengths we went to.
Well, let's talk about those
in order
lengths.
to bring.
Yeah, let's talk about those dangers, because you work there for month after month. Do you have any ailments? Are you dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder? Do you have survivor's guilt? I mean, what are you going through?
I would say to some greater or lesser degree all of those things, as are my men and women that work for me. I have had those sinus problems. I have had those bronchitis. I have had a diminished lung capacity. I have the digestive problems. But I'm one of the lucky ones. As we've been hearing lately, when Mount Sinai released their report, 7 out of 10 rescue workers are now suffering pulmonary distress and probably will for the rest of their lives. And now we've heard about cancers. But one of the untold stories is the post-traumatic stress disorders that are coming. This is an insidious disorder because it does not show its face until later, 3 to 5 years later, and that's the period we're entering now, and we are starting to see that. I have friends of mine that will not leave their house. They're medicated. They sit there, a nervous wreck, not being able to sleep. They're all 35, 40-year-old people with vibrant lives ahead of them before they had work down here. And one of the most difficult things is to hear the denials, that nothing has to do with the other. This is what really bothers the men. There's an isolation that we felt when we bonded down here, and we went back into society because we were here for 9 months. We went back to society. We felt that isolation, this disconnect. All these denials of what we're going through is just further isolating us. And if there's one number one cause of suicides, it's isolation, where you don't feel as if anyone understands and there are no answers to your conditions. And that's what my men and women are going through right now, and it's important.
Well, I'm sure it's probably one of the reasons, too, why you wrote this book, Closure. And let me just ask you in closing, the Port Authority lost so many people on that day. As we look back now, 5 years later, how do you think that your friends, your co-workers, the victims of this awful attack would want us as Americans to remember today?
Well, like I said in the beginning, I want you to remember those heroes that were killed that day and their families. That's foremost, and that's what we tried to do when we came down here. And we didn't ask questions when we walked in here. We knew it was dangerous. Whether the EPA said it or not, we knew it was dangerous down here. The fires were still burning, plastics were burning, benzene, and all of these other conditions. We understood that. That's what we do for a living, and we do it by nature, not because it's our job. Because we're drawn to these types of jobs because that's what we do. And it's because of that now when we walked away, it seems like after that May 30th day where everyone was applauding us and how much they appreciated it, and I believe New Yorkers in this country do, but the leaders need to start making those moves to show their appreciation for what we did, and let's move beyond these denials and let's start moving toward the solution. No blame, no finger pointing, let's just find solutions.
Lieutenant William Keegan Jr. with Port Authority Police Department, we appreciate your time today on this 5th anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty.
Paramedics Michael Martin and Philip Pallotta stopped at St. Vincent's Hospital in Greenwich Village before heading to Ground Zero, and a lack of ambulance traffic there gave Martin cause for concern. It was the first time that morning he began to realize maybe there were more fatalities than wounded to treat.
When we got to St. Vincent's, what I noticed is there was no ambulances there. You know, and you know, you have something happening, and St. Vincent's probably the closest trauma center to the Ground Zero, to the Trade Center, and there were no ambulances there. And I was wondering why there were no ambulances there. There was no, you know, they weren't bringing out any injured and stuff like that. So that's where my perspective lied, getting there and seeing no ambulances in front of St. Vincent's.
2:39 Eastern. It was during the next 10 minutes that Mayor Rudy Giuliani would talk about the resiliency of New Yorkers. After being trapped inside a building and walking through the dusty streets, he admits the casualties are enormous.
The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
Giuliani and New York Governor George Pataki went on to enlist the help of federal troops in the rescue effort. Well, we have arrived at the moment when on 9/11/2001, the FAA announced that U.S. airspace would be off limits to all but official or military aircraft until at least noon the next day. The feds had banned takeoffs and ordered quick landings hours earlier, and in some ways the wounds are still fresh for the airline industry, though in 2006 the skies are as crowded as ever, if not more. Our meteorologist Jackie Jarris is tracking the traffic out there. Hi, Jackie.
Hi, Betty. Yeah, 9/11 certainly changed the airline industry forever, and air traffic as well. There were about 4,500 planes that were flying in the air at the time that it was issued that they had to cease operation. I want to show you our Flight Explorer system because it really gives you a dramatic idea of what things were like and what it looked like. Every single dot that you see here on the map is an airplane or the estimated position of an airplane which is in flight, and look at that high concentration across the eastern parts of the United States. This picture is what it looked like on 9/11, and then it looked like this. So a pretty dramatic difference. I want to zoom in and show you the northeastern corridor into the megalopolis and show you how many airplanes there. You can actually see all the different planes. We're able to highlight each one and find out where it came from and where it's going. And there you can see the plane that I isolated there was leaving Baltimore and is on its way to JFK. We'll zoom into New York itself, and the different colors that you see there have to do with the elevation of the airplane. The gray ones that you see are much closer down towards the ground. You know, my husband, Betty, by the way, is a pilot, and he flies out of the busiest airport in the world, Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson Airport, and he wasn't in flight that day, but he was in training in a building nearby, and he said when they grounded all the planes, it was like a moment of silence for all the pilots, that it really hit home for them. They had heard about the incident earlier in the day, but when they walked outside, it was incredibly eerie not to hear any kind of air traffic overhead or on the ground.
And we didn't hear a lot of it for many days to come. Jackie Jarris, thank you. It is a bad day for Bermuda. The tiny island nation braces for the worst as Hurricane Florence blows by. We have an update ahead on CNN, your hurricane headquarters. All right, just imagine being stuck on an island in the middle of the ocean as a hurricane heads your way. That's what they're dealing with in Bermuda today. Winds from Hurricane Florence have been pounding Bermuda for hours, knocking out power to thousands. Our Carl Pinhall is there in all the wind and joins us with a live update. Hi, Carl.
Betty, the worst of the storm seems to be passing now. Hurricane Florence rolled along the west coast of Bermuda, about 40 miles offshore, and that really did seem to save Bermuda from the worst of the hurricane. It came past as a Category 1 hurricane. It never strengthened to the Category 2 stage. That said, Bermudan police and the Bermudian Weather Service did report very strong winds. At one point, there were gusts over 100 miles an hour and sustained winds close to 90 miles an hour. Now, because of this storm rolling in, some 2,000 tourists found themselves stranded here after the international airport was closed. Most of those tourists are American. But according to the Bermudian police, all seems to have gone well according to initial reports. There are no reports that anybody was injured in the course of this hurricane, and so far there are only reports of minor damage to trees down, some roofs being torn up, but no major structural damage. There was at one point very heavy wave action. The surf behind me really swelled up, and the waves were crashing over the cliffs behind. But now the tide is going down a little bit. The winds are dying down, and so we're not seeing so much of that heavy surf action now, Betty.
Good news. No injuries, very little damage, especially in light of the fact, and I want to confirm this with you, is it true that there was only one emergency shelter open there in Bermuda?
there was only one emergency shelter open. That was a senior high school that the Bermudan authorities said had capacity for all people that would need to be moved. But they say that based on their experience of Hurricane Fabian 3 years ago, that most people prefer to move in with neighbors and relatives here on the island. What you'll also remember, Betty, is that Bermuda has very strong and stringent construction codes, and those construction codes for the new buildings are very stringently enforced. And that means that the buildings on the island are built to withstand hurricanes, and that does in this case seem to have been what's happened. And obviously the authorities base their planning and emergency planning around those facts as well, Betty.
Good news there. Carl Pinhall joining us live from Bermuda. Carl, thank you. Coming up on 2:50 Eastern right now, it was at this moment in time on September 11, 2001, that President Bush landed in Nebraska on Air Force One. He'll spend the next few hours at the Strategic Air Command. Within the next hour, he would conduct a national security briefing. Well, a 9/11 movie in the Hollywood headlines. Brooke, what's on tap?
Hi there, Betty. ABC's controversial 9/11 miniseries goes on as planned, but was anybody watching? And the shocking death of a reality TV star's son. I'm going to have a full report when CNN Newsroom returns.
9/11/2001, a day that changed all of our lives. 5 years later, troubling questions still remain about our security. Are we really any safer? My special report live from Ground Zero tonight, 8 Eastern.